Well done, Amanda. Good work, Amanda, on your phone. Right. Oh no. Hey, well, she.
All right, Jock, what are you doing?
I'm on the internet talking to you. We haggis once. Tasted haggis once in my life when I was sailing and I threw up.
We are sailing. We are sailing.
You be drinking?
Through the backward. No?
No. Hey,
No. What?
what did you have a police round for?
Huh?
What did you have a coppers round for?
Something to do with my ex. Funny as fuck. Long story.
Oh, has he been naughty, has he?
Well, he's always naughty. They asked me, did I know if he had any, was I aware that he had any firearms in his house? And I was like, no, never been to his house. What would I know?
Oh, serious then, eh?
Huh?
Serious then, eh?
Yeah, oh, fuck it, I don't care anyway. I'd be listening.
Is he?
I don't know, probably. They can lock him up and throw away the key for all I care. Richard muted his... What?
You what?
I said Richard muted his... He's probably cleaning his butt plug, ready for later.
I didn't mute anybody. What are you talking about?
No, I didn't say you muted anybody. I just said Richard muted himself.
Oh, bloody. Okay. Yes, I did.
Richard, get a hearing aid.
Well, I'm getting to that age. I might need one. You're right.
Yeah. Oh, well.
I got my TV going and my speaker's down kind of low. So anyway, I apologize. But yeah, I'm going to mute myself so you guys can chat. That's why I did that.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. So how have you been? How have you been, Mr. D-Beck? How have you been?
Same as you.
Hey?
I've got the off me. I think Richard... Yeah, I've turned it off. I think Richard's more of a house hobby. I think he does the cleaning up, you know.
Nice, I like a house.
Get yourself a maid. Get yourself a maid, Richard.
Nice.
I have a maid. She's actually in the house right now. She comes virtually every day except Saturday and Sunday.
I wonder what kind of jobs she does.
Oh, she takes care of my mother-in-law and sweeps and feeds the dogs and mops the floor a little bit. Just light housework and kind of a companion for an old lady.
No other activities?
No, not really. That's about it. She hangs out on the couch and yaks on her cell phone with her friends most of the time.
Richard, you do surprise me.
Well, the king's a surprising guy. I understand.
From now on, I'm going to... No, hang on. I got a nickname for Richard. From now on, I'm going to call him Mr. King Dingaling.
Well, thank you. You're halfway there. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I think you want to hear my nickname.
I'm trying to think of a name for Becky now.
Another one.
I know, Michelin Man.
I've actually lost 2 stone.
So you keep saying, get your belly out on cam then, let's see it.
I'll only do nipple cam. Nipple cam. I'll do a belly button.
I don't like nipples.
You when I found a peanut in my belly button.
You found a peanut in your belly button. How'd you manage that?
I just managed to see my belly button. There was a peanut. It's a bit itchy, and it was a peanut. It actually went. Yeah, it turned blue.
Yeah, you must have a very deep belly button.
Yeah, it just got stuck in there somewhere. I still ate it. You know, I don't waste food.
No. Just think of those kids who were starving in it in like Ethiopia and Somalia and that. You know?
You know, it's funny. Quebec, you sound like Fat Bastard from the Austin Powers show. Can you say something like, I want to eat a baby, or whatever that Fat Bastard guy says? It sounds just like...
Fat bastard!
I can't say I've spent any time watching Austin Powers. I don't even know who he is. Is it a TV series?
That was a movie with a couple of movies, but there was this guy named Fat Bastard who was Scottish, who sounds... I just realized you sound just like him. Well, not just like him, but you could modify your voice, and you would sound just like him.
Oh, well, Armando said I'm some kind of guy off of some movie.
Yeah.
I remember what that is.
Just some big fat guy that they called Fat Bastard, that's all.
You got a sweaty ass, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I found a peanut in my belly button. That's kind of how Fat Bastard would sound.
That sounded more American. That sounded more American what you used to be, Richard, before you emigrated. American nationality.
I do, yeah. I don't have any plans to give that. I don't have any need for it, but the process to get rid of it is enough of a pain in the ass, so I don't care. Whatever.
Yeah. Can you postal vote? Can you use a postal vote? Yeah.
Sure. I have an American passport. I can still vote. Sure.
Be proud of where you come from. I say, I'm a sheep shagger and I'm proud.
Well, I'm proud of coming from the Garnache region of France, which has nothing to do with America.
Okay.
Oh, French. Yeah. That might be a bit French.
Can I just say something? I am proud of coming from the sheep shaggers of Wales.
There you go.
Well,
you should.
Well, Shan, we are the greatest nation on earth, but you're only a small part of it. Being down in that corner.
Yeah, look at yourself. You just jealous.
Well, we're the
jealous.
We're the kind of head of it.
Sheep.
We're the head of it.
You eat haggis.
You just copy all of the legislation. That's all you do.
Yeah, whatever.
Well, the English copy it, and then you copy the English. You know.
Screw the English.
You know, I'll agree with you there.
I had 2 English boys, and they were very nice. Nice indeed. One was called Wayne and one was called Paul. Yeah. And guess what? They both used to work at Flamingo Land.
Flamingo
Wayne
Land.
used to clean toilets and sweep the women's toilet floors. And Paul used to work on the rides.
Oh, the rides, yeah. Now I know where you're coming from. You used to hang about the Waltzers, eh?
I did, yeah. You'll be surprised.
Looking for the travelling.
Becky, you'll be surprised what I used to hang about.
I can imagine you with the travelling lads, eh?
I reckon I should find a nice gypsy boy and travel the world with them in my little caravan and my awesome cart.
Yeah, anything for a bag of chips, eh?
What do you say?
Anything for a bag of chips.
Anything for a bag of chips? Well, at least I'm not like you. You do anything for a pack of the fucking, what's it, 3 fucking Cadbury's cream eggs.
We get them in a box. 5 in a box. I'm addicted to them.
Cadbury's cream egg. And actually, why am I saying Cadbury's? They're no longer made by Cadbury's.
Who makes them?
I don't know, but Cadbury's don't make them anymore.
$50, I'll tell you. It says Cadbury on it.
It says Cadbury's, but they don't use Cadbury chocolate anymore.
Probably use Nestle's. Probably use Nestle.
Nestle. So you will research, Becky?
Nestle. I've researched Nestle. I know they use kids that work 14 hours a day picking cocoa leaves.
Nestle makes stuff like they make Kit Kat and that, and I don't like that stuff. I prefer Galaxy, but I can't eat it anyway because I got it for bowel syndrome and it gives me the shit.
Then why are you even discussing it then?
And what's the problem with giving children in impoverished areas jobs?
There's no problem giving them jobs. It's just their working hours and the living conditions, you know.
Okay.
Like a global company would pay them a little bit more. Profits they're making. Give them an education, you know, a school.
Hey, Becky, guess what?
Why? They want workers to pick cocoa. Why wouldn't they give them the going wage of the area and leave it at that? Why would they spend all their money providing them schools and housing and all this other stuff you want them to provide? All they want is workers. That's it. That's what they want.
Well, that's a competitive way. That's why, you know, over in the States, you need to learn to work for 80 cents an hour to be competitive with China. Yeah.
Right. It's not competitive if you're building schools and Hershey's is not. I mean, it's not being competitive at all.
Not being competitive if you're paying your workers $14, $15 an hour.
That's right.
And get the same workers in China for $2 a day, you know.
That's exactly right.
That's why all the money's gone out there and all the jobs.
Well, I say, screw China, right? When Christmas comes, just buy all your presents from charity shops.
Yeah, but even those are made in China.
They make it China, yeah, but they're second hand. We are talking about, what to call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Can't think of it. It's more economic, right, to go and shop in a charity shop, right? You were taking home like other people's goods. You're not buying new, you know. Therefore, there's not so much of a demand on like produce. We're saving the planet. Do you know what I'm saying?
You know what I found out? You know what just kind of surprised me? I think I knew about it before, but documentary the other day where apples grown in the UK and some vegetables are actually shipped out to India and they're sorted and washed, etc., out there and shipped back again because it's cheaper to do it that way than it is to wash and sort them here.
Definitely.
What?
Guess what?
What?
I told Ryan to go and take a running jump on Saturday.
Well, that didn't last long, did it?
Nah. Told him to go.
I think you just used them. That's what I think you did.
I did not.
Yeah. I think you used them as a sex object.
I did not. I like him, I do, but he's hard work. I can't cope with him. It's like, you know, fucking get away from me.
Well, see, your urges overtook you, you know, and this is the consequences, you know.
What do you mean?
Your sexual urges overtook you, you just lost control, and you used the poor boy, you know.
I didn't use him. Shut up, you know. Go and eat Meg or something. Or a pack of Rolos.
He's probably emotionally mixed up now. You've mixed him up.
I've mixed you up, Ryan.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, Ryan is already a mixed up boy. I don't need to mix him up any more than he already is. He's already a mixed up boy. I'm sorry. Right? I give, right, 9 till 5, I go in the office, I'm giving people counselling, I'm filing, typing, and shit like that, right? All the office space stuff. I'm not coming home at 5 o'clock in the night and sitting there with him and then giving him a fucking counselling session. I'm not doing that. Do you know what I mean? I've got my clients and that, I've got them to deal with. I don't want to bring my work life home with me. Do you know what I mean? He said to me, I just miss Carrie. Carrie, right, is his ex-wife. Carrie went off with another bloke, had a baby with him. Do you know what I mean? Oh, I don't know. I see what I mean by mixed up.
Still in love, is he?
He's still in love. I don't know. I'm not scared. Don't care. But I said to him,
I thought you were going to avoid the local boys.
I do avoid the local boys, but I don't know. Me and Ryan have been friends for almost a year, right? And we've been drunk many times before and nothing has ever happened, right? I don't know what happened Saturday. I can't remember half the details. I can't recall much about how it happened, right? But it did. And, you know, it's just one of them things. And the thing is, he wants to tell everybody about us, and I want him to keep it private. You know? But no, I did not.
Oh.
Didn't use him for sex.
Oh, did you tell his mates?
I don't know why he's so bothered, why he's so eager to tell everybody about us. Why does he want everyone to know our business for?
Oh, you made a mistake, eh?
I haven't made a mistake. Why?
No, him, not you, him.
Why has he made a mistake?
Well, he blobbed about your shag.
He what?
Did he blob about your shagging session?
Blob? You mean, did he brag? No, he didn't brag about it. My shagging session. Neither of us can even remember it. You know what I mean? What is it to brag about?
Well, what about exercise?
Yeah. And I said to him Saturday, I said, you know, I said, it can't happen again and that. And we went to another, ended up going to another pub, me and another gang of boys, he ended up coming, and he was flirting with some woman and trying to chat her up and looking over at me, trying to make me jealous. And I think, well, I messaged him then, and I said to him, I said, well, fair play, you behaved like a right tit tonight. And you looked like a right tit as well. And I told him what I thought of him. And he sent me a message back, I still miss Carrie. And, well, he sent me that about 3 days ago, and I looked at it, and I just thought, well, I can't even be bothered to, you know, waste ink on you, but.
Well, you know what I'd do, honestly? I would just put them down as one more scratch on the bedpost, you know, if you've got enough room left on the bedpost, you know.
Yeah, that's what I have done.
Yeah.
I'm not actually that bad. So stop trying to make me out that I've had loads of men in my house, because I haven't, you cheeky swine. I think I'll avoid Weatherspoons for a bit. Well, not avoid it. I'm not avoiding him. I just can't be dealing with the arsehole.
Bloody hell, you can't avoid Weatherspoons. It's like your second living room.
I know. Well, I'll go in there, but I'll sit upstairs, so I don't have to have him sitting with me. Because otherwise, if I go in there, I'll be sat there downstairs, and he'll, you know, with my cup of tea or whatever, and he'll come over, and he'll probably go, "Why, you Shan? Is it all right if I sit by you or what?" And I might end up throwing my tea over him or something, you know. Wasting 95 pence, that is. You know, it's 95 pence for a cup of tea. You know, I am wasting my tea because of him. So what I'll do, I just might go in there, get myself a cup of tea, and I'll go and sit upstairs on my own. And I'll be lonely. I don't mind, though.
So, you don't fancy Ronan then? Or Rupert?
Well, Rupert has got a nice sexy voice, but he lives too far away. Ronan, he got a nice sexy voice as well. You know, he's very, no, Rupert has got a nice sexy voice. Ronan is very, very wise and intelligent. I don't know, I just can't be bothered.
Well, I can see two scenarios. You're either riding on a bicycle with Ronan to Walmart, or mucking out some sheep stalls with Rupert.
No, riding on a cow with Rupert.
Oh, has he got cows, has he?
Yeah, that's why his name is Rupert Cow.
Oh, well, one more won't make a difference. Oops.
Are you asking for trouble?
Just a fraudulent slip.
You cheeky bugger.
Where's Lyserge?
All the Serge is busy sending me love letters.
Is he?
Yeah. I don't know, he's probably filing his nails or something, or doing some, I don't know, perhaps he's listening to, well, I don't know.
Honestly, I think he's mentally ill, or he's going ill, you know, he's getting worse.
Perhaps he's, you know, he's been locked up for the afternoon, who knows? You've got no idea.
Well, probably been stuck in here with Richard. You know.
Probably made him go back.
Oh, honestly, there's something wrong with the guy. Something wrong. Something really wrong with him.
To be honest with you, I've never spoken to him on year. And the only thing I ever say to him really is, "Hello, how are you?" I gotta be honest, I've never read, and I'm not sticking up for anyone, I've never really read any of the stuff he writes, because I'm always too busy talking to someone else, like one of the girls, or, you know, maybe I'm trying to chat with Rupert, or, you know the score, Becky. You know how it
Well,
is.
I
It goes
thought,
down.
I thought I would pester him for a while because I was annoying Dave too much, but I
Mm.
think I think Lacerda gets triggered too quickly, so I think I'll leave him alone.
I did say to him at one point to ignore people, let it go in one ear out the other. I did say to him just ignore people.
Yeah, yeah. That's what you should do on a text stream. You need to ignore the trolls.
Or me,
Yeah.
why who's trolling me then?
No, I mean when you're on there and you get annoyed by what somebody types, you need to just ignore them.
Oh, be full of shit.
Yeah.
Ugh. Mm. Well, she's gone. She's got rid of it, isn't she? So do we, bud.
I don't know. She'll be back.
Mm.
Dave likes her.
Honestly, with a female voice.
Yeah.
You would probably be attracted to one of the cows.
Well, I don't know how to use them. I was going to make up another ID, trying, them voice changers.
Yeah.
Try and chat Dave up for a while, but I don't know how to do it. But there's Ronan.
Good. You get one of them machine things, you know.
Oh, B-Fool's on the text stream, Shan. You got to be careful. She's got a spanner.
I got a spanner as well.
Have you?
And I'm not afraid to use it.
You can't use a spanner on somebody else with a spanner.
I know. Yeah, but I can whack him around the fucking head with it. Anyway, where was I? We were on a conversation about Rupert and his cows. Yeah. Rupert at the moment, apparently, Rupert has, I don't know, about 60 cows, he said. And he sells them all. He sells them to people, and they cut them up, apparently. You give up beef, Beck.
Well, just reading what B-Full of Care was saying about you.
Yeah?
And what B-Full of Care was saying about you.
Nothing interesting, probably.
Yeah.
Where is Rupert? Have you seen him around?
Hang on, I'll just check he's added. Oh, I think he's left already.
Oh, is she? That's a shame. Chat with Athena, she's nice.
She leaves so quickly.
I don't know. She's probably one of my best buddies on you, actually.
I'm looking for Rupert.
Rupert Cow.
Rupert's added, yeah.
Probably sleeping. He's on Australian time, isn't he? Yeah, so my darling daughter is gone to another drumming session tonight. She might as well just, I don't know, pack up her drums and go and do busking or something and just leave home.
Oh, don't put ideas in the head. Sometimes do that, and then they say, well, you said it.
Yeah, I don't reckon she'll be year long. I reckon another few years she'll be off with her drums around Europe, in America and the rest of the world, and
Well,
off hanging out. She'll be off hanging out with all different bands and things like that. Yeah.
Well, they like their independence, but they move out, they move back again, they move out. They build up some bills, then they move back again, and then they move out. They do.
I think she's one of these type of people. I think she'll just move out, and I'll probably see her like on a Sunday for Sunday dinner, you know.
Yeah, she'll come back with a washing. Yeah.
She's
Son
quite
did that.
yeah,
Son did that for years.
she's quite independent now. Actually, you know, she puts her clothes in the wash, sorts them out now, and does things like that. She made herself beans on toast the other day.
Well, yeah, they're never independent. She'll still be a baby when she's 35.
Yeah, I say that. Well, oh, there's a birthday coming up soon. I
Yeah?
can't believe it. Yep, I can't believe I'm going to be the mother of a 13-year-old.
Teens. Terrible teens. Bloody hell.
Yeah,
Yeah, they get worse. They get worse every year.
never mind. I'll have to have another baby, won't I?
Yeah, have another 2 or 3.
Nah, I've done my bit for the world. I've done my bit of procreation. Ah,
Should have the control.
I don't think I'll have any more.
Well, a lot of people just have a one kid, but every kid needs either a brother or a sister, you know.
Yeah, it's a bit late now, though. She's 13 in July. If I had another kid now, do you know what I mean? That'd be a big age gap, that would. That'd be like 14
Yeah,
years.
but as he's and she's 33, you know. I mean, they'll be 20, you know, kind of narrows as they get older.
Yeah, but I think I've left it a bit late now.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it goes, play it by ear.
Well, with Ryan, you must be joking.
Yeah, we whoever it is.
He's unbelievable. He is. He's not ready to be a father. He said to me, he said, "Oh, I want a family and that. You know, I want to settle down more or less." And I said, "Ryan, you're not in any way ready. You know, you're not ready to be a father. You're not ready to be part of a family." I said, "All you should do, you should just carry on as you're doing now. Go to the pub, get pissed, take girls home. You should just carry on doing that because that's all he's good for. He's good
Well, I
for."
think guys are a bit lazy with young kids, toddlers, and that, but they don't realise that's the best years. Once they get into teenagers, they're a fucking nightmare.
Okay. You know,
Absolutely. I can still remember my kids, like teens, especially my daughter, their teenage years were the fucking worst years, you know.
well, I don't even see my daughter. You know, all she's interested in is drums. You know,
Yeah,
you can't even have a conversation with her unless you want to talk about drums.
yeah. That was like my fucking daughter. Couldn't get 2 words. The only thing that woke her up was going into the army.
Yeah. Maybe I'll have to send her into the army then. She can play the drums on the battlefield.
Oh yeah, yeah. They have the military bands. You could play the big drum, you know.
She said to me once, about when she was about 7, she turned around and said to me, she said, "Oh, I want to go to college." And I looked at her like that, and I said, "You want to go to college?" And she was like, "Yeah." And I said, "Look, you're like 7 years old. Don't you think it's a bit early to be thinking about things like that?" And she's like, "Oh, I've got a plan ahead." It was that stupid posh school she went to, it was. that stupid school she went to, right? She went to this private school. Well, in the end, they had a guts full of her and they chucked her out because she's a loony. She's like me, she's nuts. In the end, they had a guts full and they said to me, they said, oh, we don't want her back after the Christmas term. I was like, oh, all right then, fine, fair enough. She
I
seems
got
to be
that.
getting, what did you say?
3 of us got that. Put your hands up. Who's coming back after the term break? And 3 of us were told to put our hands down.
So they said they threw her out. They didn't expel her, but they said, you know, we don't want her back after you know, you're going to have to find another school for her because we can't accommodate her anymore. So she, the school she goes to now, she's getting on, you know, Welsh school, she's getting on really well there. And it's really weird because, you know, the transition from private school into a normal state school, I thought she would have found that really hard. She just got on with it. And she just, you know, she's like me. I taught her to be pretty tough, innit? And she, you know, she just gets on with it. You know, and she smiles and gets on with it.
I was expelled from 3 different secondary schools in Glasgow.
That's the exact same as me. I was expelled from 3 comprehensive schools, Blackwood, Newbridge and Pontclamphrith. I was expelled from every single one of them. And they sent me to college then. Yeah, they sent me to college then, and I enjoyed that because I was with the older ones, and that taught me then I had to, you know, grow up and behave myself. I was still a bit wild. I still am. Still got a wild side to me. But there we go. Oh.
Yeah, every time I was expelled, I had to stay with a different.
All right, yeah. You had to stay at home.
To make my mother couldn't control us when we were that age, you know.
What did she have?
9.
9. Yeah, well, no wonder. I only ever had the one. And that was because of that. I would have had 2. I would have had 2, but I lost the other one, didn't I? I lost the other baby. But I would have had 2. But, you know, I just got on with it.
Where'd you lose it? In the supermarket? You stolen?
Under a rose bush. No, I had a miscarriage, I did, when I was about 3-4 months.
Yeah.
So my daughter was about, how old was she? She wasn't very old at the time. You know, it was the same father. I went to see this fortune teller woman. I saw his son as well. And they turned around and said to me, they said, your grandfather stood behind you holding your baby. And I looked at him like that. I said, what do you mean he's holding my baby? I said, and this was a couple of years ago, I said, my baby is like 10 years, 10 years old. And they said, no, the baby you lost, the little girl. They said, he's looking after her for you. I couldn't believe that when they said that. 2 of them. 2 of them come out with that. They said, yeah, your grandfather's there. He got the baby in his arms and he dressed her in a little red dress. And I was like, all right, okay. He said, he's looking after her for you. So I didn't tell him I lost the baby. It just come out.
Yeah.
I don't really believe in stuff like that, to be honest with you. But, you know, I've never gone again since. I went twice. I never went again.
Yeah, I don't think you could explain that to a guy properly.
Well, Or losing a baby.
Yeah.
I don't think men understand, do they, really?
Not really. I mean, I have trouble if I have, if I'm constipated and then you feel like you're shit an orange.
Now, his father, actually, he was in pieces. He was cut up about it. He didn't stop crying for months and months. But, just one of them things, isn't it? Not meant to be. But no, I think one is enough for me. I couldn't cope with two of the little buggers.
Hey, imagine having, 6 triplets?
I'd kill myself.
What's the record in the UK? Is it 7?
Dunno. 8, I think.
Somebody had 7 and then they got all companies sent them free stuff, buggies and toys. Free advertising, wasn't it?
Oh, 7 little babies. Oh.
Yeah, all look the same.
I don't ever want another baby, mind, but I think, nah. I'd rather go in the pub and get pissed instead.
I remember seeing 4 on holiday once. It's like 3 girls and a boy, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the girls was on reins. They were only about 4 years of age, but she was on reins all the time. All she did was pull her hair and all the time. She was fucking funny to watch.
That was like my daughter. I had to stick her on reins because otherwise she would do a runner. But I got rid of it eventually. From the age of like 3, I got a strap, and I tied it to my wrist and tied it to her wrist. And I remember the one time we were in town, and she must have been about 3, and she was stamping her feet and she wanted to run off. And I said to her, right, you either hold my hand or you're going to have the strap on your wrist. And she was shouting, I'm not having my strap on, I'm not having my strap on, like that, right? And we were just stood there having a full-on argument in the middle of town. And I'm not joking, right? I was stood there shouting, yeah, you're having your strap on. And she's like, I don't want my strap on, right? And everybody walking past, they were just pissing themselves laughing at us. But honest to God, right, she must have been about 3 at the time, and we was just having a full-blown argument in the middle of town. And then I looked up and everyone was laughing, and I was thought, oh, why am I arguing with 3-year-olds? And I got down and I said to her, right, I looked at her face and I said to her, right, listen to me now. I said, you either have your strap on or you hold my hand. I said, or you can go in the buggy. What is it to be? And she went, oh, all right, Mom, I'll hold your hand. Oh, like that. And she was good then. She had my hand and she behaved herself then. But she used to, honest to God, she used to do a runner. She'd be in the bathroom, right? I told you this before, I left a bottle of, it was called Jif back then. I left a bottle of Jif cream cleaner on the side, right? She nipped it off the side, went into the hallway, and all I could do was wee like that, right? I thought, oh, fucking hell, is she after? I went into the hallway and she was squirting it. I'm not joking, like Beck. She was squirting it everywhere. It was all over the walls. It was all over the ceiling. It was over the window, the landing window. It was on the carpet. It took me about 4 hours to clean it off. And the whole place stunk of Jif for about 8 weeks.
Yeah, you know what's funny about, when your kids do that, it's a nightmare when they tear wallpaper off and stuff. But when you see your grandkids do it, it's funny as fuck.
So that she'd draw all over the walls. She'd wet her fingers, right, and stick them in the plug sockets. I had to every plug socket in the outset. I had to have baby gates everywhere. I had to have I had to have a, what do you call it? Oh, what's it called? I had to have a cabinet for my TV, the video and all that. I had to have a cabinet, a sealed cabinet with a lock on, so that she couldn't get in there and ram, jam sandwiches and that in the video player.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, you'll do all that again with the grandkids, Shan. You'll do it all again.
Oh, I can't cope with it, man. She was just...
You'll have to. You'll be babysitting. Guarantee it.
She used to have this thing as well about touching everything. She'd go through all the drawers. She wanted to touch everything. Everything as well. She'd pick stuff off, right? What she used to do, and it used to annoy the hell out of me. I'd take her to the park or something, right? And she'd look at me, give me a sneaky look to see if I was watching. I'd look at her, and I'd say I'd look at her, I'd give her the look, and she'd pick a sweet up off the floor, and she'd go to put it to her mouth, right? And she'd just stare at me, and she could see me getting even more mad, right? She could see the look on my face, smoke coming out of my ears. And she's just stood there, like, with this big grin on her face, shoving this dirty sweet in her mouth.
Yeah, but the thing is, with grandkids, Shan, you've already learned second time around, and you just take it in your stride, You don't get stressed by it. You just chillax because
I had another baby. I don't know what to do. It wouldn't bother me.
No, when you get it with your grandkids, it won't bother you,
Yeah, it doesn't bother me.
You mellow. You've already mellowed. Of course you can.
I still got a temper on me. If somebody riles me, I don't give a shit.
The only thing is, you won't be able to give them any advice because they'll say, "You're not the mum, or you're not the dad. I'll do it my way."
Yeah, it's right though.
Probably causes the most arguments. You can tell them something, what's dangerous. I'll do it my way. I'll make my own mistakes. Shit like that.
It's the same as my daughter. I'd say to her, right, I brought a cup of tea. I made myself a cup of tea once, and I put her on the windowsill. I walked from the windowsill to the settee to sit down, right? She must have been about 3.5, just as I did.
Yeah.
And my living room window to the settee is literally 10-foot steps.
Yeah.
To go over, grab the cup, pulls it right over on top of her.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, do you know, that's the type of kid she was. She was
violent. I think hot liquid and the cooker's probably the two most dangerous things in a house.
Well, put it this way, I never ever bothered making if I ever made a cup of tea in the future, I would make sure it never left my hands. It was always in my hands. And even then I'd sit in the settee. She'd want to jump up all over me and want to know, what I had. I'd sit in McDonald's. And I'm eating one of my veggie burgers, and she's, I bought her what she wanted, and she's screaming that she wanted mine. And I tell you
what's one of the most dangerous things to do in a house is walking downstairs behind a toddler.
Yeah.
Yeah. Once did that with my daughter, and I had those cheap flip-flap slippers on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I slipped on the edge of a step and kicked her down the stairs.
Oh.
Yeah. But being a toddler, She was all rubbery, and she landed at the bottom. Of course, I'm in a fucking panic. I thought she's either broken an arm or a leg or something, and laughed.
Oh, bless her. Oh.
Oh, I shit myself. But from then on, I never walked down the stairs behind them, you know.
I always used to walk before her, and I would be in front and hold her hand, and she would be behind.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful with a toddlers. Had a habit of leaving tools about as well. That was a big mistake.
I remember getting up the one morning, and I could see she wasn't in the best frame of mind. She was just in the right mood all day. And she sat on the top of the stairs, and she was waiting for her father to come. I said, "Oh, he's coming now." Well, anyway, he didn't turn up till late. Well, she had her hair off. She stood at the top of the stairs, and she screamed and shouted and bawled for about an hour. And I phoned him up. I said to him, "Well, if you don't fucking come over here and sort it out, I'll be bringing it over to you." I said, "You better get over here now." And within about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, he was here. He said, "Oh, I heard her on the phone." I said, "Yeah, she'd been waiting for you for over a fucking hour." I said, "That's why she stood on the stairs. She's upset." I said, "When you tell her you're going to be here at 10 o'clock in the morning, be here at 10 o'clock in the morning, not 10 past 12. She used to get really, really wound up, and she'd stand there and she'd scream and shout and it's annoying. Oh, I'm knackered.
Knackered.
I just took 4 hours sleep.
Bloody hell. Trail bike.
I just don't seem to be able to sleep lately or eat.
Not pregnant, are you?
No,
Okay.
I'm not that dull.
Mm.
It's a Thursday today.
Wednesday.
Boring. Can't wait to go back to work.
Yeah, there'll be the Easter egg hunts. We used to paint a boiled egg and roll it down a hill.
Yeah, I do that with her. Well, when she was little, I used to go cress, the empty eggshells. I used to go cress in them.
Yeah. I think we got one chocolate egg, but we wanted more, so we'd take our Easter egg, our boiled Easter egg, put it in the bin, with painted egg, and go into Woolworths and steal a couple of chocolate eggs.
I haven't even bothered buying any eggs yet.
Yeah, you got to get one egg. They always taste different. Chocolate egg, it's the same chocolate, but for some reason it tastes different.
To a chocolate bar, like.
Yeah, or maybe it's just eat it quicker.
Yeah. I've got what I normally do, I buy an Easter bag, them paper bags. I buy an Easter bag, I put an Easter card in there for her, and I usually put a little bunny or a chip or something in there, and I put an egg. I buy the big egg. That's all I buy really for Easter, because she has stuff given to her from the family and from his family as well. So
yeah, very commercial now. You can't believe all the crap you can get. Easter stuff, fucking.
I don't really buy. free store. All I ever bought is an egg. I've done exactly the same every year since she's been born. I bought her an egg, in a little paper bag, and I've bought her a chick, a bunny, a card, and that's all I bought her. I buy a decent egg. I don't just buy a crappy egg. You know, like this year, she wants, you know, them big Lindo eggs, ones in red boxes.
Yeah.
She wants one of them. She hasn't asked for it, but I know they're her favourite chocolates, so I'm going to get after her this year.
I buy a Thornton's, you know, have you got a Thornton's?
Yeah, we got Thornton's in Cardiff.
I buy a Thornton's egg, but I end up eating most of it.
We have got, tell you what, if you want them cheaper, you can buy Thornton's eggs in Asda's and that, yeah.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, you can buy Thornton's eggs in Asda. Go and look in Asda. They're a lot cheaper.
There's a bigger choice in the Thornton's shop, isn't there?
There is, yeah, there is. They let you try chocolate as well, don't they?
Yeah. Yeah, they do all different types of chocolate. Actually, I prefer just ordinary Cadbury's to Thornton's. You know, I think some of it's a bit rich, you know.
To be honest, I prefer American chocolate because it's not as sweet as ours. That's why I eat Hershey bars.
It ain't as sweet, isn't it?
Sorry?
It's sweet.
Yeah, American chocolate is bitter. It's not as sweet as chocolate.
Oh.
Yeah, you should try American chocolate. They sell it in Asda. Hershey bars.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Yeah, I've seen the Hershey bars.
I buy a lot of it from Amazon. My daughter likes a lot of American chocolate, but I don't really bother with it. The only thing I'm mad on really is Doritos and pot noodles. That's the only thing I ever eat junk food. My daughter will eat anything though, you know, any junk food, cake, anything. But nah, I ain't into stuff like that really. I'm bruised to hell. I've got bruises all over me, but I'm not sure away from. I got bruises at the top of my legs, massive ones. Another one on the left leg. I got a massive one at the top of my arm. But I don't know
What do you do?
come from.
What have you done?
I don't
You
know.
fall down a flight of stairs?
No, I haven't fallen. I've got bruises everywhere. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I got a massive one on my leg. 8.
Poltergeist? Might have been a poltergeist.
No, I think it's where Ryan beat me up. Correct.
Last chocolate digestive.
I don't eat stuff like that. If I eat like chocolates, biscuits, you know, stuff like that, I have the shit. I'm humming the Black Sabbath. You can't hear it, can you? That's all right then.
You got headphones on?
No, I ain't got headphones on. I've got the music on the TV. I got Black Sabbath. I can hear it.
Yeah, I can't hear it. Petra was playing music on her stream. I don't know if she's able to I don't think she posts her stream. I don't think she'll be able to.
Oh well. I've never been into hers.
Yeah, she quite funny. She gave most people a spanner and then she took them all away off everybody.
Mad. Crazy.
All we were doing was sniping each other.
Oh, God. Was she going mad?
Watching. It wasn't interesting.
Nah, she never is, really.
I think
Yeah,
Dave caused the most hassle because he had to start another stream.
for me? You what?
Me or Ray accidentally kicked Dave out. Can't remember.
Oh, well. You'll get over it.
His little head's popped up on the hangout.
Ah, whose little head?
Dave.
Ah, hi, Dave. Ah. Yeah, I gotta go shopping in a bit.
Yeah, on a Wednesday. Was it quiet?
Yeah, well. Yeah, I just go to Aldi anyway. It's always busy in there, though. Oh,
Yeah, Aldi and Lidl are taking a little bit more of a market every year.
yeah, can't fault them.
Bit of a worry for Tesco and Asda.
Ah, bollocks to them.
Well, I mean, Lidl and Aldi have got good German stuff, you know, their cakes and stuff.
Yeah,
And then they offer the bargains, you know, the drills and the cameras and stuff, you know, which dirt cheap, which Asda and Tesco don't really do.
no.
I think they've got price fixing, Asda, Tesco, Morrison's. Germans don't take part in that crap. They're very competitive.
Yeah.
Right, Lidl's is investing a lot of money in making their stores bigger.
Yeah.
My favourite shop's Poundland. You can't go in and out of Poundland without spending a tenner on shit.
Oh, I think.
I watched that guy, you know, the guy that owns Poundland.
Yeah.
He actually started on a market stall in Wakefield in Yorkshire.
Yep, I remember what.
Did you see that documentary?
I did. Yep. It was quite good.
Yeah, takes advice from his mum. But I seen him out in China and he was bartering, you know, with this guy because he like buys so many containers full of stuff, you know. And he was out looking at the new products and he was asking this guy, right, if he buys, you know, 5 million of these things, and this guy said something like 18 pence each, you know, he obviously sells them for £1, you know. And he said,
Yeah.
oh, no. He said to his interpreter, 18 pence is no use to me, it's got to be much cheaper. And they settled for 8 pence, you know, per item. He sells it for £1. I think it was a packet of 4 pens, you know, 4 biros or something.
I don't actually go into the shop, really. I go, I put a mop in there. I bought a mop the other week.
Yeah.
But I said,
Yeah, a lot of people are starting to go to cash and carries and trade warehouses.
yeah,
They realise how much has been ripped off in the shops, even for TVs. You know,
yeah.
you could go to a clearance trader. You know, where the shops get them, you can get them for nearly 50% off. You know,
So where would I go and get a new TV from then?
TV, you got to go to a big cash and carry. You know,
Yeah,
in one of the, you know, what's the nearest, what'd be the nearest city to use? What, it was Cardiff.
yeah.
You'd have to look at electrical traders, you know, the ones that, you know, ship, you know, the middlemen that ship them to the electrical stores.
Yeah,
But a lot of these places, you've got to be a trader anyway. You've got to have some kind of heady note paper to open up an account with them.
yeah. I know.
Just bloody me. Just make something up. You know, if they ask you for a VAT number, you just make one up. You know, look for somebody else's and change 2 digits.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'll have to try that.
What are you talking about? I just joined.
Cash and carries. You know, if you go to cash and carry,
Oh, aye, I go there.
it'd be a business. Your own
Yeah,
headed.
they do plenty of, there's plenty of cash and carries around here.
Yeah, our closest one to me is, big one is Inverness.
Do you go to Macro?
Well, there's one. Sorry, Shan, go on.
Do you go to Macro?
No, I don't know what macro is.
Never heard of
Yeah, it's
Macro.
a cash and carry. It's a cash and might just be down in England.
Aye. Well, there's plenty of cash and carries. There's one in an industrial estate that's actually it's the same industrial estate where I work.
Well,
And I go there sometimes, and I go to one in the Fours Retail Park. There's one there too. There's plenty.
I got an induction cooker. I got an induction cooker 2 years ago. It was £800, and most of the retail £850. You know, in curries and that.
Yeah.
But I got it at a trading house in Aberdeen for 530.
Yeah, the TV that we've got in the living room, we got for a cash and carry, and it's a huge, one of the ones that you hang in your wall, you know, the big giant white screens, and it retails for over £1,000, and we got it for £500, and it was just because it had a tiny scratch at the back of it, but you can barely notice it.
Yeah, sometimes you get the not so well known names in the cash and carries, but if you get a good name like LG or whatever, you know, 30-40% cheaper.
Yeah, this wasn't out of cash and carry. This was out of the British Art Foundation.
All right.
So it was second hand, but basically, but it was still £500. But
I got a TV and a washing machine at the same time from Curry's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know the managers of those big electrical retailers can knock off up to 50% instantly? Supervisor, they can knock off up to 25% instantly. Yeah.
Yeah, you
And
just
I
need to know how to
got
haggle.
I got one of those juice makers, a TV and a washing machine at the same time, and it came to £1,400. I said, right. I says, I'm paying by card, but it's the same as cash. Yeah.
Aye.
I says, how much will you knock off? They said, oh, they're all on special offer. I says, well, I can get them all cheaper elsewhere. I want to know how much you're going to knock off. And it's always the same trick. I'll go over word with the manager, and they disappear. They don't fucking speak to anybody. And she came back. She says, you can knock £200 off.
Well,
Get
it's always the same,
300,
and especially in a cash and
I says,
carry.
make it 300, and I'll take them today. Yeah. 300, so it was 1,100 quid. Yeah.
I'm actually in my motor right now. I had to walk the short distance to my motor so I could speak to you in peace.
Yeah.
Aye.
Oh, just waiting for
I don't know if you can hear it. No, I
just
don't.
waiting for somebody to argue with.
Well, Richard's here, but he's muted still.
Nah, Richard needs to talk about Trump.
Mm.
Have to wait till Buddy comes in. It'll be Trump power.
Me blanket. I'm freezing.
And start. Oh no, there's nobody really religious here yet. So
I fucking hope not.
What?
I don't even know if Amando's got to send. Amando's got to add the search because nobody can find him.
Yeah, he can only. He's afraid of getting cloned or whatever. I don't know. He can only be added by email.
Yeah, he's paranoid.
I think Pamey's the same because I can't add her. I think she can only be added by email.
I think she was blocked.
No. Yeah. No, I don't think it's the fact that she's got us blocked. I think you can
Yeah, I
only
think
add
it's
her
a
by email.
settings. I think it's the settings. You just can't find them.
Yeah, I mean, see when I try to, I mean, I just tried to add Athena for a laugh because it said she'd left a hangout. See if I can't add her, does that mean that she's blocked me? Yeah.
Yeah.
It all depends on the settings.
Yeah, because I just done it for a laugh, just to try and add her for a laugh. But it just said I couldn't add her. it actually says it on the hangout. Athena Unicorn could not be added to the hangout.
Yeah, I get that with some of them. Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't know if it means that they've actually blocked you because
No, I can add some others I can't.
What it actually means is they have actually put some sort of block on there themselves so that people cannot re-add them.
Oh, is that what it is? All right, okay.
I've done it
No, because
myself.
I mean, in the last few days, she's actually been speaking to me. She's not in a mood with me or anything. So I didn't think it was anything, sinister. But she has actually been talking to me. So. Anyway, and I'm just in a good mood today because I've actually had a nice wee conversation with Morgan. Funky Morganics, because she's under a different name now, which I don't know if I should repeat. So trolls get a hold of it. You kind of know. I think you all know what her new name is, but I won't repeat it. So I had a nice conversation with her earlier. I'm just glad she's back.
She's been added anyway.
Aye. Because I was a wee bit sad when she left. I mean, it's not the stocky thing that you think, because she's not even single. I mean, we just seem to get on well. We get similar interests. We're both single parents. Although she's got a boyfriend, but they're not living together or anything. So we get similar interests. We just kind of click.
Sorry, I'm singing Black Sabbath. You'll have to excuse me.
That's okay, Sharon. I can't stay for long anyway because I only get a 40-minute lunch break and I'm 28 minutes into it.
Guess what's in the cinema, guys? Go Power Rangers!
Oh God!
I might go and see them. Yeah, on my.
I'll tell you what film to watch. That Arrival, sci-fi one.
Arrival.
Yeah, I mean, I like my space stuff, but that's not overdone. You overdo the sci-fi, but that's quite good. That Arrival.
I can open up a page. I'll check it on Google.
Streamed it.
I gotta go. I gotta get my bags on because I gotta go. I gotta go and see a man about the sheep.
All right, Sean. Bye.
Okay. See you later, Sean.
All right.
I'm just
Wait
reading
till she
about that
goes.
film you're on about.
Talk about her when she's gone.
Yeah. Yeah, big jinker tits her.
I got all, I got all the brass sizes when we were talking about it on a hangout one day.
Right, even like says.
Boys.
I knew you were fucking Shad. I knew you were. I knew you were. Yours are bloody huge. Yeah, she's
Yeah.
gone now.
I think it's Shan, followed closely by Rose, then Athena.
Yeah, when we used to speak, Athena always said that her tits were not her biggest quality, so I'm really not sure of her cup size. Probably a
Have you
34.
got B full of cares cup size yet?
No, she's a bit timid. I'll ask her. I'll go on there. I'll go on and ask her.
I don't think she'll reveal it.
But she'll ask, you know.
I got with Sergi, she's a 34C. Hey. No, he hasn't sniped Richard. We're watching the hangout. Well, I am. You ready to argue with Serge, Dave?
Oh God, no. Well, I can argue with him for 9 minutes because my lunch break stops at 1:40, and I'm leaving exactly 1:40 if Lysails comes on.
Well, Serge, get in here, you soft twat. I don't know what that Donny is, you know, Donna Summer there, Donna Shen.
Yeah, he's originally I thought he was a bit of a pain in the arse, but he can actually be quite funny.
Well, he's on about some Irish pub.
I know. He seems to think you're Irish for some reason. I don't really know why. I mean, you don't sound like that, do you? For fuck's sake. I mean, for fucking hell, it's completely different accents to talk Irish or to talk in our own fucking vernacular, you know.
Where would you be going when I thought you coming back?
Yeah, I know. Like I can do a pretty good impression of Rose, you know, like this. I think she's got a great accent. I mean, listening to Rose makes me try and copy the Belfast accent because she's really. I don't know if she actually lives in Belfast, but this is how she talks. You know, it's fantastic. I tried to do an Athena accent once. I don't know if you were there, but Packy was in one of his. See when he does his roving reporter carry on, and he's like that to me. Right, so you hello, in Armando Vargas' room, and we've got Dave here, and he's going to do impressions, and he asked me to do impressions of everyone in the room, and there was no one in the room, so he asked me to do an impression of Ronan and Armando, and I said I couldn't do that, and he asked me to do an impression of Athena, so I did. And
what
then
was
I did it. Hello, Packy. I'm Athena. Will you sing for me? Hello, this is Athena. It sounds like her, doesn't it? I did this while Athena was in the room once, and she says I did okay. Although I should be a little deeper.
Yeah, I've only heard her a few times, but I did actually sound like her at the start.
I know. it is hard to do Athena impression because her English is not. She types better than she speaks, you know. Because see, when we were speaking, well, not speaking, see, when we were like conversing, it was all on text. It was never ever talking. I think she was
Well,
very shy
yeah,
of speaking.
when she came on my hangout, before them bastards kicked me out of my own fucking hangout,
No,
when she came on my hangout, you know, she only spoke very rare, you know, just to say hello. But I said to her, if she came in and at least, you know, listened and joined in, you know, a little bit, you know, she'd improve the English, you know.
no, I think she's fluent in English. Speaking wise, I just think she's really, really shy. See the Athena that I knew, that I kind of not fell in love with, for God's sake. Everybody thinks that, but I didn't. That I really, really liked. She was extremely shy, and that's why I kind of drew towards her, you know. Because see at the very start of Newsmax, the people that I used to speak to were pay me. Obviously the women, you know, pay me, Shan, and Athena, right? And pay me and Shan were always yeah, with the texting. But Athena was like kind of one sentence, and you wouldn't know it, you wouldn't see anything for ages, and then there'd be another sentence. But now she's completely different, and I don't know. I kind of drew towards her, and then we got to like texting each other and everything. But now she's she's completely different.
I don't think we should be teaching everybody English.
No.
Your Americans speak better English than us.
Yeah, some of them do. Yeah, when you get down a buddy like that, you know, Richard can talk for fucking months. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can understand every single one of them. You can't say the same about us.
No. I mean, the way I'm talking right now is not the way I talk usually. You know, well, it is kind of. It is kind of. I kind of smooth it.
We can do.
No, but I was saying about Athena. Where the hell was I saying?
We can do. Didn't know what you're on about. I can't understand what
I
you're
didn't
saying.
ken what you're on. Aye, fucking hell.
Aye. They're all a bunch of fucking Edinburghs and Chesters.
Fucking eat the breed, heed the ball. The man that ate the bell hammer all.
You can't beat the laws of physics.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back, man. I'm fucking. My lunch break's nearly up.
No, leave me with Richard.
Well, I can stay for another couple of minutes, you know, but they're kind of strict here. You need to clock in and clock out for your fucking lunch break, you know, that sort of place.
Oh yeah. No, some people here have to phone in when they get to work. They don't even trust them to clock in. They've got to fucking phone in.
Aye, because in another place I worked, there was a load of guys that would basically clock in guys that weren't even there, you know, especially on a Saturday. Because in a Saturday in the place I work, the boss is there, you know. But in certain places, in a Saturday, the boss isn't there. So some guys would just phone in a sickie to the third or fourth in command, you know, like one of the supervisors. You want to clock us in and clock us out, and they would do it, you know. No, you can't do that now.
I was talking to the cook at a local school. It's an outside catering company they use, and I got to phone in and clock in. I says, what? She says, we got to phone in, and then we got to phone when we leave.
There's ones that use fingerprints.
Yeah.
There's ones that use fingerprints to clock in. So, I mean, it's not that way here. Oh, I've got a message. Right, Beck. I'm just going to go. Right, I've got a message for Morgan, so I'm just going to go.
Yeah,
right, pal. I'll finish at about 5. So if this, how long's this stream? Oh, this stream's still got only been going an hour. Yeah, Armando, if this stream, make this stream last 8 hours, so I can come back when I finish work. Okay, please.
He'll still be.
I'll see you later, Beck. Okay.
Yeah. I'll argue with you tonight. Yeah.
Right in, man. Right, cheerio.
No, that was all triggered by somebody else. Freemason, not a Freemason. Aye. There, Richard, I passed you controls. Have a cup of tea.
All right. Well, the king's going to chat a little bit in voice. The boring text trolls have bored me off the text chat. Same old repetitive, boring nonsense over and over and over. And what you pathetic trolls have to realize is that you're failures at being trolls. Why can't you be like Honest Packy? When he trolls, it's hilarious. It's funny. It's innovative and interesting. You trolls are like regurgitated 5-year-olds that are 50. It's embarrassing for you. Honest Packy is 1,000 times better a troll than you clowns who spend 18 hours a day trying to perfect trolling. How does it feel to be a failure at trolling? I mean, you can't even troll well. What is it in your lives that you could possibly do well if you can't even come up with original material once a year to troll people? It's embarrassing for you. You should go to some other websites. Don't they have one of those books on trolling for dummies you could read so you could at least be a dummy at trolling? Would be a step up from how you are now. It's pathetic for you. Just try to improve some element of your life. It's really quite embarrassing for you. Here we have some douchebag. Of course, the president says he's giving more money to veterans, but this guy knows veterans help programs are part of the cuts. Just completely making shit up out of the blue, contrary to the facts. You know, slipping in something that may well be true. It may be true that some cuts, like Meals on Wheels for older people, are ended. That could very well be true. But he has to slip in complete bullshit with a little bit of truth. That's the propaganda tactic. He knows, even though it's completely contrary to the stated facts. He knows. Just more idiotic propaganda from trolls. I mean, that's what you get. That's your best troll, is making fun of somebody's name like a 5-year-old on a school bus. It's just embarrassing for you, dude. Your 5-year-old failure mentality just makes you miserable every single day. Every single day you wake up unfulfilled from yesterday's trolling, so you have to spend 18 more hours coming to the internet to troll people, and you go away just as unfulfilled today as you did yesterday and the day before. Suicide is the only answer for you. the only answer to improve your life is to kill yourself. And the least you could do is do it live, so at least you could do one thing to make people happy by allowing people to watch you die. So one thing in your life you could do that might make a few people happy. You could at least do that for both yourself and for other people. At least one thing. And that's the only possible thing you'll ever be able to do to make anyone happy, is to commit suicide. And I want you to ask yourself every night for a week, is this life you're living of spending 18 hours a day trolling on the internet really worth living for the next 50 or 60 years, becoming more and more miserable, isolating yourself more and more, just to have a disability check and live in poverty? Is that really how you want to spend the next 50 years? Or maybe taking the king's advice and committing suicide might actually be better. I want you to start giving that serious consideration for just 1 week.
Good afternoon, Ronan.
Hello, D-Bag.
It's one of them days, eh? Just need research now. We need research and one religious person. You've not been on much, Ronan. You've been busy.
Oh, well, kind of. And then, well, I just realized that, it's basically, if I'm talking to a bunch of bullies, there's no point. I've proven my point, and they're going to do the same thing. I want to have civil discussions, but they want to get, out of sorts. So if I've proven my point, I'll just come in. Well, you asked. It's the only reason I came in. You asked. That's it.
Yeah, it does get a bit repetitive after a while.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't mind listening, but trying to make a point, I'm not saying it's difficult in terms of what I'm presenting. What's aggravating is that other people so-called gang up, and because they're wrong, they won't admit it, and they're too proud to change, too slow to think, and too backwards to take a step in the best direction possible. So, yeah.
You're very clinical, Ronan.
Critical. I'm not being critical. That's
clinical.
Lyrical. Well,
Clinical.
Yeah, critical. Yeah, that's what I thought you said. Critical. I'm not being
critical. Clinical.
Oh, clinical.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have that nature. I want to get down to the detail, the fundamental of it all. Once you find out, once you figure out the foundation, the plumb, square, and level, you got it all figured out. Doesn't matter. Doesn't really matter, D-Beck. Anywhere in the world, once you figured out the, fundamentals, that's it. The rest is just, different, social practices, mores, religion, no religion, politics, blah, blah, blah. Simple.
Yeah, the truth's sometimes scary. No foreigners in prison. Ooh. Is Laserge on the hangout? I'll just check.
I don't know. We need him in here. I'll
I'll have a look.
Yeah, variety. They've said variety is the spice of life, but Just left me with a bad taste in my mouth. Have it deal with these slow back people.
HIJ. Oh, no, he's not there. I think Commando has to add him himself. I don't know if he can do it on his phone from work.
So what do you think about turning man into partial machine, whoever posted that thing? I think it's cool. Other people think it's like creepy and weird and against God or something.
Oh, you mean like artificial legs or eyes?
Well, more involved than that, even things such as human brain enhancement computers or things a little more advanced than just a good prosthetic.
Yeah, I think they're getting there. I mean, I've seen people here for the first time, the electronic implants,
Eyes, people can see, they can give a certain amount of vision we couldn't give before, but I'm talking more of making people, kind of superhuman, right? Giving instead of just a prosthetic, maybe a prosthetic that can lift 600 pounds or, things of that nature that are, the replacements or the enhancements would be, sort of superhuman. And I think that's fine. I don't see any problem with that at all.
Yeah. I don't know. Never really given it much thought.
Well, weren't you the one that posted that man-machine thing just a second in the room, or did that just pop up because you were looking at it yourself or something? That's why I brought it up, because I just looked in the room and there was something about a man and machine and that kind of thing.
I was watching Hangout.
Oh, okay. Maybe Ronan did it. I don't know. But I'm all for that kind of thing. Other people, I've seen videos where people are terrified. Oh, humans are trying to become godlike with that. Nobody's really trying to become godlike. They're just trying to improve as much as they can the functionality of what are essentially very frail beings on Earth. We're not polar bears. We get a lot of injuries, things of that nature.
Well, you start heading towards an artificial heart that will last forever, and lungs, and
right.
organs.
Even things like taking a baby and cloning their organs right from birth, and maybe putting them in some warehouses so that when their kidneys run out, they already have a grown set of their own cloned kidneys or something. There's a lot of ways you can go, but I'm all for all that stuff. I think it's just technology that enhances, the human race.
Yeah, I think they could do that to a degree. I think the problem they have is with the brain ages, dementia and stuff. They've got a problem there.
Sure. And the same thing, you might be able to clone your 20-year-old brain, keep it on ice, and cut your head open and replace it when you're 70. Who knows? Down in the future, what we can do to, to end things like that in ways that we haven't even thought of. Now it's sort of prolonging the agony with some drugs or mental exercise. But in the future, we may come up with, full replacements for things.
There's a hard drive on your brain, give you your memory back.
Exactly that sort of thing. Absolutely. So who is posting that? Who's posting the Harvard cracks DNA storage? Is that you or somebody else?
It wasn't me. I never saw it.
Can you see it?
That'll be.
I don't know where it's going. Somebody's posting. Maybe Armando's posting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's Armando.
Oh, okay.
Little box on his name. You see the little white box on his name there?
Okay. Yeah, see, that's fantastic. 700 terabytes on a single gram of DNA. I mean, that is just outstanding that we're able to start doing that sort of thing. Get to the point where, we can store a whole supercomputer's, worth of intelligence on a single extra strand of DNA we can, implant into, babies in the womb. That kind of thing is fantastic to me.
Yeah, kind of science fiction to me. I mean, I won't be here for it.
Sure.
So.
Sure, it's science fiction today. I mean, airplanes were science fiction, at one point.
Yeah, for the future.
To some people, I guess, not to everybody. I think that the folks at Google are working extraordinarily hard to make sure that before the king dies, he can download his brain and his intelligence for the future of humanity onto a hard drive and continue on living and chatting amongst the folks on the internet forever.
Yeah. That's a
Wouldn't that be fantastic to have King Richard on the internet forever? I mean, how great would that be?
Bit of an Orwellian nightmare.
I thought you might say something like that.
Well, what did George Orwell say? The future of the human race is a boot stamping on a face forever. I saw a lecture once where a guy said there's probably been many more intelligent races, before us elsewhere in the universe, but he reckoned by our own technology, if we don't destroy ourselves within 200,000 years, disaster or calamity would overcome us.
Yeah, I don't agree. I think as the natural calamities become closer, we become able in technology to figure out how to save ourselves. I mean, if a huge, we'll get to the point where we have a population on the moon and even 10 super volcanoes going off, burying the people on Earth won't affect at least that part of the population.
Well, I guess your super being, your electronic computer human being will be blasted off into space in a never-ending journey at some point.
Yeah, I believe we'll get to a point where human innovation becomes unnecessary. The supercomputers will be figuring all that shit out 10 times faster than humans, and humans can just sit back and enjoy the cures for cancer,
But then, if that happened, you would imagine we'd meet those machines from the past, They'd be floating about everywhere, really, from billions of years ago.
I don't agree with that. That's possible. I don't see any evidence at all that there used to be a race of supercomputing humans. I don't see any archaeological evidence for that. I see some archaeological evidence for a small piece of metal in a coal mine nobody can explain, but I have yet to find the bank of supercomputers that's 1 billion years old.
No, I'm not referring to here. I'm referring from other times and other stars that have since exploded and no longer exist.
I see. Well, yeah, that could be true. I mean, our planet is less than half of the age of the universe, so you think how fast we're developing another planet that's only 1 billion years, which still is really relatively young to the universe, and how they might have expanded and collapsed. Sure, yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, could have been 10, 12, 11 billion years ago. Could have came and gone already.
Well, the quest, Armando, isn't to build a replica of the brain. The quest is to build something 1,000 times better than the human brain, Who gives a shit? I mean, what? They build a replica of Lyserge's brain and we're supposed to call that an accomplishment? You know, I don't think so.
Mm.
Can you imagine how far they'd get laughed off the stage if somebody went to the Nobel Prize Committee and said, I've made a replica of Lyserge's brain. Please give me a prize. You know? They'd laugh him right off the fucking stage. Like, get the fuck out of here, you moron.
I don't think that'd be an achievement.
No, it would. You make a replica of Lyserge's brain by putting 2 pieces of dog shit in a blender and fucking strain it into a cup. There you go. Where's my Nobel Prize?
Well, I think you have to go easy on the Serge. I think he's been affected by us mentally.
Well, I think so. I agree.
Beginning to feel sorry for the boy.
I do feel sorry for him, absolutely. But it's difficult to maintain that compassion when you have somebody so vile and nasty so often. But yes, I absolutely feel very sorry for somebody who spends 18 hours a day trolling the internet, and that's their whole life. It's really quite sad, yes.
Hey.
I wish Tudor would come in. He's an interesting chatter. He's got his Christian beliefs, but he doesn't press them too hard, and he's an intellectually honest, sort of, kind of enough. But I like Tudor. He's an interesting chatter.
Yeah. He gets a bit annoyed too quickly.
He does a little sniping here and there, but I wouldn't be the one to be able to complain about that.
Well, it shocks me when he snipes me when I'm not even here. I was watching a movie when he sniped me.
Well, he said he did it to shut down the room and get a new one going because it was not on the air anymore. And I don't agree that's a good thing to do, but I understand what he was trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
I like to snipe Lyserge just to hear him cry about it. You know, it just sort of makes me happy.
Yeah, but then you got to read it on a text stream, you know.
Well, he can cry in text. I don't mind. Whatever makes him happy, but really would be better for him if people would just stop talking to him so he could learn how to commingle in society properly.
Are you talking about your eating, Richard?
I am having a delicious Italian pizza. I am talking about an Italian pizza made by Italian people in Thailand. Go figure.
I'm hungry now. Gotta stop drinking this sugar fucking pop. Oh, Rash. Rash, who was arguing with Rash? Was it you? your microphone sorted, Rash. Rash can argue for days on end about the same thing.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. That's what trolls do.
Yeah, Sam.
Hey, yes.
Hello, Sam.
Hey, Doc.
You hear me clearly?
Yeah.
You sound like
You're
your
quiet,
head's.
man.
You sound like your head's stuffed inside of a vagina. I can barely hear you.
Okay.
Mix up.
So, that kind of thing.
Yeah. If you're on your phone, Sam, you've got a bad signal.
No, I think the signal is fine, man. The headphones are better. So, don't hear me well. Yeah.
Try to log out and log in again or something, dude. We can't. Oh, you just sound like a muffled cartoon voice or something. We can't really make out a single word you're saying.
What about now? Is it better?
Slightly,
Yeah.
yeah. Now you sound like you're in an echo chamber instead of a vagina, but yeah, it's a little better.
Okay. You hear the wind? Okay, just let me go.
Yeah, we'd reboot it, whatever you're using, Sam. Or shut something down, whatever. Throw it against the wall. When's this wall getting built, Ronan, then? Have they started the foundations?
Well, they're talking, D-Beck, but the problem is that there is no money for it. And the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, that's the person that actually says, yes, the government will do this. He's already said no. So they're cutting, the administration is cutting funding for certain programs by varying percentages, averaging about 18%. Right. So like older people aren't going to get help, disabled veterans aren't going to get help, food programs, children's programs, they're not going to get help just to build a wall that they say cannot be built based on the numbers.
Austerity somewhere else. Pay for it.
Yeah, America needs austerity, wall or no wall. We have this huge government bureaucracy giving away all this money and all these ridiculous programs anyway. Whether there's a wall or no wall, the idea of reducing the expenditure for government is a good idea.
Yeah, D-Beck.
These fuckers, go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, D-Beck. And the problem is, let's just say, for example, just hypothetically, that a wall does get built. Yes, it got built. All 2,000 miles of it got built. Perfect. Everything's beautiful, wonderful. They get rid of all the illegals. Mexico is our third largest trading partner. Okay? If anything, products coming in will be slowed down because every vehicle, every person has to be investigated to make sure that they're allowed into our country. All the products are to be investigated, right? Checked out, right? Just to make sure everything is legal, above board. That's slowing down of
That's
commerce.
two different. You're conflating two different issues.
D-Beck will drive up
conflating
prices.
two different issues. One is the wall. The other is stopping every single piece of anybody that comes through.
Will drive up prices, D-Beck.
That's
And
two different issues.
The fact that these racists here in America are going to get rid of all the illegals, which is great according to them, but the prices, right, for produce will skyrocket just by accomplishing that
No,
one
they won't.
hypothetical.
Most produce comes from
D-Beck,
Brazil and
D-Beck,
South America.
D-Beck,
That's not true at all.
D-Beck, by accomplishing that one hypothetical, the branches go to the trunk of that hypothetical. And I'm
You're
not
conflating
sure
two different things. You're conflating a wall, and you're suggesting that every single truck will be searched.
D-Beck, like I said, the hypothetical trunk, the wall.
Are you going to allow other people to speak or ramble on over the same thing for 10 minutes?
And the difference is, once you get...
Are you going to ramble on for 10 minutes or let other people talk?
Well, same thing happens
Nobody's
here.
bullying you. I'm only asking you, are you going to monopolize the conversation or let other people give their points of view, Ronan?
Enough refugees to pick the produce. There's a lot of processing factories actually going out of business because immigrants to work in the fields. Nobody wants those low-paid jobs.
That's true, and those immigrants can come in legally.
D-Beck, I wasn't finished, D-Beck. Like I said, the hypothetical is the trunk. The limbs that sprout from there will be so weak because there is no proper root system. D-Beck?
Certainly need your low-paid to do the menial jobs.
Listen here, you stupid man. You've been going on for hours, and you snivel about everybody else hogging.
What happened?
I don't know. Looks like he dropped out.
Where's someone? Did you hear my question?
Hey, Hassan, what's going on?
I asked about perfectionism, neurotic perfectionism. Do you know anything about it? Yes, please. You there?
Yeah, we're here. You're here, aren't you, D-Beck?
You feel the quality of my voice is bad?
So, yeah. He sorted out the microphone, Sam.
How's my voice right now?
Sounds like it's blowing a gale.
Is it still bad?
Sounds bad to Sam. Sounds like a wind's blowing in your microphone. You outdoors, Sam?
Yeah.
Station?
No, I'm in a sleep. Yeah, I'm in a sleep.
I heard you sound that bad to Sam. There's something artificial there making a noise in the background, Sam. Machinery or something.
All I see is you, me, and Ronan and Armando. I don't see Hassan anymore.
Listen, you stupid man. You've been talking for hours, and D-Beck engaged me in a conversation. I was answering.
Oh,
Nobody's going to tolerate your poor behavior, Ronan. Didn't you see what Armando said? You're poorly behaved, and you need to learn to behave correctly. You want to come in with your trolling, yelling, and screaming, that's what's going to happen. Try to get used to it.
I think you might be getting his blood pressure up there, Richard.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, all I asked was, are you going to let other people talk or monopolize? And he has to start yelling and screaming with the ad hominem insults, disrupting the entire event. Oh, good. Wants to monopolize the room because someone else was here talking earlier. And they're a stupid this, and they're that, and yelling and screaming. Needs to learn how to behave in a group setting. It's not that difficult. It's really not.
Does it work you to snipe them, Richard? For him. A little better, Sam. Just a little. The water, Sam.
Is that bad? What?
That bad, yeah. You sound like you're diving underwater.
Here.
It's a strange noise.
It is strange. It sounds like some ghost or something.
I'm not talking now. It's the noise around me.
Okay, yeah, we can hear you now, Doc.
Yeah, I'll enter this story. It might be better because it's close. Now it's not better. Isn't it? Is it better? Way better or better?
Yeah, probably a glitch. Sam, it will sort itself out eventually. Probably something electronic those Russians are up to. Yeah.
I don't know. It's not too that much. I got a tablet. Okay. It's a Russian company. Oil Russians, and it starts really something like every minute it hangs and hangs and hangs and hangs. It doesn't work. It's like I regret it. I so bad. I think $300 for that thing, and for $300 I could buy something better, you know.
You have a bad connection somewhere, there, Sam. I don't know if you're using a microphone or a connection.
It's breaking out. It's breaking up and disconnecting there.
Well, that noise is gone.
We have a line of yours, so that is almost must be gone. But I don't know about the connection. Connection might be like that. But
I can hear chatting in the background. I think it's your microphone, Sam.
no, it's not the phone. Okay.
You got a good connection, just a bad microphone.
I don't think everything's wrong with the connection, but yeah, not the phone, yeah. Anyway, let me leave.
No.
Then I run.
You're hitting all three green lights. You're hitting the three green lights, Sam, but it's bad audio.
Okay. Got it.
Yes, maybe we could pick another subject. Sugar tax. We're going to get a sugar tax, apparently. All that does is put the price of everything up.
Under the guise that it's supposed to help people because they eat too much sugar. Is that the basic idea behind it, I'm guessing?
Yeah, sugar tax on anything that contains so much percentage sugar.
Yeah, I don't like those in general because they single out a certain group. You know, I don't like alcohol taxes or cigarette taxes. They try to single out certain groups and say, oh, these groups are doing something they shouldn't be doing, so they have to pay the taxes, and the vegetable eaters get to go buy for free, even though it's a collective of paying for the military, social security, all kinds of different stuff. But they, like with cigarette, they single out and say, oh, you know, people that smoke cigarettes get sick, so they have to pay for the hospitals, when it doesn't really end up. It sounds good in theory, but it doesn't end up that way. It's just an easy group to target to tax. And that's kind of the same way I feel about the sugar tax, or, you know, V8 motor tax instead of an electric car tax. I mean, sometimes it makes sense and I can kind of go along with it. But in principle, I don't like to see individual groups targeted to pay everyone's tax bill. I don't like that.
Well, I suppose it's aimed at fat people.
Right, exactly. And I understand the principle behind it, but I just don't like where it can go and where, you know, the inevitable, it's sort of like Nazi-ish a little. Let's do it to this group and that group. And, you know, I never complained until they started doing it to my group, you know, so I just don't like it from the get-go.
Yeah. I suppose you choose to be fat, choose to be healthy.
Right, and if it costs people more for insurance, then it costs them more for insurance. If they die sooner, they die sooner. I don't need them to pony up extra money that goes to the military that's defending me or the roads I'm driving on just because they're fat or they smoke or, you know, whatever. They drink alcohol. You know, I don't need, you know, for them to pay a greater share than me just because they're an easy target. an unpopular target, or a target that needs to be saved from themselves, whatever the excuse is.
I think they'll
But I
start.
understand as well how it makes a little bit of sense.
Well, they should. To do that, they should weigh people along with their luggage before they fly. You know, you should pay by your body weight.
You know, they've thought about that. The airlines have thought about that. They've thought of doing, you know, rather than, you know, paying extra for your bag if it's over 50 pounds and that kind of thing, they've thought about weighing the passenger and their luggage. And the reason being, of course, is because so many people are sort of obese that it would give them an economic advantage. They say, well, you know, you could have had 50 pounds for your luggage for free, but, you know, you weigh 225 pounds, so it's going to cost you extra. You know, they've thought about doing that, charging by the total weight of the customer, which isn't a bad idea either, I guess. For me, because I'm skinny anyway. Don't carry a lot of luggage.
There's nothing worse than sitting in between two fat fucking people.
Fuck me, I sat between a fat lady whose arm rolled, you know, into my seat, and her skin, there was no way to avoid having her skin against my skin. It was hot and uncomfortable. And I called the purser to my seat, and right in front of her, could care less if she was listening or not, I demanded a $200 $200 voucher for my next flight, because it was so uncomfortable, and someone else was in my seat the entire flight, making me hot, sweaty, and uncomfortable, and God knows what kind of disease I might have gotten from her skin. And I did all that right in front of that lady. I didn't say, hey, let's come over here and talk about it. Right in front of this fat fucking obese lady, and the guy gave me the $200 voucher right in front of her as well. And I was pissed. I was polite, but I was pissed off. That whole flight was really uncomfortable because this fat fucking lady's skin, you know, is touching my skin, and it's hot and sweaty and nasty, and oh my God. It was just disgusting.
You get the same effect sitting next to two screaming kids that you want to fucking knock out.
Yeah, I had one like banging their feet against my seat once, but all it really took was for me to sort of turn around and look at them, and their parents realized what they were doing. That happens. Okay, yeah, screaming kids on a plane. I don't know why the parents can't dose them up with some sleeping pills or something before they get on the plane. Put them in cages and put them underneath the plane or whatever it takes, but there's no excuse for that. Have a special screaming children section or whatever, something.
Calpol. I used to Calpol mine. Make them sleep.
So, I see Queen Ashley is in the text room. Can you hear me, Queen Ashley? Long time no see. How are you doing? She's kind of an original, sort of funny troll, I guess. She's better than some of the other trolls, anyway.
I don't know. A bit too near the knuckles sometimes.
Yeah, I know. But she gets around. She goes from room to room, kind of trolling, and makes her rounds. At least she doesn't stay in the same room and complain about how horrible it is. You know, at least she moves about with her troll. That's a good
thing. Very religious, Diana.
So are you slowing down your drinking, or is that just Dave, D-Bear?
Oh, I'm consistent. My drinking was never really, well.
Yeah, I limit myself to 2 a day, and I'm even starting to question whether that's a good idea, because I'm even getting pretty tipsy off 2, and I'm thinking of cutting it down just to 1. But 1 is kind of like, might as well be nothing if it's only 1.
No, I can't go to a pub and have 1 or 2 drinks. I've got to have quite a few. I
Yeah,
can't visit.
same with me. It's like going to Disneyland and going on 1 ride. What's the point?
Exactly. Exactly. I certainly can't drink like I used to.
Yeah, the effects in the morning seem to get magnified every decade. They don't snap back as quick.
Yeah, the hair of a dog doesn't work.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, I could help myself by simply switching brands over here. I drink the highest alcohol content, and I could switch to one of the 2 other popular brands that are, I think, 3% less alcohol by volume. That would
Yeah.
change the factor a little bit, I guess. I could still drink
Okay.
2 and not be as drunk is the point, I guess.
I've tried alcohol-free lager. Just pointless.
Well, I'm not going alcohol free, just from 8% to a normal kind of beer. I think it's like 8.1% versus 6% or something.
I've cut down from a 12% super tenants to the 7.5%, 7% Carlsberg or whatever it is.
Yeah, well, that's an improvement. Like you said, it's all about getting a little older and not being able to act like a 20-year-old anymore, I guess.
No, I can't pub crawl. I'll sit in the same pub. I can't move around, I used to complain about the older ones sitting by the coal fire yapping, saying how fucking miserable. Now that's what I do. I think Newsmax has gone out the window.
Yeah, Armando got a bunch of people from Newsmax at one point. They kind of came and left, like Kayla Crowd and Queen and all those other people. I like Rock and Rolly. I think she's cool. I see her sporadically.
Yeah, they're on that Al Jazeera. That's a crazy street. Or the Young Turks. I've learned how to ignore the trolls. I just don't respond to them.
Yeah, it's fun for a while, but the same old comments over and over just get too boring to even notice after a while.
Yeah, it's like feeding a horse grass. You're thinking, why am I doing this? So it can feed itself.
Exactly. Wow. My wife bought 2 pizzas. I might have to go break into the other one.
You're not comfort eating, are you?
Well, I am. She recognized that I just got a little lazy to cook the last couple of days, so she figured she'd fill me up with a couple of pizzas, She likes to keep my energy level up so I can have good sex at night, I think is really the only reason.
Oh, well. As long as you're not bothering her for sex, I suppose it's okay.
I don't think she really cares if I'm healthy or not, as long as I'm healthy enough to have sex each night. But I could be wrong. She might actually care.
Yeah, she probably won't care if you go shag somebody else as long as you don't say you love them.
Exactly.
If you say that.
And you know, I'll tell you, the upshot of last week's story was 3/4 of the way into my weekend in Pattaya. She actually sent me a text message that said she'd be really mad if I got a prostitute. And I said, when did this all come about? You know? And I didn't pay much attention to it, but she did send me that line 3/4 of the way through my little 2-day vacation.
Yeah, my brother's in, well, he's out just outside Pattaya, but his wife used to take him to the prostitutes.
Sure. Well, my wife likes to drop me off at the bars, not to like have sex, but she'll drop me off at the prostitute bar and say, oh, have fun chatting with a prostitute. Then she'll run off and go shopping, and then come back a couple hours later, and then we'll go back to the hotel. But that's kind of okay with me. You know, it gives me, I can go to the titty bar and do, you know, watch the titty dancers. She can go shopping, and then we can go on with the rest of our vacation. It kind of works out pretty good, really. I don't want to go shopping, and she sure as fuck doesn't want to sit at the titty bar either, you know. Where is your brother in Jomtien?
No, he's actually in Pattaya.
Oh, okay. It's a pretty big town. There's areas away from, you know, the hooker district that are still Pattaya that aren't so whore-oriented. You know, you got north and south and all that, east and west, I guess.
Yeah. He had his home built from scratch quite
Well,
cheaply.
Well, that's the way to do it here for sure. I mean, you can build it any way you want it with cheap labor and expensive materials, and it's still only going to be 25% of buying it anywhere. Even buying it inside of Thailand, you know, an already built house is way more expensive than building it yourself here.
Oh yeah, mostly marble floors, marble tops, keep everything cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, marble's real popular here, and it's not especially expensive unless you get imported Italian marble. Then they have this crazy tax. But yeah, marble's really popular here. I was going to marble floor a couple of rooms downstairs, but instead I decided to, you know, the bathroom and the kitchen basically, but instead I decided to completely gut the bathroom and marble the whole thing, and, you know, get rid of the toilet, the vanity, the walls, and just do the whole thing really nice instead of one piece at a time sort of thing.
Oh, it was all set up. It was all set up, but he was away. I think he's been there 12 years now.
Who owns the land he built his house on?
No idea.
Because he can't own that land. It has to be somebody else that owns the land.
Yeah, something about you got to pass. I don't know what the law is with your property passes on to your spouse, but you can't inherit their property or something like that. You know.
You can inherit it for 1 year. You have to dispose of it within 1 year, or the government can take it from you for nothing.
Yeah, I suppose there's corruption there. It used to be
to
met
some
by,
extent. The problem is nobody will buy it from you, because everybody figures, well, the government will take it, put it up for auction, and we'll get a better price than buying it from this guy that's desperate to sell. That's where the corruption kind of comes in.
Well, his wife inherited a bit of property.
Well, his wife can own the land. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
That's the kicker. Like me, you know, my wife owns this land, so it's no problem. But if she dies, you know, I have to transfer the title to somebody else. You know, I can't own the land, and I've figured that all out. I don't really care. I know who I'm going to transfer it to, and I don't think it will be a problem. But a lot of time, what people do that are kind of stupid is they'll let the wife own both the land and the house, and then they get divorced and lose everything. When if they set it up properly, you can own the house. And if you get a divorce from your wife, you still get to keep the house. She can't just kick you out of your own house just because she owns the land. And people don't seem to know that.
Right, sure how that works. He still owns property in the UK.
Yeah, and of course, if you get along fine with your wife, it's not a problem unless she dies anyway. But you know the Captain Save a Whore types over here that marry prostitutes naturally find themselves in all kinds of trouble once the cash runs out and all that's left is the home and the land. You know.
Well, his wife's well connected. He was introduced to his wife by the local police commissioner, Patty. He used to meet him when he flew in for his little play weekends.
Mhm.
Take him to the best bars. Yeah.
Well, Pattaya does have some really nice 5-star hotels that are, you know, not prostitute oriented at all, that have some really fantastic rooms and bars and stuff like, you know, grounds and all that kind of thing. Swimming pools. Me and my wife, we're swimming pool people. You know, we want the swimming pool that's, you know, you can swim under the bridges and has jacuzzis and, you know, slides for the kids and volleyball.
All right,
like
stupid man. You've been going on for a half hour. I'd like to speak with D-Beck now. Thank you.
Well, you could certainly have been able to speak to D-Beck had you not come in and acted like a rude child. You would still be here, able to chat to D-Beck. But unfortunately for you, you're not here anymore, are you?
Yeah.
And you were told by the owner of the channel to not come in with your stupid man nonsense, weren't you? So don't blame me. Don't blame the owner of the channel. You were told very clearly what you could and could not do in an adult chat room, and you chose to behave like a child, and you got the punishment that little children get. There you have it.
It would have been easier to mute him.
Well, I was actually about to leave anyway, but there's no need, you know, like you said, you need to perhaps 15 times show somebody how to behave, and then maybe they'll behave properly later. Who knows? But there's just no need to allow this kind of behavior to go on forever. People need to stop coming in, yelling and screaming, acting like little babies, and expecting to be treated like an adult. It's an improper expectation that Ronan has. But he'll learn, hopefully.
There's a few screamers coming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I fancy emigrating to Turkey, but
He'll be back. See, the problem, though, is if Armando goes to sleep and can't add him again, you know, then he's going to fuck himself from even being able to come in and attempting to act like an adult again. You know, so I just hope that he's able to act like an adult and enjoy himself in chat on the internet. That's my only hope and desire for Ronan. I hope he can learn to chat responsibly, like an adult, like the rest of us. Someday. But he knew that was going to happen anyway. He just did it because he wanted me to eject him so he could get a little attention. No surprise to him that happened.
you actually do any work, Dave, while you're at work? Realise you're getting paid for nothing, Dave. Very productive. Bulgaria. That's another emigration hotspot.
Who's immigrating there? The Syrians and all those kind of people?
No, I've worked with a few people that went there. Bulgaria. A couple went to Turkey. Can imagine you get the sack, Dave, for being on your phone. I think Ronan's been re-added.
Happy, joy. Maybe he can come back and chat like an adult. Let's hope so. The third time's the charm, they say.
I'm surprised he didn't snipe you. Huh?
Oh, he wants to play the victim while yelling and screaming and acting like a baby as though somehow it's everyone else's fault. You know, that's why he doesn't do that. It's all the sniper's fault that I'm acting like an asshole. Poor me, I'm the victim. Can you make heads or tails of that? Shoot, I, us, D, the, L, T, T, M, R, S, I. Can you make any heads or tails of that in the text, feedback?
Shoot, I, us, shoot. No, I think there's some letters missing there, like a crossword thing.
Well, hello, Diana B. You can call me the King. I'm known as King Richard. I appreciate you saying I have a lovely speaking voice. People tell me I should have my own radio show, but I can't. I don't think I'd be able to talk long enough if I had my own radio show. I'd run out of things to say. I'd need some guests on my show.
How about Stern? Cryptostin.
Yes, hello, Queen. I know everyone misses the King. That's why you come back to talk to him on a regular basis. I know, but I'm here to talk to you, Queen. Anything you'd like to talk about, the King's here to help.
Oops. Oh, fucking messages. Nope. Won't be answering that.
I don't read cryptic, so please don't type that stuff for me because I don't care to decipher it. Please just say what you're going to say in some language that the King approves of. The King does not authorize the use of that language. I'm sorry to tell you. So you'll have to come up with a King Richard authorized language in order to talk to him. That would include English, by the way, so you know. Well, welcome back, Armando. Our friend Ronan tried once more to act like an adult and had a miserable failure of an attempt. But we're expecting him back any time now. We're hoping to give him another shot at the People's Cornerstone. You need to have a catchy little music intro, Armando. Get with Buddy, you know, so you can like punch it up. The People's Cornerstone. Something.
Muppet Show. Muppet Show, dude.
Yeah, something. Well, Crypto, the king loves to talk about pussy. It's one of his favorite subjects. Absolutely. I would consider myself as expert as anyone on the mysteries of the vagina. If you'd like to talk about that, the king would be more than happy to entertain a discussion about pussy. Sure, no problem.
Yeah, should be.
You know what I find the most mysterious about the pussy is when you look at a girl, like, let's say you're a little lower than her butt, and you look up, you can see like this whole little bulbous pussy. But when you look at her from the front, it's like the whole thing disappears and it's gone. Where'd the bulbous crack go? All you see is just nothing. It's like the weirdest thing. It's like, depending on which direction you look at it, either disappears or shows up. The penis isn't like that at all. You can look at the penis from any angle, and there it is in all its glory, hanging down right near a couple of balls and a sack, you know? But that vagina, I mean, holy crap, you know, it's just a whole mysterious thing. It really is.
Yeah, I just find it difficult trying to find the clitoris with your tongue without getting your chin and your nose soaking wet.
Yeah, that too. That too. Yeah.
Sugar free. Which there is fucking no sugar in it.
Well, you know, I don't want to scare the girls away with my discussion of their vaginas, so we'll save that for another day, Armando. Aren't so many girls. You know, and it's interesting that girls aren't more willing to talk about their vaginas to men, because if I had a vagina, I would want men to know everything they could know about it so they'd be better at fucking it. But for whatever reason, you know, women are kind of leery to give away the secrets of the vagina, only harming their own pleasure. You know, what's up with that? You know, I'd be happy to tell my wife or girlfriend how to suck my cock properly or what needs to be done. I'm not shy about that. But women, you know, they're not going to say, "Oh, you're sucking my pussy too hard or too light or whatever." They're just going to let their boyfriend sit there and do a really shitty job and not even say anything. You know, I don't know what's up with that. It's almost as though you have to go to a prostitute figure out how to eat pussy because girls are so shy, you know? It's like, look, just come out with it. Tell your boyfriend what you need done and move on and he'll start doing it. But instead, they're just not like that.
I wouldn't interrupt her if she's reading while I'm having sex. I think they're very, very self-conscious of their own vaginas.
Well, the one thing that's interesting about girls is they're more afraid to take their shirt off than their pants off because they're sort of self-conscious about their breasts because there's something there. But unlike men who have a penis to hang out, there's really nothing to look at anyway. So what's the problem to take your pants off, you know? Which is kind of interesting. That's why it's so easy to find girls to dance. You know, once they get over the showing of their tits, the rest of it's all gravy. It's like, look, here's my vagina. There's really nothing there anyway, so why don't I take my pants off too? No problem, you know.
Well, I've got one of them Android endoscopes. All in bum. It's got its own little light, but I haven't done it yet.
Well, you can put it up a vagina and it'll do the same thing, you know. You don't have to put it up the anus.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it gets a bit squishy and fluidy. You'd have to keep pulling it out, cleaning the lens, you know.
Yeah, that could be. I've seen some YouTube videos, and it's kind of creepy. You know, you get that. I mean, when you get like a really close up, you know, 4K view of the inside of a pussy, you know, you kind of wonder if you want to stick your dick in it again. You know, it's just weird and creepy looking. You know, it's like I wish I hadn't seen that. You know, but you know, what do you do?
It's just magnified.
Yeah. You ever seen that video where that guy sticks his head inside of a pussy? That's like the creepiest, weirdest video you'll ever see. And I think it must be trick photography or something, but they claim it's not. Some guy works his bald, lubed up head right up inside of a pussy, has his whole bald head inside of it with his fucking neck sticking out. It's fucking weird, man. I don't know about that guy. Or the girl who's fucking, you know, let him stick his head up her fucking vagina. She must be a little strange, too.
I ain't seen that.
Yeah,
I've seen the one where the guy,
wild.
there's one where the guy's cleaning up elephant shit and the elephant sits back and his head goes up the elephant's ass.
That must be funny.
And there's another one, a guy running around a circus ring and he puts his head up the arse of a horse. Or maybe it's pussy, I don't know. It's fucking somewhere up there. It's on YouTube.
Well, the best sex technique, Dave, is to employ other things like bottles of honey or chocolate or strawberries, or, you know, pour, you know, some honey all over your partner and then jump on top and you're both covered with honey and chocolate or whatever it is. And then you get to move on to the shower to clean it all up, you know. That's my best advice, is to incorporate other tasty liquids in your bedroom activities.
Yeah, just put a Mars bar up there, Dave. Wait till it melts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Queen, if you thought that a vacuum cleaner would be the most unusual thing I put my penis in, you would be incorrect, by the way.
Dyson. Oops. Another delivery. Oh, that's a lot better.
Perfect.
Cool.
Yeah. What was the problem? Do you know?
It was the fucking headphones. I'm using my phone's mic right now.
Oh. All right. I've got a delivery. Hang on.
Well, you're welcome, Queen. That's okay. I'm going to take a short break. So I'm afraid you're going to have to talk about the king's penis with other people, Queen. I know that you're dying to talk about, witness, and actually see for yourself the king's penis, but the king is leaving for a few minutes, and you'll have to save that discussion for another time. Sorry. The king is going to leave shortly to utilize his magic penis into his wife's vagina. But after that, I shall return to spread good cheer around the internet.
Richard taking break. Who believes that?
Hey, Dheeraj, are you there? Dheeraj? Bum, 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 bum. Hey, Joe. How you doing?
Hello, DeMello. What's up?
Hey Richard, what's going on, man?
Not much. Just keeping the peace. You know
Oh
me.
yeah, that's new for you, eh?
It is. I've turned over a new leaf, as they say.
That's great, man.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I heard that in your voice actually last night, man. I said, to myself, Richard's changed, man. That's a good thing.
Yeah, out with the old, in with the new, as they say. Maybe it's because I'm almost done with my house, and the contractors they're going to do the roof and this little trim that hangs under the roof are coming tomorrow.
Oh
Yay!
yeah, right on.
Paint the roof blue and the trim red to match the window red, and everything should be peachy.
Now, when you say this little trim that comes under the roof, are you talking about after the eaves trough?
No, just like the roof comes down and then there's trim directly under that that's maybe 8 inches wide or something, but it hangs out in like 3 little spots around the roof where my wife is afraid for me to get up on a ladder and do it. So rather than argue, I just
Yeah.
had the guys doing the roof go ahead and do it for me. Plus, I don't really feel like doing it. It's old and never been done, so it needs a lot of sanding and priming, and it's a pretty good sized job. And they're going to use scaffolding, so it'll be easy for them. But with a ladder, climbing all the way down and moving the ladder every few feet, it would take a while and be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I did my mom's roof, a whole section by myself. My brother was supposed to help me on it, and while he got kind of busy, he decided to go to the cottage instead with his wife and his kid, and I had to go up there myself in the condition that I was in. So anyway, I had to take some heavy painkillers in order to do that. And yeah, it wasn't a whole lot of fun. And so here I was, I had to load up some plywood onto the garage on the side of the house, and then put a ladder there on top of the garage. And then I did this all by myself, and those sheets of plywood, kind of tricky when you're doing it by yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Heavy too.
yeah, so I got the neighbors there watching me, and they're thinking, here's this guy, who says he's got a bad back, and now here he is doing all this by himself. It didn't look too good, you know what I'm saying?
Sure, I know what you mean.
Yeah, but anyway, I got up there with the power tools, the saw, and I got so stubborn. I'm like my dad was, and all by myself. And later on, here he shows up, my brother, and he's like, "Wow, man, you did that, eh?"
And
I
once
said,
all
"Yeah."
the hard shit's done, he shows up, huh?
Yeah. He's like, "Well, I said, "Yeah, no thanks to you. You fucked off, eh?" What did, I said, "What did you think? I couldn't fucking handle it?" I said, "You know what?" I said, "When I was healthy, and if I was healthy right now, I would fucking work you, make you look like a little fucking boy. I just get so like that, eh? Because I have that in me. I'm like my old man, eh?"
Yep. Dexter. And I don't know, Hassan's microphone was really spotty for a while. I don't know if he's chatting or not.
Is it okay right now?
Yeah. So I taught him a thing or two with the shingles. He started to put some shingles down, and I said to him, I said, for a guy that says he knows how to do roofing, I said, first of all, you already started the wrong way. And he looked at me. He goes, "What do you mean?" I said, "That's not how you do it." And I showed him, and I started laying them, and I got the first row and the second row going. I said, this is the proper way. And he looks at me, you know, he's got the smile on, because I'm his little brother. I'm 2 years younger than him. And here I am showing him how it's done, you know. He was a bit embarrassed, Richard?
Yeah. Sounds like a little resentment you've harbored for quite some time.
Yeah, I'll tell you where that comes from. I was in one of the rooms, the house, and I was on my knees doing something, some work, and the bugger, he comes behind me with a hammer, the hand of the hammer, and he hits me on the nuts with it, and I went down.
Man,
that hurt.
yes, he is your older brother, I can tell.
Man, that hurt. You know, I was going to kill him.
Yeah.
So I'll leave it at that, man.
Oh.
I had some thoughts of throwing him over the roof when we were doing the end of the roofing project, but I said, no, I better not, you know. He's a father now, you know. He's got to raise.
He
That's a
ended
joke.
up having to raise his kids on top of all that.
Yeah, that's a joke. I wouldn't throw him off the roof, man.
I know.
I used to get him. I used to get him really good. When we were a bit younger, and my mom used to, you know, put the food on the table, and he'd be looking, you know, at his plate. You know, he'd get the spoon. He was just about to start eating. I put my finger on it, and that would be it. He'd get so fucking mad he wouldn't touch it, man. My mom would say to him, "What's wrong?" Because she didn't see me do it, eh? He'd say, he just put his finger on my plate. I'm not eating. So she'd have to, you know, put a new plate of food. Yeah, I was a bugger.
Yeah, I think we all were when we look back. I mean, even people that are sort of scumbags when they're 50, they can probably look back and say how much better they are than when they were 20, you know? I would hope.
Yeah, that's just a brother thing, you know what I'm saying? Fucking
Sure.
around.
All right. All right.
So what else is going on, Richard?
Oh, not too much. I sort of zigged when I should have zagged, and was a little worried about this Trump thing, this Trump bill defeat. So I went to cash in the market, and then it started to go back up pretty significantly before I did anything. So
A bounce
now
back.
it's a little bit higher than I want, and I'm sitting in cash and sort of not doing much of anything, watching the days go by without making any money, which I don't really care about. But
Okay,
you know,
so
better to zig when you should have zagged and not lose anything than the opposite. But
so you were one of these guys that panicked.
no, I wouldn't say I panicked. I made a calculated decision to not lose any money at the risk of maybe not making some.
Okay.
But I'm just surprised that it's bounced back so quickly, because as far as I'm concerned, there was no risk in what I did because the market's already a little bit overpriced. So whether it's this week or next month, eventually there'll be a good buying opportunity. So that made for a good selling opportunity. And I'm just kind of surprised that the entire world markets are bouncing right back like nothing happened. You know?
See, this is the thing. Like with you, you're wise on this because you have to keep in mind and you have to watch and listen to what Trump says. You know, he's going to affect the market. You know, with a lot of the things that he says.
You know, it's not just him. You got these Federal Reserve people yakking all the time, and the CEOs, and probably the main reason is earnings season's just started. There's maybe 20 companies out of thousands that have reported.
First quarter. Yeah, you're
But
the
they've
first.
all reported, the interesting thing is they've all reported really good numbers. You know, it seems as though from just this little cursor beginning that the last quarter of profits they're reporting on are going to be, you know, actually quite a bit better than
Than
people
they
thought,
estimated.
and they already thought they were going to be pretty good. So that's kind of where this is coming from, more than Trump.
Right.
But, you know, it's the same old shit I'm so tired of hearing. People say, well, it was a really good quarter, but next one might not be so good, and the second half of the year is supposed to be great. Fuck, they've been saying that for fucking 5 years in a row, and the second half of the year is never any better than it was, you know? And fuck me, I'm just tired of hearing this same old shit as stuff gets more and more and more expensive. You know,
Yeah.
eventually, you know, the jig is up, and I'm refused to get caught, as they say, holding the bag
Yeah,
on
man.
top. You know, it's just not worth it. No need for me to do that. I'm trying to stay rich, not try to get rich.
Right.
But I also, you know, I'm glad that I'm kind of glad it bounced instead of go down, you know, a little bit more, because I might have shorted it and really been fucked and actually lost money, because I'm waiting, you know, much as I don't want to buy, I'm also waiting for a good opportunity, you know, to short the market. If this tax thing falls apart and everything's at all-time highs, I'd definitely short the market, because the jig is going to be up eventually as these things fail one after the next. You know?
Yeah.
There's a lot of stock price built into the idea that major tax relief is coming and healthcare was going to go away.
You know,
This,
I think some of those people that cashed into that Keystone deal, you know, I've invested into that. I think they're going to do well, man. You know.
Yeah, I think it's going to take them a little longer. Now they got rid of the federal government, but now they still, you know, have to overcome some state government lawsuits. You know, the people, you know, these environmentalists, they just file one lawsuit after the fucking next and try to stall this shit as long as they can.
Yeah, that's about it. They always stall this kind of thing, you know?
And it's really too bad, because they know full well that inevitably the pipeline is going to get built. You know,
right.
There's really no question about that.
I mean, what do they think is going to be, you know, taken over for the oil? I mean, the oil,
right.
You know.
Exactly. The thing is going to magically transport itself from Canada.
Right.
You know?
Right. I mean,
they really prefer to have it on rail cars that could explode.
Yeah. Or derail, or what have you.
Disaster. You know?
Exactly. I mean, this is the safer option for, you know, transporting of the oil.
Absolutely. Yes. Especially for human beings, because those rail lines go through some very populated areas where the pipeline is, you know, more isolated from human disaster.
Yeah, I mean, all they have to do is Google one disaster that happened actually in Quebec a few years ago, where these engineers, they messed up. They didn't put the braking system on, and you know, anyway, the train crashed into the town, and there was a massive explosion and stuff, and you know, the town went up in flames.
These people should take a look at the Alaska pipeline. That's things like 40-year-old technology. There have never been any major disasters from the pipeline. The Valdez oil spill was from a ship, not the pipeline. And this is 50-year better technology. What is anybody worried about? Do they really see oil pipelines bursting around the world or something? They're just crazy people that don't like anything except, you know, vegetarians, you know, or whatever. Just stupid.
Yeah, I think their heads are in a cloud, you know. They're out to lunch, if you ask me.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's too bad that, you know, the system sets it up so these sort of lone wolf extremists have enough power to shut down 10,000 jobs in a pipeline.
Yeah, disrupt, you know, everyone.
Yeah, the whole oil thing's a bit curious to me. There's so much of it now that people just are scratching their head. You know, just 10 years ago, they're like, oh my God, we can't find enough. What's going to happen? Now, everybody's like arguing with each other about who should stop pumping it. There's so much, you know?
Right. Well, they were manipulating the oil prices, what they were doing, and they were capitalizing.
Well, now they're trying to manipulate it so it doesn't fall too much under $50. You know, before they're trying to manipulate it up over 100. That's how much things have changed. You know?
Right. I mean, in the last 8 years, they were talking. I think actually in the last 2 to 3 years, these oil speculators they were talking that the oil prices were going to go to $200 a barrel. I recall that.
Well, it's like, remember when the gold people were talking $10,000 an ounce? You know, I mean, people get shit really wrong sometimes.
Yeah, man, couldn't believe that. Well, they were talking around $2,000 an ounce not long ago for oil, for gold.
Yeah,
and I thought
I seen a little spiel just a few minutes ago. Some guy talking about how, you know, this massive inflation that I don't see and nobody else sees is going to drive gold up to 1,500 here real quickly. I don't know. It's just, as far as I'm concerned, he's talking out of his ass. But I saw the number 1,500 on the screen a few minutes ago.
Yeah,
it isn't that far from 12 anyway, but still.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not even that far out of reality because, you know, if you use my Honda Civic indicator, $1,500 an ounce will be about the same number of ounces to buy a Honda Civic that you paid back in 1981.
Yeah.
Be a little bit, slightly more. It kind of depends on which Honda Civic you buy, I suppose. But, you know, they're about 10 ounces of gold, a little more.
Yeah, I remember those little cars back then, man.
Mm-hmm.
And the little Toyotas and the little Datsuns.
Yeah, my neighbor had one of the first Hondas. It wasn't even called a Civic. It was a little tiny 2-seater thing that was like the first car they came out with, and it was cool.
Yeah, man.
I liked it a lot.
I remember them.
Yeah. How far we've come with our blasting stereos and surround airbags and Bluetooth systems and all that stuff. You know?
Yeah, you remember the little Toyota Celica, the 74.
Yeah, that's a good car. Yeah, nice car.
Yeah, my buddy had one, the 74 Toyota Celica, man.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a Honda Type R. It's their little race car thing. And,
yeah, man.
It's really cool, but I'm not quite sure. It's not sedan-y at all. It's just a little sports car that the kids like. And, you know, if I was 20 years younger, I'd do it. But I'm thinking I might actually look like some old guy is trying to recapture his youth as I step out of it.
Yeah, they race those things, eh?
Oh, yeah. They're cool.
Yeah,
I like them. They're hard to get here because, you know, the people with that kind of money aren't really the people that want them. You have to be a rich kid, really, to buy one. And there aren't a lot of rich kids in Thailand. So, you know, the really rich ones want a Lamborghini or a Ferrari or something anyways. They're kind of hard to find here. You don't see them on the road very often, but it's my understanding that you can get one simply by going to the Honda dealer and ordering it. So it's not that hard to get.
You know? Yeah, I see these rappers and these big money, you know, entertainers with these Lamborghinis, you know, a special order, you know.
Gold wheels and shit.
Yeah.
Like that. You ever see any of the YouTube videos of cars in Dubai? Oh my God.
Yeah, man. It's crazy.
It is,
you know.
I saw a video about this hairdresser in Dubai, and she makes like $500 an hour. She's just laughing at the rest of the world and how little money they make, and she's the same hairdresser they are. You know, she's hopping in her Mercedes Benz and all this kind of stuff. And it was just wild. Whole different kind of world, you know.
I mean, how funny is it to be sitting in traffic in LA, in an LA freeway, bumper to bumper, sitting in a friggin' Ferrari or a Lamborghini?
Right. Right.
You know what I mean?
I know. And I
Doesn't
kind
make
of feel the
sense.
same way around here because unless you go driving at like 1 a.m. or something like that, you really can't enjoy that type R because there's so much traffic. As soon as you step on it, you're going to have to step on the brake because you're going to run
Yeah.
into somebody in front of you. You know?
I
So I
mean,
really
those,
question the sensibleness of a high-powered turbocharged car as opposed to a really nice sedan. I can just enjoy driving at normal speed. You know?
I mean, those cars are made for like the Autobahn, places like
Right.
that. Not for
Or just
LA.
country roads. You know, they're
Yeah.
made for pretty much anything except Bangkok. You know.
Yeah.
But they're
Yeah.
cool still. I don't know. We'll see what we do. I guess the reason I'm kind of okay with it is one of the places we like to go really does have that country windy country road that's really good for a sports car. But that's just a once a month or whatever trip. But still, it'd be really nice to have that car when we go there.
I've thought about it. I like to be sitting inside a real cool car, something like a Lamborghini or Ferrari, but electric, like a Tesla. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
Where,
We have a
you know-
BMW over here that's really, really cool looking. It's an all-electric BMW, but it's not that fast, and it's kind of goofy because it looks like a Lamborghini, but it's probably slower than my Camry. So it's kind of all looks and no action, but it's really fucking cool looking. I'll give them that.
Yeah, but I want to have the action and have that G-force where you're not expecting it. You come from a car, a combustion engine, with all that horsepower, and then you go into an electric car with all that power, and you don't hear the engine, and
Right.
you put your foot to the metal, and all that G-force. I'm talking, an electric car, and it
Sure.
just, I think it would be an amazing experience, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, oh, I agree. My neighbor's got a Prius, and every once in a while I'll be walking to the little shop to get cigarettes and beer, and he'll come driving home in his, basically car that makes no noise, and it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
You he's an interesting neighbor. You can tell he's kind of a green guy, he's got the environmental stuff in his mind. He just had a little baby, and really nice guy.
What I think, Richard, is we should have had as a second car an electric car 20 years ago, is what I'm saying right now.
Well, the problem is the battery storage and the price. The price, they had electric cars in the early 1900s, but they were, 4 times as costly to make, and they just weren't marketable. And they finally got electric cars to be fast, fun, and you don't have to charge them up every day. So,
but I think the governments should step in and help, and with these companies to make that happen and make it affordable for people.
The problem is ExxonMobil has a whole lot more money for lobbying than Elon Musk.
Well, this is the problem.
Right. And I don't really mind that we use up the oil, because if we don't use it up, maybe we'll never use it up. So what's the point of not using it up? And I've never really worried about the oil disappearing, because eventually we'll figure out something if that were to happen anyway. But what I do kind of worry about is a perfectly good resource that just wastes away that we never use. That's kind of a waste in itself too.
Yeah, but what we're not talking about is the impact on the environment and ourselves that all of the oil is impacting us health-wise with these carcinogens.
Right, I know. I just think that we and I'm pretty sure that gasoline or petrol-powered cars are going to last pretty much forever anyway. Just like you can still find a Stanley steamer, burn some logs, driving down the road in Maine each summer. You're going to be able to find people with antique gasoline cars 100 years from now driving them down the road too.
I know what you're saying. I just think we have to think out of the box. You know what I mean? and think.
Yeah, I'm just not so concerned about the environment as other people. It's not that I don't care about it.
Right.
It's that I don't agree that it's being harmed so much right now anyway. I think that,
Yeah,
I
well,
would
that's
say that maybe in the nick of time, maybe not in the nick of time, but we do now have this proliferation of solar, wind, electric cars, and
okay.
I've seen comments on the business news that the petrol age is coming to an end, and people are recognizing that the worry about the pollution from oil gets less and less every day, not more and more, because people want electric cars now. They want, the rich people are driving Teslas and other people want them,
Well, see, where I am over here right now, I have fresh air, so I'm okay. But that's besides the point. If I was in Mexico City, I wouldn't be able to breathe.
Right,
Right.
or Beijing.
Or
and that's-
Beijing.
Sure,
Beijing.
sure.
Yeah, I was gonna
Right.
mention
And that's
Beijing.
true.
And that's cars. That's cars alone, right? Beijing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
mostly.
you
Sure.
have
Beijing
you
has
have
a lot of factories
a lot of
too,
industry,
but yeah, it's cars.
factories. Yeah,
It's
a lot of
cars.
factories. But the point I'm trying to make too is we're not taking into account all these airplanes every day, also, right?
Sure.
Burning of the jet fuel, right?
I don't think anybody has really even attempted to make or market an electric engine for Boeing or anybody, have they?
No.
I can't
Yeah.
recall anybody trying to do that.
No, yeah, we're not there. We're not there, man. An electric engine for a friggin' jetliner? I don't think so, man. Can you imagine if Rolls-Royce came up with one? That would be really something, wouldn't it?
It really would be. And imagine how happy the flying passengers would be, because it would be so much quieter. The noise on a plane is fucking annoying, really annoying to me.
Yeah.
The other
Do you
people
think they have the technology, since we're talking about this, to make, let's say, a company like Rolls-Royce to make an electric engine for a jetliner?
My guess would be the problem is that the weight of the batteries would be so much that they wouldn't have enough room left for the passengers and the luggage. Or the luggage mostly. I think it would both take up room and weight.
Right.
And then they'd have to double the price of the ticket because they can only fit half as many people on.
Right, yeah.
I guess the problem would be.
Yeah, it's just not doable at this time.
Yeah, once they get really light batteries that can store plenty of energy, then they'll move on to things like Mack trucks and planes and trains.
Yeah, I think
I guess one of the reasons you can have an electric train is because you can put all the fucking weight on it you want, basically.
Yeah. I think the people that would know or answer that would be the people that are in that field of the lithium batteries.
Right, if it was that easy, somebody would be doing it already for sure. So there is some sort of blockage or something.
Yeah. But at least it's good that we're talking about it. You know what I'm saying?
It is, and I think it's really great that Panasonic hooked up with Elon Musk. Having that major electronics manufacturer, is a really great thing. I don't care if it's Panasonic or Sony or IBM, somebody being hooked up with that is a really, really good thing.
Yeah.
And I like Panasonic anyway. I think they make really great products.
They do. I remember, I think it was in '96, I went down to a stereo store and I bought a deck, a CD deck. It was a panny with a removable face, so that no thieves were going to be stealing my stereo in my truck anymore. And yeah, great stereo, man. Yeah. Panasonic does make good product, man. Even the TVs,
Yep. It's, hopefully in another 10 years, we'll be talking about some great products made in America that are competing. I'd like to see some, to bring back, it's like we think we have plenty of electronics. We have Apple and Google and Amazon and all that kind of stuff. But, I'd like to see some TVs and refrigerators and stuff like that a little more in the store, because most of them are, you know, Japanese or Korean or what have you. General Electric makes some, but not enough.
Yeah, actually,
I see a
where
whole new company, you know,
Yeah.
some American company that all of a sudden makes all kinds of shit that you would expect to be Japanese, whatever that was.
Yeah, where I am here, this town, they actually used to have many years ago a Mitsubishi plant. They used to make the tubes for the TVs here, eh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. The plant closed. I don't know if it was a labor dispute or what have you, but the plant closed down, and that was the end of that. So many of the locals lost their job there when that happened.
Yeah, I don't think people realize, you know, when a plant shuts down, what they envision in their mind is that there were 200 people at the plant and they lost their jobs. They don't think about, you know, the waitress that was serving breakfast
Yeah.
to those people that also lost her job, and the
Right.
guy at the gas station that isn't selling gas to 200 people going back and forth every day.
Right.
That whole, you know, that whole run-on effect to the economy
Right.
of the whole area. People
The
just
domino effect.
they don't make that association, I don't think. Or they'd be
Right.
more concerned about it, I guess.
Right. The domino effect, you know?
Yeah. They just don't they don't think that. They say, oh, the factory closed down, 200 people lost their jobs, that's the end of the story. Well, not at all. That's not at all the end of the story.
Right. It's like an automaker like GM there in Oshawa, Ontario there, you know, when they shut down, when they had that problem back in 2008, and the government bailed them out, you know, a lot of the businesses there, you know, all those employees, when they were out of work, a lot of those businesses, they lost a lot of money because these people were no longer, you know, going there and supporting them because they didn't have a job. It's pretty simple.
The big business right up the road from me makes wiring harnesses for automobiles here in Thailand. They laid off
Right.
50% of their people in 2008. I mean, it extends worldwide. Now somebody's
Right.
making the leather for the seat. Somebody else is
Right.
making the horn, you know, just everything.
Yeah.
You know, it really extends far and wide when you have a recession in a major spot like America, England, China, the EU, whatever.
Well, I know a couple of guys up here. They work for a company here. It's called TRW. And what that company does, it makes seatbelts. Seatbelts for GM, Ford, Chrysler, you name it.
Sure.
That's what they do all day, is make seatbelts. That'd be a boring job, eh? Making seatbelts?
I guess it sounds like it, but believe me, I've stood
job.
on a fish
It's a job,
sliming
though.
line and pulled guts out of fish for 20 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you want to talk about boring?
Yeah.
Like at one point, all I was able to do was stare at this cute Filipino slime lines over, you know? That's all I could do. Is like, to keep my sanity was just stare at this cute girl and imagine I was fucking her 20 hours a day, or I had to quit my job, you know?
Yeah. Hey, Dave.
Hey, Jose. Hey, Richard.
What's up, Dave? Sober today, Dave?
I've been asked to sing a song, if that's okay.
Ah,
Take 4
all
minutes
right.
of your time. It was
Whatever
actually
makes you
asked by a
happy.
guy. I don't usually do requests from men, but
Oh, wow.
this is a song I actually like. It's Simple Minds, Don't You Forget About Me. So
Don't you?
yeah, that.
Yeah, they did
So-
that song. Simple Minds did that song for the soundtrack for. They used it on the Breakfast Club. The
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah, exactly.
John Hughes.
So yeah, John, you call him John what?
John Hughes.
John Hughes, that's it. Yeah, he done a load of teen movies in the 80s.
16
So
Cans.
anyway, here we go. So boom, boom, boom. Just waiting right now. Won't you come see about me? I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Tell me your troubles and doubts, giving me everything inside and out, and love strange, so real in the dark. Think of the tender things that we were working on. Slow change may pull us apart. And when the light gets into your heart, baby, don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. Will you stand above me? Look my way, never love me. Rain keeps falling down, down, down. Will you recognize me? Call my name or walk on by. Rain keeps falling down, 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 down. Hey, 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 hey. Ooh, oh. Just need the music, don't we?
Let's say la 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 la.
Yeah. Well, not quite at that yet. Pretend that I'm feeling we'll win in the end. I won't harm you or touch your defenses. Vanity, insecurity. Don't you forget about me. I'll be alone, dancing, you know it, baby. Going to take you apart. I'll put us back together at heart, baby. Don't you forget about me. Don't you forget about me. When you walk on by, will you call my name? As you walk on by, will you call my name? And you walk away. Yeah, I'll fast forward it to the la 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 bit.
All right.
Right, here we are. I say la 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 la. La 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 la. You walk on by. There you go. That's the song and done for a
Yeah.
couple of hours.
He didn't know what to do when he got to that part, so he just said la la la
La
la.
la la la. It's the same
Yeah.
way. The U2 song with or without you.
Yeah.
The Edge didn't know what to do with the guitar solo, so he just decided to just strum, and yet it sounds great.
Yeah, Dave. Actually, he didn't. He was. John Hughes asked him to do a song, Simple Minds there, to write a song for the movie, The Breakfast Club, and he was reluctant to do a song. And John Hughes said to him, he said, "Look, you're not going to regret it. Just do a song." And then, he did. Finally, after some convincing, he did that song. Don't you forget about me. And sure enough,
it's actually not written by any member of Simple Minds. I don't know who wrote it, but it's not written by any member of the band. I know that for a fact.
Is that right? Eh?
Yeah, it's written by. It might have been written specifically for the film. I've got no idea, but I know it's not.
That was the story.
Yeah,
that was the story behind that. I remember that, and that's why I'm talking about it. You know.
Yeah.
I'm a John Hughes fan. He also
I
did.
love Ferris Bueller. I think that's a great film.
Yeah, he did that Ferris Bueller's Day Off there too, man.
That's fantastic. That is hilarious film.
He's from Chicago, John Hughes, and that's actually where he lived, eh?
Yeah. He done loads of films in the 80s. I mean, I suppose I'm an 80s kid, you know. grew
Yeah.
up watching a lot of the, I mean, I was born in 83, but in the 90s and all that, we used to get a lot of those films like in
Yeah.
BBC and ITV and whatever.
Yeah. So what I was saying about that's from memory, and I remember that. You know, the one that wrote that song. Yeah. So he got stuck there on La 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 La. He was reluctant. He didn't want to do a song for
I'm going to
that.
find that out for you, Jose. I'm going to
Yeah.
find out who bloody
Do
wrote
that, Dave. Do that.
Because I know it isn't. I know it isn't a member of Simple Minds. I know that for a fact.
Yeah, do that.
I'll find out for you.
Yeah.
What's it called again? Don't you forget about me.
Yeah.
I think it might have been wrote by multiple people, but I know that Jim Kerr didn't write it. I mean, he's a singer.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that right now, man, as well.
No, I'll do it. I've got it on right now. It was no, in fact, it doesn't tell you who wrote it. Bastard. It was written by Keith Forsey and Steve
Oh, yeah.
Schiff.
There it is. Yep, I got it.
Keith Forsey and Steve Schiff.
There it is.
So it isn't
John Hughes
actually.
Film, The
Yeah,
Breakfast Club was written by producer Keith Forsey and Steve Schiff.
yeah. It isn't
And the guitarist
Simple Minds
from-
original.
Nina Hagen Band.
Yeah, I don't know who they are.
Here it is, the facts.
Oh, she's seen a
Wow.
picky Nina Hagen. She looks kind of strange. I just clicked on Nina Hagen there, and there's a picture of her with this mad
Okay.
head right on.
Okay, so he didn't want to do it then. What's his name from Simple Minds? He didn't want to do
Jim-
that song.
Yeah, Jim Kerr is the lead singer.
Yeah, he didn't want to do that song.
Well, he done a good job of it. I mean, it's a great song.
Yeah.
It's probably the only Simple. I mean, Simple
That's
Minds
what
are
they're
a
known
Scottish.
for. I mean,
Simple Minds are a Scottish band, and I'm really critical of Scottish bands. The only Scottish band I really love is Belle and Sebastian. I don't know if you've ever heard them, but
No.
Simple Minds, I don't really rate them at all.
right. I mean, if you think of Simple Minds, what song comes to your mind?
Yeah, it's that one. It was a number one in
That song.
America, I think. I
Right.
think it was I think it was number one in America.
It put them on the map, did it not?
Yeah.
And what was the reason it put them on the map? The
The
Breakfast
fucking
Club.
film.
Was
Yeah,
it, well,
the film.
that movie.
Belfast Child is probably the only other song I like. Of them.
I mean, that movie exposed them, did it not, with that song?
Yeah, exactly. It became like your 80s stadium bands, you know.
Yeah, man. Oh, you were talking about U2. That song, and you were talking about that guitar piece.
With or without you.
Yeah, with or
It's-
without you.
Yeah, it's see how, cause it's one of those songs that it's like a very, very slow build up.
Yeah,
And they didn't know how to. It's in a documentary, classic albums documentary that the BBC done.
Yeah.
Well, there's loads of them. Anyway, the Edge wasn't sure what to do with the guitar solo, so he just strung. He just basically couple of
Yeah.
notes. Down,
Yeah,
down, down, down,
yeah.
down.
I remember
down,
reading
down.
a critic, a songwriter, a critic. I forget what magazine he worked for, and he had the lyrics to that song in particular, "With or Without You," and I read the lyrics to that song before the album was released, "The Joshua Tree," and I remember reading the lyrics, and I thought, "Wow, what a song, man!"
Yeah,
Because I became a U2 fan after I heard. I was in high school at the time, actually. "I Will Follow" was the first song I heard from U2, and the sound I never heard that kind of sound before, like from the guitar edge.
Yeah, the Edge has got a unique sound, but it's different when he's live. I've seen you two live. I've seen them in the what do you call it? The SCCC. I've seen them in the SCCC in Glasgow. Going back a while. I was still in my teens at the time. I went there with my older brother. But
What year? What year? Do you remember the year?
2000, I think it was 2000, 2001, something like that. But anyway, they were fantastic. But their sound live is completely different from what you hear on like your albums, you know, because the Edge uses that much feedback and that much pedals and all that on all his guitars. It's completely different. Although he's got a lot of that on the stage, especially now. I mean, their stage show is unbelievable. But Prince, I've seen Prince as well live. I've seen Prince at Celtic Park.
You lucky bugger!
When I was really young. Oh
man, you seen Prince, eh?
He was he was absolutely amazing.
You bugger, man!
What a show he put on! Oh,
you're a
he
bugger.
Was amazing. I was a huge. I mean, I wasn't really a great Prince fan. I went there with my older sister.
Wow.
She was a big Prince fan, and she basically tagged me along because I was only a young guy. I was only maybe 12 or 13, and I went along to see Prince, and it blew me away. It was unbelievable.
Wow, that was the first movie I went to see in a theater. Was Purple Rain, man?
Oh yeah.
I think that was what 85 was the year, I believe.
Something like that. Yeah, I mean, I actually got into Prince not straight after that gig. It was maybe a few years later when I started buying these albums. But with Prince, it was the early stuff I really loved, like your Purple Rain and stuff like that. Right. I'm talking about maybe 3 or 4 albums. Sign of the Times, I still think, is a masterpiece.
And then the second U2 song I heard was Sunday Bloody Sunday. And I remember hearing that and what was behind it, you know, what was going on there in Ireland. And I just thought, wow, man, this guy, Bono, this guy's quite the friggin' songwriter here, man.
It's actually every time, or not every time he sings it live, but sometimes he always says this is not a protest song, because Bloody Sunday was such a divisive thing in British history. It was murder, basically. It was murder of innocent people by the British Army.
Right, yeah, the IRA.
Yeah, it was murder by the British Army on Irish civilians.
Right.
That was Bloody Sunday.
Yeah.
Innocent people. I mean, I don't know the exact number. It's in the teens.
Yeah.
And the majority of them were shot in the back by British soldiers.
Right. I mean, when I used to hear that song, I used to see the Molotov cocktails, and I could see all that in my mind. You know, all the bloodshed and everything going down.
Thank God that it's not like that anymore in Northern Ireland. I mean, there's a peace process that's worked. I mean, you ever speak to Rose and she'll tell you that it's a totally different city.
I mean, when I turned on the TV and stuff, you could see that on the news when they used to show Ireland and what was going on there. You could see, you know, them shooting at the protesters and stuff. And I used to have to turn the TV to another channel because it was just too much, man.
Yeah, I mean, this is only across the water for me, you know.
Yeah.
So I've got a lot of empathy with them. And in Glasgow, we get a lot of sectarian stuff, you know, because of Celtic and Rangers, the Catholic and Protestant stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's parades every single July. In July the 12th, they always have a parade to celebrate, or I'll do that in hashtags, celebrate the 1690 war. I mean, they still do that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
I've actually been to it. I've actually been to it with Protestant friends, and you're allowed to drink in the street, you're allowed to piss in the street and all this stuff. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, going back to that time, I couldn't imagine what it would be like to be living there and being one of those people, you know, when all that was going on, man.
No,
You know,
it
that's
was
very
what
traumatic.
I've heard. I mean, my grandfather came from Northern Ireland. He wasn't from Belfast, but he was from Ballymoney,
Yeah,
and he used to tell me some horror stories back in the day because he was Catholic,
yeah,
and they were a repressed or oppressed. Sorry, they were an
right,
oppressed minority in Northern Ireland. I mean, he wasn't a strict Republican, you know, but that was his tendency. He was a nationalist, but he wasn't pro IRA or anything.
right,
Actually, the IRA became more popular after Bloody Sunday. See, in 1971, when Bloody Sunday actually happened,
right.
the IRA became more. The IRA actually gathered more support after that. That's why all the killings happened in England,
Yeah,
with all the pub bombings, the Guildford and Birmingham bombings, and all that. That all was a consequence of Bloody Sunday.
right. That was
And
a going on thing, you know. It looked like it was never going to end, you know.
it was really really bad. I mean, it became normality to
Yeah,
see it on the news. It was in the news here every day, practically every day. It was
yeah.
on the
But
news here.
don't think that we weren't watching and we didn't know what was going on, because
No, I
we did,
mean
we did,
Clinton
man.
came over plenty of times when he was president. He came over to Ireland plenty of times. I don't think Bush did. I mean Bush Jr. I don't think he did, but I know Clinton did. Clinton was over plenty of times to Ireland. I think he had Irish heritage. Talking to the Taoiseach in Dublin, and he would go over to Belfast as well. But it was really John Major and Tony Blair. Probably the only good thing Tony Blair ever done was get the two sides together talking, you know. And then
Yeah,
you actually got to see Ian Paisley and Martin McGuinness shaking hands, which
right. Yeah, that
10 years before it would have been an absolute no chance.
you know, that
I mean,
should have happened.
they're both dead now, so I don't know. I mean, they actually had a recent election to run their devolved government, and it was a stalemate, you know. So
Yeah, well, that should have been done earlier. You know, it took too long for that to happen. I'm not saying, you know, people weren't grateful when it did come to that. It was just too much bloodshed and too many innocent people whose lives were lost, you know, during that time period.
I mean, the paramilitaries that are still alive in Northern Ireland are basically all drug dealers now.
Yeah,
That's all they are. I mean, I talked to, you know, Will Murphy, a dear legend, or whatever he calls himself now. Me and him discuss that because he kind of reads up on it and all, because he's from that area, you know.
yeah,
Les Rose, she's from the area, but she doesn't really bother about it as much. But
right.
when I talk to Will Murphy, I've always got on with him. I know he can be a wee bit mad at times, but I always got on with him, and
Yeah,
we kind of discuss it. And I'm telling you, you should subscribe to him. Whether it's the Will Murphy avatar or the Adair Legend avatar, because there's a lot of really interesting stuff that he's got on there.
yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm not
he isn't biased. He isn't biased. I think he's Catholic because he's surname Murphy, you know.
yeah, no,
He is not. He's not biased in any way because he hates both of them. You know, he hates the UDA, hates the IRA, or whatever they're called. In fact, I'm going to have to start fucking. I mean, I'm going to have to start to get ready to leave. I'm still at work yakking.
yeah, no.
I'm going to have to. I mean, it's 20 past 4. I finish at 5.
Yeah,
So I'm going to have to ditch you, Jose. Sorry.
yeah. Okay, we'll talk more later, Dave, about the Joshua Tree and stuff, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I love talking music. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
man.
be back maybe an hour. Okay.
Yeah, okay, Dave. We'll talk then.
Right, Jose, man.
All right.
Cheerio, pal.
Be safe, man.
See you later, Dave. Oh, he already left. Oh, I know you love talking about music, don't you, Jose? You're a musical guy.
Well, I mean, it's better than listening to Lyserge with his vulgar insulting ways.
It is, for sure. I'm just not a music guy. I don't.
Yeah.
Don't really care. I did
When
YouTube
it
to MP3, my list on YouTube, and have it for my car though.
You know what it is, Richard? I mean, if you go back to what do you call Monterey stock, and you see there, you know, in that time of what was going on, like in my mind, I think, you know, what went wrong after that, you know, after
Right.
Vietnam, you know, and those brave men came back. Have we not learned anything?
Well, we seem to have learned some things. You know, I think America, anyway, made a pact with itself to not blame the soldier for soldiering anyway. And it made a real
Right.
conscious effort, you know, during Desert Storm to make sure the Vietnam thing didn't happen again.
Right.
But as far as whether or not we're going to start wars or not, we haven't learned anything on that front, I don't think.
Yeah, I like your input on that, Richard. Carry on with what you're saying.
Well, just, you know, during that time, everyone, you know, in America, I don't know if they probably weren't doing it in Canada, but there was a big wave of people to wear orange armbands and to just make sure that no matter what happened in Desert Storm, that when the people came home, they weren't treated the same way as Vietnam veterans. That's people were more concerned about that than they were concerned about winning the war in the beginning.
Right. So in other words, they were righting a wrong that happened after Vietnam.
Absolutely, yeah. They were certainly making sure that that was not going to happen again. And I'd say that it was A, successful, and B, has continued on with that same success, at least up until now. I think disparaging veterans is considered a really bad thing these days. In fact, I think it's gone too far, because people make it sound like every single person that joined the military, you know, is a saint worthy of praise, which is also absolutely not true. But better that than having people spit on who only did what they were told to do.
So in other words, U.S., they killed two birds with one stone with that Desert Storm situation, where, you know, they flex their muscle, showing, you know, these tyrants of the world that, you know what, this is what we can do. All right. This is who we are. We're not going to tolerate your crap. And at the same time, they show that they do have that human level where they're going to be treating their veterans the right way, as opposed to the way they treated them when they came back from Vietnam.
And I have mixed feelings about that whole thing, because, you know, I saw a lot of people with these little ribbon flag things on their car as a populist thing. They really didn't give two fucks about veterans at all. They just wanted their neighbors to think they did. And they're just disingenuous, insincere. But once again, better that, you know, better that than, you know, throwing rocks at veterans. So, like I said, I have mixed feelings, but I don't like the populist, disingenuous nonsense where people are all about the veterans right up until they might have to pay 50 cents more in tax or something.
There you go. Very well said, Richard. The disingenuous, you were bang on there.
Yeah, I just don't like disingenuous is right up there with drunkard when it comes to the kind of people I don't like to talk to.
Right. But at the end of the day, they sooner or later they show their true colors. Those people.
Right, and I think that they probably, you know, a lot of those disingenuous people probably realize that maybe they should become sincere about it anyway. You know, I think over time people realize that, you know, people, you know, actually I'm not sure exactly how much people really do realize this, but people join the military to get an education and a skill they can bring to the civilian world much more, and much more so than to go fight wars in other countries. That's not why people join the military. So they're basically just people willing to go to a war in order to learn a skill for a really bargain price. And there's no reason to spit on people like that because they end up in a war. They, unless, the very small number of people that may go in just to be a Navy SEAL or to be in the recon unit or really to be a career soldier, that's the, less than 1% of the 1% that go into the military. The rest are cooks and auto mechanics and, jet engine repairmen and things like that.
Well, when I was 17, I had that part-time job pumping gas, and this older, he wasn't that much older, but to me he was older, Benjamin, he actually, he served in the army, Portuguese army, which was mandatory, and he was a used car salesman, and he used to come into the gas station and he used to talk to me and stuff, and he asked me, he said, have you figured out what you're going to do after, you finish high school, right? And I looked at him and I said, not yet, I said, my old man here, he thinks, he wants me to be a mechanic, but I'm going to be learning how to be a mechanic, but I don't think, from what I see, I want to be a mechanic. I said, I'm going to be learning it and stuff. I'm going to work on my own vehicles, but I don't want to be doing that for a living for somebody else. My heart's not in that. He says, well, have you figured out what you're going to do though? I said, well, not yet. I'm still doing what I do, and having a good time right now. I don't have time to think about that. He says, well, you should think about it because, you're at that age and stuff. You should figure it out. He says, have you thought about joining, like the army, Canadian army? And I thought, well, I haven't given that thought. He says, well, so he says to me, he says, it's a good deal. You join the army and you could figure out what you want to do. You could even be a mechanic as well. Doesn't cost you anything, and you get paid. Every month they pay you and stuff. And if you don't like that, you could find something else in the army that it might take your interest, and you could apply yourself to that. He said, well, it's just something for you to think about, Joe, I said, yeah, I'll think about that, man. And so every time he used to come in, he used to say the same thing to me. Have you been thinking about it, what you want to do? And I'd look at him and say, yeah, I've been thinking about it. But he would always, get me with that, because he knew that, he was looking at himself, at his life. Here he is, if he had the opportunity to go back, that's what he would have done, because he wasn't in Canada. You're not forced, to go to the army. That's a choice you can make, right? But his situation, it was mandatory. When you turn 16, you get drafted, and you have to go to the army in Portugal. That's just the way it was for him and everybody else. And to make a long story short, I did give it some thought, and I looked and weighed all the pros and cons. And when I did finish high school, I walked into the government office for the veterans to sign up, and there was two guys there in their camouflage army uniforms, and I said, I want to sign up, right? And the one guy said, do you have your birth certificate with you? I said, no, I don't. He goes, are you Canadian? I said, well, I'm a landed immigrant. He said, well, you need to be Canadian to join the army. I said, well, I don't have those papers. He said, well, first of all, you need to be a Canadian citizen to join the army. Until then, you can't sign up. I said, okay, thanks for that, man. And I walked out. A couple of years later, I did get my citizenship, but after I was already working, Richard, so I never went back to sign up. But that was what my intention was. If I would have signed up that day, I was ready to go, man, and find something, a trade for myself, where I didn't have to go to college and pay out of my pocket. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, and they also, like, they have different deals for different time periods, but when I was in, for every dollar you saved, they would give you $2. So you'd end up with $3 for every dollar you saved, as long as you spent it on college. Which is a pretty good deal. It's not free, but it's 30% discount. That was a good deal. And I actually contributed to the fund, but ended up just taking my cash back because I decided not to use it at that time.
Hi, Sean.
Hi, Sean.
Hello, Richard. Hi, Joe.
Hi.
You don't sound very happy.
How are you, Sean?
I need some man advice, guys.
Okay.
I'm having a load of messages asking me to go to the pub.
Whoa. Lucky you.
I don't know what to do, Joe. You know what situation I'm in?
Yeah, well, there's a Rolling Stone lyric, what to do? Yeah, I really don't know. I really don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do. They're all nagging me. And one of them is really, really best mates with him.
Okay.
And he's like, where are you? Come on, we want you to come to karaoke and that. And I'm like,
Woo.
Some things I can't avoid. Do you know what I mean? I don't know what to do.
Yeah. One of them, you said one of them is best friends with him?
They are really close.
Okay. Now, is this the one that messaged you?
No, that's another friend of ours who's also really close to him.
Okay. Now, is he going and using that friend to message you?
No, he wouldn't do that. No.
Okay.
He's still in work anyway. He doesn't come into the pub until about he comes into the pub about 7:30, 8 o'clock in the night. And more often than not, he never goes to Wetherspoons on a Wednesday. But okay. I don't want to be bumping into anybody, and do you know what I mean? I just want a peaceful life.
Right. If you want to talk to me after, you and I can have a talk after.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have to head out in a minute.
Okay.
They're all waiting for me in the pub. There's Gavin, Janice, Bob, Leon.
Okay.
And Gavin is the one who's really good friends with them.
Oh, all right.
So they're all waiting for me in the pub. They're all expecting me, you know?
Yeah. Are you in a good mood?
I'm in a good mood, yeah.
Good. Get up and, are you ready to go out?
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm sat here in my, my biker boots and my leather jacket and.
All right. Man, I bet you look just beautiful.
Well, I try my best.
Too bad I'm not sitting there waiting for you at that pub.
Sorry?
I said, too bad I'm not sitting at that pub waiting for you to come and walk in.
That's a pity, that is, because it would, do you know what I mean? It would make me feel more at ease if it was you I was going to meet.
Yeah, well. Do they have a pool table there? Do they have a pool table there?
No, there's no pool table, but we just have a drink and we sit down and have a chat and that.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I'm dreading him walking in because I don't know who he's going to bring with him. And
yeah.
to be honest with you, I think that when he brought, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know. Richard's good at things like this.
Yeah, ask Richard.
Well, I'm
Richard.
not really privy to what you're actually talking about, so I was just sitting back.
Ask him, Sean.
There's somebody I really I'm not happy with right now. I don't really want to see him. I don't want to speak to him. You know, he's hurt me a lot with the things that he said to me. But at the end of the day, all our friends, we bother in the same circle of friends, but all our friends and that phoning, you know, they're all messaging me tonight and saying, oh, come on, you come into the pub, we're all waiting on you.
My advice would be to say no thank you and ask him to send you an email so you have more time to think about it than being ambushed by a bunch of people in a bar, how you should solve all your problems right now. I'd say,
Richard.
you know, I'd like to, you know, I know you're my friend. I know we run in the same circles and all that, and that's great. But why don't you please just send me an email so I can think about it. I'll send it back to you, and we can meet in the bar after we do that. And that'll give you time to think about whatever it is he has to say. You won't have to worry about you against everybody else telling you how you should, you know, get along with this guy better, or you should do this, or you should do that. It'll be more one-on-one, and you can always do the bar thing tomorrow or the next day or whatever.
Yeah, but Richard, they don't actually know what's gone on between me and him. Nobody knows.
They're trying to
well, you don't even have to say anything. You can just say, well, you know, I'll be coming to the bar after I deal with a personal issue, and maybe that guy will tell him, maybe he won't. But you don't just say I have a personal issue to deal with, and email the guy you're not getting along with and saying, look, I'd like to deal with this over email before we meet in person.
Nice.
And then you can at least get a little bit of it out of the way in email before you have to, you know, make the quick snap decisions right then and there in front of somebody. That's just what I would recommend.
Nice, Richard.
Yeah, but
seems to me what you really want is advice on what to do, because you've already made up your mind that you're going anyway. And in that regard, I would say just to be very slow and careful when somebody says something to you. Say, well, you know, that's interesting. Let me think about it for a minute. Don't be pressured into giving quick responses to what is probably for you a complicated issue. And I certainly wouldn't be trying to solve this problem while drinking alcohol. That's probably not a good idea either.
I think they're curious, Sean. They're curious, and they want to know what's going on based on what he's divulged to them.
Right. They want to see this whole thing unfold in person.
Right.
When it's really a private issue that's none of their business anyway.
Right, Richard. Yes.
I don't know. I don't think he would have said anything to them if he's even seen them, because the lady who messaged me, Janice, she lives quite a few miles away from you, and she only comes up on a Wednesday for karaoke anyway. And the other two, Bob and Leon, they don't come in the pub all that often. I see them about once a week on a Wednesday because we go down to the other bar for karaoke. But Gavin is really, really good friends with Ryan. So I'm wondering,
I'll just leave you with this, and that is that if you're going expecting not to talk about it, nothing to happen, that's okay. But if it happens to come up, don't be afraid to say, hey, I just came here to drink tonight. I know we have a little problem going on, and once I sober up, why don't we talk about it then? Don't feel compelled to solve the issue at the bar
Right.
tonight, you know.
Or divulge your personal information.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to say anything. But if I see him there and he says something to me, like if I see him when I'm on my way to the toilet or whatever, and do you know what I mean?
Right, just say, look, we're both here drinking, and we can discuss this later. Now is not the time.
Right, Richard.
Yeah, that's a good way to handle it. Yeah, so if I bump into him and he sort of said, you know, we'll discuss this some other time, but I want to say to him, I don't want to argue with you.
Right.
Right, and there, what you've done by doing that is you've indicated kind of that you're concerned and you want to solve the problem, and he'll be a little relieved over that.
And
But
now's
not the time, and we'll get it all taken care of later. So his mind will be put at rest, and you'll be more comfortable when you actually do talk about it later, you know?
Yeah, the thing is, I can't not go, because if I thought about it, like I can go maybe just once a week but the thing is, I can't stop going to the pub altogether, because if I do, people are going to know something is up.
Yeah, Sean, that's correct.
Well, just go and talk, you know, sort of lay the seed for solving the problem by just saying, look, I know we have a little tiff going on. We'll get to it, but not right now, because we're here at the bar drinking and having fun. But make sure you get back to me tomorrow, and everybody will be happy, and you won't even have to worry about it the rest of the night.
Yeah.
He'll probably be really relieved that he didn't have to talk about it. You know what I mean? He'll be just as relieved as you that you don't have to sit around and talk about it tonight, you know?
That's the thing, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, neither does he, but you both would like the problem to solve itself without talking, which is not going to happen. But you can at least acknowledge to each other that you do want to solve the problem, but just not right now.
Yeah.
And I promise you it will make it easier to solve the problem later, because you've already got over that hurdle of, oh my God, does she even want to solve the problem with me? Do I want to solve the problem with her? You'll at least get that part out of the way, because you'll both be happy that you do want to solve the problem, but you don't have to do it right now. You'll both walk away happy with that encounter.
And get the monkey off your back at the same time.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, I was all ready anyway. I'd go in somewhere. I need to be somewhere else. Well, we had a bit of a crisis on in work earlier. They rang me up and I had to sort a few things out there. So I sorted that out. And then I got dressed nice and tidy, because I wanted to go down to the supermarket and get a few things. You know, but when they rang me, saying, you know, they messaged me earlier saying, oh, you know, we're at the pub. Come down, and they said, oh, Gavin is coming as well, which he's a really close friend of Ryan's. But I don't know. See, I don't know if anything would have been said to Gavin. That's what I'm worried. But if Gavin says anything to me, you know, I'm going to tell him straight. I'm going to say, look, I'm not going to talk about it with you. It's mine.
Exactly.
Me and Ryan, I'm not going to discuss this. I'm not going to discuss it with you. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah.
Well, don't say it that way. Keep it on the positive. Say, I'd love, don't say I'm not going to discuss it with you. Say, I would love to discuss this with you, but just not right now. We'll do it tomorrow or the next day. Don't put it in negative words of I'm not going to do this or I don't want to do that. Flip it around and say, I really want to take care of this with you, but let's do it tomorrow. You see the difference between saying I don't want to discuss it with you and then saying I do want to discuss it with you, but just not right now. It's people hear two totally different things when you change it that way.
I'm not actually talking about him. Is a close friend. I'm talking about a close friend of his, Gavin.
Right.
Tonight. And I'm worried Ryan has spoken to Gavin about something.
Right.
But I
And
was
it's personal.
Just tell
And it's
him,
personal.
you should say, you know, I'd love to talk about this with you someday after it's all over and me and my friend have figured it all out. We can all sit around and laugh about it over a drink. But now, in the middle of the situation, it's really not the time to discuss it with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
And he'll understand that if you know, he will. He doesn't really have a choice because it makes sense, and he can't really argue against that. You know,
Right.
well, really, you really
None of
should
his
talk to
business.
me about it. You know, what's he going to say? You know, nothing.
It's none of Gavin's business to begin with.
Right. You don't have to put it exactly that way. Once again, you say, yeah, I'd love to sit around and joke about it with you someday after it's all over, but let's wait till it's all over to do that. You know?
Yeah, I'm just gonna. To be honest with you, I'm just gonna not mention him whatsoever. I'm just not gonna mention his name. But if,
Right. Well, there's no point in bringing it up if you don't
Right.
want to talk about it anyway. That's for sure.
as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to do with anybody else. It's between me and him.
Right.
You know, me and him have got the problem, and not anybody else. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they'll know that too. I mean, as soon as you say something like that, it's an unarguable point because they'll say, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry for asking. You know, they're going to try to get into the gossip. But when you say, I'm sorry, I'm not gossiping, they'll say, okay, fine.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I suppose there's well, pros and cons to having a row with somebody. I've lost about 5 pounds in weight. Crazy.
What's that?
Sorry, I broke up then, didn't I? I said I suppose there's pros and cons to having an argument with somebody, but a bust up, because I've lost about 5 pounds in weight
Whoa.
in the last week and a half. I think I've lost about 5 pounds. My coat is I tried stuff on earlier, and
Right.
they're loose on me.
Yeah.
So,
I know what that's about.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm, with work as well.
Yeah.
With this situation, I think it's all, just a bit stressful.
Right. Well, you remember what I said to you yesterday, right? Pertaining to me.
No, well, give me a clue.
I'm always here, right?
Oh, right, yeah. Yeah,
All right.
I'll be okay. It'll all blow over,
Yeah.
It'll blow over. I'll have to, because we bother it, we hang in the same circles. So it'll have to get sorted one way or another. But
Right.
to be honest with you, I just don't want to talk to him right now. I'm sick for the things he said, and I don't really want to talk to him right now. I just want to give it some time. Maybe about 6 months.
Yeah. I respect what Richard was saying to you. He is bang on.
The thing is, I'm a nasty piece of work when I lose my temper, and I don't want to end up punching him and getting banned from that fucking pub as well. Do you know what I mean? Because the last time I ended up having a row with somebody, I ended up knocking him out and ended up getting fucking banned from the place for nearly 2 years,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I realized something about myself in the last couple of months, actually, where, I started to drop a lot of weight, and actually it was my pain specialist who noticed it. I didn't think he noticed it, but,
Okay.
I don't know what I was thinking, because when I see him, I take my shirt off and stuff, and he gives me the
Oh,
injection
good morning.
in the back.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he noticed big time,
Mm.
Anyway.
Oh, I'm going to take off, guys, so I just want to say goodbye. I hope
All
my
right,
advice
Richard.
helps, Sean, and see you later, Danone.
Yeah, that was really good advice there, Richard.
Richard, very much appreciated.
Oh, you're welcome. We'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Richard.
Yeah, I noticed I put clothes on earlier on, and I noticed that everything I've tried on is literally really big on me.
Right.
I think I've dropped about 5 pounds within the last week and a half.
Yeah. So you've been suppressing. You've been suppressing this, eh, for the past week, eh?
Well, it started from last Saturday. You know the Saturday I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
So it's been going on now. It started 2 weeks this Saturday. It happened, and it's been going on now since then. And I've lost probably about 5 pounds since then.
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
Mm,
You know that.
yeah.
Yeah, and especially what you do, your line of work, it's compounded.
Well, I've had a chat to one of the other counsellors actually, Aaron. He's gonna speak to me tomorrow. He wants me to come in tomorrow and speak to him.
Okay.
Because I'm not really one that likes talking about things. I like to just
Yeah.
like in the pub. Some people find it easy to talk to me because they know what I do as a job, and they'll
Right.
come next to me and they'll talk about their problems, and I listen, and and I try and do my best to advise them. But with me, it's different. I like to just work things out myself. But I spoke to one of the other counsellors anyway earlier on about what's been going on, and he said he wants to see me tomorrow. So
Yeah.
I'll go in to him tomorrow.
Usually, it's winter, and the reason, it was a different kind of thing for me this time. But usually when I work things out, I usually walk, and I clear myself up that way. You know what I'm saying? A long walk in nature and stuff. That's my remedy, really.
Yeah, I do that, but I also like going for like bike rides as well.
Yeah.
Push bike.
Yeah.
So I like doing that as well. I don't want to argue. I don't dislike him. I don't hate him. I genuinely feel sorry for what he's going through right now. I do, because I've been there myself in the past. But I just don't want to. I don't want to argue, and I don't want to talk about anything that's gone on right now.
Right.
I just want to leave it a while.
Yeah.
Like I said, he really, really has upset me, and I just, to be honest with you, I don't want to end up in a situation where I tell him to fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think you're doing all right. Yeah, you don't need to go there with telling him that.
I was thinking about it. I can't avoid going there because they're all going to know something's up then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
That's a big red flag for them.
I can stop going there as much, but I can't stop going there altogether because they're all going to be thinking, well, why isn't she here?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
he's acting like this, and he hasn't
Right.
come out. She hasn't. What's going on between them? Do you know what I mean? And I don't. That's the last thing I want anybody to
Right.
know.
Because they're going to go there. That's what they're going to be thinking. They'll be preoccupied with that.
Yeah, I don't want anybody to know anything.
Right.
Mm.
Don't let them see that. Don't let them see that side of you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Where you lose your temper and
Don't let. I'm not going to let them know that I'm upset or anything like that.
or them. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not upset. I'm just pissed off with them. I just want to.
I know, but what I'm saying is, if you're in a situation sitting down with them, and someone says something, pertaining to him.
No,
You
if
don't want.
someone says anything about Ryan, I'll just act normal, and
Yeah.
I'll just say, if they say, oh, you've seen him and that, I'll just say, oh, no, not really, I haven't seen him since the weekend, and
Right. And that's it. You just leave it
I'll
at that.
just I'll just act normal.
Yeah, because I think they want something juicy. That's what I think.
To be honest with you, I don't think anybody knows. Like he was saying stuff to Andrew. But I don't think I think he said it in a joking manner. He come out with it. But the thing is, he's always coming out with stuff like that, and nobody takes any notice of him. Because Andrew looked at, Andrew, he come out with this in this other bar. Andrew sort of looked at me and looked at him, and he was like, Ryan, shut the fuck up, what are you talking about,
Yeah, you'd be surprised what people think.
No, they won't think any less of me.
Who are you saying is his friend? His
Gavin.
best friend? Gavin.
Gavin, yeah.
So in your mind, you think he hasn't said nothing to him?
I don't know. I think maybe he said something to Gavin.
We'll just leave it at that.
I don't know. Maybe he said something to Gavin, maybe. But if Gavin turns around and says anything to me, I'll just say, well...
Yeah, what Richard was telling you.
No, if Gavin turns around and says to me anything to me, I'll just say, well, that's between Ryan and myself.
Yeah.
I don't want to get into any arguments or anything,
Right. I think Gavin is trying to pry.
No, he does. I haven't spoken to Gavin. Janice texted me and she said, oh, you come in. This is what she said to me. Hang on, I'll read it to you now. Janice texted me. She said, hi, Bob and I are in Spoons. Love Janice. And she said, Bebop is coming out, which Bebop is Gavin. And I said, oh, hiya, Janice. I'll meet you in the Foresters later if I can, which is another pub where we do the karaoke. I said, we've had a bit of a crisis on at work. And she said, okay, text me in case I'm still in Spoons. Janice doesn't know anything, because if Janice knew anything, she would have rang me. Janice would have.
Yeah.
She doesn't know anything. Or she would have turned around and said something via text to me.
Yeah, she's your close friend, right?
Yeah, but Gavin, Ryan may have said something to Gavin, because them two are pretty close.
Yeah.
So, but if Gavin does, to be honest with you, I doubt whether Gavin will say anything anyway. But if he does, it would probably just be in a joking manner. He would probably turn around and say to me something stupid like, oh, have you seen Ryan about lately then? And he'd probably wink at me, but he wouldn't say anything,
Okay. What's going on with Beck? He's here, but he's got his mic off.
To himself, perhaps his wife have tied him up for an hour or something.
He wishes.
No, he wishes, yeah.
I haven't heard him in quite a while.
Yeah, Becky, what you doing? Yeah, I don't know what she doing. What's she up to? Yeah.
So, are you ready to go out or no?
Am I ready? I'm all ready. I'm sat here. I'm ready, but I'm not. I'm physically ready, but I'm not psychologically mentally ready.
Right.
I'm gonna go to the shop and that first before I pop in there anyway.
Try and keep your heart rate down when you walk inside the pub.
He won't be there until about 7:30, 8 anyway, if he does come at all.
Just remember to breathe.
Yeah. Well, I can't eat.
Yeah.
I just haven't been able to eat. I don't know.
I know all about that, can't eat thing.
When I'm nervous sometimes, well, years ago, didn't I? I had a nervous breakdown and I suffered with, I had anxiety and I had really bad anxiety yesterday. Really bad.
Yeah.
Things in my neck and in my chest. And it's all to do with this situation. But he'll get his karma, Jose, don't you worry. He'll get his karma. They all do.
Yeah.
You know.
I know all about anxiety.
Yeah, right, I better go, hadn't I? I can't sit here, otherwise I'll put it off all night, and I gotta go and face it.
You know what? I think you're gonna have a good time, Sean. Be yourself. Be your old self.
Yeah, I'll try.
You know what I mean? And that's the Sean we love.
Well, I'm glad somebody loves me.
Yeah.
I'm glad some people appreciate me. I'll try my best. I'll just get on with it.
Yeah, just be yourself.
Yeah.
What's the little one doing?
Oh, she's not coming home again. She's decided that she's she's staying in school until like 8 o'clock, until it closes. She's having like music lessons and stuff. And she's decided she's going to go and stay over at her friend's house again. So I'm on my own really. There's nothing much for me to do. I'll only be sat here just with my friends.
Does her friend play a musical instrument as well?
Yeah, he plays guitar. He's one of the ones. And to be honest with you, I think he's my friends. But I've had a chat with the parents, and I've said to them, make sure they're not sleeping in the same bedroom and that. But his parents are really posh anyway. His dad is a solicitor. So I know that they're good people and that, and but I said, look, make sure they're not sleeping in the same room.
Right. Yeah.
Because the last thing I want is anything dodgy going on. Do you know what I mean?
Of course. Have you had the talk with her?
Oh, we've had all the talks in the world. And she's like, oh, Mom, look, shut up. I'm not interested in boys, We've had all the chats. He is very much like I was, I mean, I never even had, I never even had any type of relationship with a man until like 18, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Wanting, and I don't mean sex, I mean like any, even, a kiss and that, do you know what I mean? I just want interest.
Yeah.
We've had this chat anyway, we've sorted it all out with her.
Good.
But
I don't know, like, I mean, if I had a daughter, man, I don't know. That'd be the toughest job in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it is difficult, but I'm used to it now. I've had it for almost 13 years, so I'm used to it.
I know. Yeah, but I'm talking from a male point of view. Being a father, to a daughter, man.
Yeah.
That's got to be the toughest job in the world.
Yeah, it is tough. It's tough, especially when you got to be the mother and the father as well, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I have the highest respect for you, Sean.
Mm.
I was at my friend's place. Known him since grade 5, and this was, I forget how many years ago. And I was in the living room, and his daughter, she was 19 at the time, and I heard him say something to her in the hallway. She was leaving her room, and he said, "You're not wearing that." And she mumbled some words. He said, "No, no, 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 you're not leaving the house like that. Put something else on." And I thought to myself, wow, I've known him since we were kids, and now he's a father. He's got a daughter, and wow, I try to put myself in his shoes, and how would I react? I'd probably be more, you know, what's the word? Yeah, I think I would be more old-fashioned. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
I'd always probably be on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Like
She,
have my daughter be more conservative. You know what I mean?
she just messaged me again saying I might come in, so I'm going to have to love you and leave you. I'm gonna
All right. Okay.
So I'll just go to shut them up, even if I only stay for half hour. So I'll speak
Yeah.
to you later anyway.
Okay. I'll talk to you later, Sean.
When I get home, it'll be early, so it'll be early for you. So I'll probably speak to you later on, okay?
Okay. Love you. I'll see you later.
Love you, Jose. Bye. Bye.
All right. Bye. Bye, Sean.
Hey, Jamel, what's up? I hear your microphone, but I don't hear you.
Hey, Richard. Did I put you to sleep?
No, I just ran off, got a little pussy, and came back. Gotta take a little break once in a while for that sort of thing.
Hey, you didn't do like Trump did. You didn't grab it, did you?
I didn't. No. No, the king is very high class when it comes to grabbing pussy. I only grab the pussies that want to be grabbed, not just
Right.
do it randomly because I'm so rich and famous. Although if I was rich and famous, I might. I don't know. Hard.
Yeah, I don't recall. Ever grabbing someone by the pussy without
Me either.
being invited.
Yeah.
Know
It's a
what I
little
mean?
bizarre, even if you are rich and famous. Thing is, if you are rich and famous and all that, you shouldn't have to be doing that kind of thing. You know what I mean? They should be throwing themselves at you. You shouldn't have to be grabbing their pussy and surprising them.
Right.
So it makes you look doubly stupid when you're a billionaire who can't get any pussy. You know? What's up
Yeah.
with that?
Right. That's pretty low, eh?
It is, yeah, definitely. It's embarrassing for the billionaire, you know, it really is.
Exactly.
I mean, fuck, look at that Hugh Hefner. You know, he's an ugly old man with two hot-looking girls just 'cause he's got a little money, you know?
Right.
Donald Trump can't even get one without cheating.
And a magazine, you know, Mr.
Yeah.
Hefner there.
Yeah. I guess he sold his big mansion with some kind of lease to where he gets to live there until he croaks or something.
Give me a break, eh?
Yeah. Yeah, that whole Playboy thing kind of got dumped on by the internet pretty hard. You know, it was, you know, rich and famous for a while, but boy, the internet came along and they didn't know what to do. I mean, Christ, he even went to saying they weren't going to have nude pictures anymore. You know, he changed his mind in a big hurry about that, but fuck me.
I mean, if walls could talk, or even the property outside could talk, eh? That Playboy man? Wow.
Yeah, but they had a lot of fun in there, and I bet there's a lot of people that have been there that would surprise people that would just say, "Oh, I just went for the party," you know, and that sort of thing. But
Right. Yeah.
they're really there for the sex party, you know.
Right. Especially people who in public hold themselves in such high regard, right?
Exactly.
I'm
The
talking about,
honest people, you already know they've been there, you
right. We're talking about hypocrites, you know, who
know.
portray themselves,
Absolutely.
you know, in such high regard in public, and yet, you know, they were doing some nasty things there in the Playboy mansion.
Yeah. And the thing is, when you hide it, it just makes it look even more nasty, even though you might have been doing something that's not even all that big a deal. But when you lie about it, everybody assumes some really bad things going on. You know, they assume it's probably twice as bad as it even really was just because you lied about it.
Right. And what a way to lose credibility, eh?
Oh yeah, those preachers or senators that get caught sucking dicks in bathrooms, that always cracks me up, man. It's like, oh my God, you spent your whole career railing against homosexuality, and here you get caught sucking a dick in a public bathroom. It's like, oh my
Right.
God.
Right.
You know, you're even sleazier than the homosexuals themselves, you know? It's like, what
Right.
the fuck?
I mean, especially someone that sold over 50 million albums, you know, all of a sudden gets busted for doing something in a male bathroom. And you know who I'm talking about?
I don't, actually.
Well, he passed on not long ago, Mr. George Michael.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't think there was ever any question as to whether he was gay or not, was there? I mean, maybe there was.
Right. Yeah, I mean, many people knew that side of him. To be caught, busted, in the
It's
bathroom
just
doing.
weird when somebody, with those kind of resources is sucking dick in the toilet stall of a public bathroom. It's just ridiculous. It's another absurdity of the world that it's hard to put your head around.
Right, but I guess it was the thrill of doing it in that kind of
Right.
place.
Right. It's
Uh,
like the thrill of getting caught, but once you get
right.
caught, getting caught wasn't as much fun as you thought it would be.
Right. I wouldn't know, man. I don't go there.
Right.
I'm a straight male, man.
Yeah, I think it's pointless to do anything that you're not willing to say you did, because you're going to get caught eventually someday. It's going to slip. The person that did it with you, or the people who did it with you, are going to tell somebody. I mean, the odds of going out and doing shit that you're embarrassed you'll get caught about doing and nobody ever finding out are pretty close to zero. So you
Right.
either just be willing, to say you did it, or just don't do it. The reason
Right.
you're not willing to say you did it is because for you think it's wrong anyway. So why are you even fucking doing it?
Exactly. Yeah. Why put yourself in that situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, geez. It's silly. I mean, yeah, that whole thrill of getting caught is the wind of the sails of that boat get taken out pretty fucking fast when you do get caught.
Yeah. Do you remember Pee Wee Herman in a theater?
Yeah. What a creepy little weirdo, dude. Him, that didn't surprise me. And that was just in a porno theater where that kind of shit goes on all the time anyway. It's just
Right.
this squeaky little skinny weirdo that gets caught in there made it funny.
Yeah, but what's really funny and interesting is uh, when, let's say he passes on, right? And someone mentions his name, what are people going to remember him by?
Right, exactly. Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, they're not going to be thinking and saying, "Oh yeah, I remember Pee Wee Herman in the Funhouse." That
Right,
program had.
sure.
They're going to be talking about Pee Wee Herman in the theater getting busted.
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sad. I mean, sometimes I see these videos of, what happened to all these 10 different,
Yeah,
80s sitcom stars or something, and the stories are sad, dude. They really are. Oh my
yeah. Actually, yesterday I was on YouTube and Sam Kinison, he came up. It was a sad story to the ending of his life, and I was checking that out. You remember him, the comedian,
Oh
Sam?
yeah.
The chubby guy, right? He
Yeah,
had
I
that
know
weird.
exactly what you mean. Sure.
Yeah, he had that weird voice, eh? And
Hmm.
I didn't know prior to that what happened to him. And actually, what happened was he was driving his car in Vegas there, and his best friend, I guess, was behind him. And some young kid, 17-year-old kid, driving drunk, I guess it was a pickup truck, hit him dead on, eh? It was a head-on collision. And it's an interesting story. So his best friend, Sam Kinnison's best friend, he pulls over and goes over to his car. It was a Trans Am Sam Kinnison was in, and he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. His girlfriend was with him in the passenger side, and the door, they couldn't open the door to his Trans Am to get him out. But finally, they got him out of the car and they took him to the side of the road, and he was bleeding, his face. And his eyes, they were open, but he was saying some words to someone who wasn't there. And he said, "But I don't want to die." And he repeated 3 words, said, "Okay, okay, okay." And that was it. Uh, he went over to the other place. He died right there on the spot. Internal, yeah, he died internal bleeding from that accident.
Yeah, I always thought he was a little off, and it seemed to me that he was kind of trying to be sort of a copycat of Rodney Dangerfield a little bit.
Yeah,
I just my problem with him is he just didn't seem very original. He seemed like he was taking a little Andrew Dice Clay and a little Rodney Dangerfield and trying to package it up in something that wasn't very original at all. So I never really, found him to be all that interesting, I guess.
Right, but it worked for him,
Right, sure, he made a lot of money and did his thing, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't a big fan of his, to be honest with you. Hey, Shotgun, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Good. Glad to hear it. How's the smoking going?
Well, whatever.
You're supposed to say you're smoking just fine. That's what I thought.
Okay, then that's good enough for me. I'm eating a Subway BMT sandwich right now.
Thanks for that.
Very good.
Man, now you're making me hungry.
They're pretty good.
Yeah, I know.
Anyhow, Sam Kinison, he was originally a preacher, and his delivery was just like he was in church, and he was so fucking funny. I remember the time when he did the skit about the necrophiliacs in the mortuary, and he lays down on the stage, and he says, "Okay, I'm dead. Okay, I've done my life. That's fine." And then all of a sudden he goes, "Oh, what's this? It just never ends." It was so fucking funny. The guy was a genius, actually, I thought.
Huh. Well, there you go. Different strokes for different folks.
Exactly. He was so.
Yeah, I always liked that. Who's it? That little skinny black dude? I forget his name. I always thought he was really funny.
Oh, Chris Rock?
No, or back earlier than that in Beverly Hills movies. There.
Oh yeah. Fucking A.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't think of his name. He's pretty fucking famous. But yeah, I always liked his, sort of black, but not, ghetto black kind of humor. You know what I mean?
I'll tell you who's one of the best comedians nowadays. You got to check him out. His name is Bill Burr. Burr.
Bill Burr. Is he a stand-up guy or a?
Oh, he's a stand-up guy.
Stand-up. Yeah, stand-up's funny. I've been to a couple of stand-up things, and you're drinking and everybody else is laughing, so it's really a good time. I really enjoy, going to those stand-up comic kind of bars.
Yeah, when I used to live in New York City, I used to go to Caroline's all the time.
Hey, I'll see you guys later. I'm going up to the reserve.
What's the reserve, Jose?
The native reserve. It's about 45 minutes from here.
You gonna get some zigs?
Yeah, I'm gonna get some zigs.
Okay.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys later, man.
Don't get scalped.
Bye, Jose.
Oh, no, that's not gonna happen. I'll see you guys later. All right.
See you later.
Later, guys.
Later on. So how are the gun sales doing during the Trump administration?
Well, I probably sell one a day, maybe sometimes two a day.
That's good, I guess.
But I
probably sell more other stuff, right? Fishing gear.
We're now selling a lot more fishing gear. Yeah. It was a good time the other day. We had this first time shotgun owner come in. I think he was like Japanese or something like that. And he wanted to buy some ammo for his gun. And he was like, he says, "I want some defensive ammo." So I was standing there and I was telling him about double-aught box shot. And then a cop comes in and tells him, "Listen, if you're in close quarters in your apartment, maybe you should do some game load. That way the buckshot doesn't go through the wall." It was this kid was like bopping his head back and forth. What? I said, okay, yeah, you can go with the police data, or you can go with the Marine Corps data.
Right. Yeah, I hate to say it, but the last thing I'm worried about when I'm shooting somebody invading my home is the bullet going through the wall and harming. You know, I'm really not. You know, maybe that's bad of me, but I'm really not concerned about that.
Well, that's
not my concern.
That's my thought. But you know, fucking police have a different agenda.
Sure, I did used to use Glazier safety slugs in my 45 when I carried it, just for that reason, that they don't ricochet and that sort of thing. They're a little beefier too. You guys sell those where you work?
What, sluggers?
The Glazier safety slugs?
Not the safety slugs. We just sell slugs.
They're basically, they fly about 3 times faster, and they got little BBs in them with some kind of packing. So generally you buy them at the police supply kind of store, but regular gun shops can order them for you too.
Yeah.
They shoot out. The only problem is they shoot out a big flame because they're hot loads. So that you're gonna, if you're using them at night, you're gonna be spotted pretty fucking quick. But I guess the only reason I had them is in case some accident ever did happen, at least I could demonstrate that I was concerned about safety by using the safest kind of ammunition available. It seemed like a good start should I ever have to defend myself someday.
Well, I have a 45 caliber 1911. I have 2 magazines full of full copper jacket, and I got 2 magazines full of hollow points.
There you go. Well, hopefully you won't need to be in a 4-magazine fight all by yourself.
I hope not, but I've been there.
Yeah, well, at least you got some practice and experience, then. You come out better than most people in that situation, for sure. Yeah, it's now they're talking about, the whole robotic stuff and all that. And now they're having a big thing on the Business Channel about BlackRock is replacing a lot of its employees, that do stock picking and that kind of thing with computers. It's like, get the fuck out of here. The computer does a better job. We don't need you anymore. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
And that's 11% of a really big financial institution. That's, a wave that these people making their $1 million a year bonuses don't want to see continue. I promise you that.
Yeah.
I was talking about that the other day. We're going to get to a point where, when computers are solving cancer and computers are running the companies, all of a sudden CEOs are not so valuable. Executives are not valuable. Employees aren't all that valuable. And, prices aren't going to drop, but the need, to pay a lot of money to get things done, technology is just going to do away with that. The one-time investment in the supercomputer, and your company's going to run just fine forever. You don't need to even be looking for new executives anymore, ever. Imagine that, a world where the supercomputer does everything and we just sit back and enjoy the cures for cancer. That's my kind of world.
Yeah, but I mean, how are these kids going to make money then?
Well, it's a good question. And like I envision it as we go back to, people making artwork and handcrafted, things for people's homes, and maybe people can sit around and, handcraft their own home, and it's just a slower more handcrafting kind of lifestyle for people.
No, I don't see that happen. What I see happen is fucking 5,000 square foot homes with 2 big SUVs and all the other crap that goes in between.
Could be hard to know. The other, the other really bad side of the coin could be just hundreds of millions of really, really poor people that can't do anything, and a handful of machine owner rich people. That could happen too.
That's exactly right.
It's hard to know, but anybody who thinks the age of computers and self-driving cars and all that thing is not right around the corner better wake up and smell the fucking coffee. Japan, the reason most automation and robotics comes from Japan is they don't have enough young people to do the job. So for Japan, it's not a problem. They don't have people to fill the jobs anyway. They don't have Mexicans flooding into their country. So everybody likes the idea of robots over there. But when you transfer that over to other countries that may be in an entirely different demographic situation that actually need the jobs, you end up with a whole different attitude about robotics and automation. But it's coming. And coming is kind of a lowball statement. It's really already here. It's not being implemented fast and furiously because nobody is really too sure if that's a good idea or a bad idea or what in the fuck to do.
Well, therein lies the problem. Nobody thinks about the repercussions before they even jump into that kind of shit.
Right. That's exactly right. This whole self-driving car thing is exploding right in front of our face. The whole Tesla car network. He made a speech yesterday talking about associating it with a brain. All Tesla cars collect all the information. They send it to this central computer, this central learning computer, so it learns all the activities of all the driving, how to avoid things, what stupid people do, what smart people do, what fast drivers do, what drunk drivers do. So, he has this big, Tesla car brain behind what will eventually be the self-driving, car apparatus. This stuff is exploding right in front of us.
But you know that Uber shut down their self-driving cars because of an accident where somebody died.
They did, but the police said the accident wasn't the Uber car's fault. But yeah, they did I think they shut it down temporarily, and it's already running again. That was more of a PR stunt to get a headline that they shut it down. But I believe it wasn't 24 hours later when they did. But Uber's falling apart fast and furiously too. That company is being run into the ground by the CEO. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Lyft just takes over and ends up buying them out someday. That every time you turn around, that CEO is on the news for doing something stupid again. It's just unbelievable, really. His answer was he was going to turn the company over to somebody else, and before he could do that, he did something else stupid. I don't remember exactly what it was, but whether it's the women complaining about being harassed or him on video yelling at one of his drivers. The guy, he had a good idea and he made a good company, but evidently he's just a horrible fucking boss, really.
Yeah.
I like those things. I like that Airbnb too. My wife and I don't use it enough, but you go to that Airbnb site, there's a lot of cool places to rent for a perfectly reasonable price. That is a really, you know what I mean by Airbnb?
I do.
It's basically just you have a house and you want to rent a room in it or rent your whole house or whatever, and you put it on that site. It's just individual people with shit to rent, and it's way cooler. It's kind of like the Amazon of renting shit. There's just a lot of, unique, cool kind of houses that you couldn't find anywhere else, of private homeowners that want a few $100 on some weekend and whatever.
Yeah, I know all about it, but I've always found in my life when I go on road trips, I make no reservations, and then when I'm tired, I find maybe like a 1960s motel or something like that. And I have fun staying at those places.
Yeah, I'm the same way. When I went down to this little place I went last weekend, I even knew exactly where I was going to go. I knew it was going to cost me more to rent it when I got there rather than make a reservation on the cell phone. But I don't want to be locked into anything. I'm on a road trip. I might decide to keep going. I might decide not to go that far.
Exactly.
I don't want to be forced into going to any particular place just to save a few bucks. It's just not worth it. It spoils the road trip.
And exactly. And if you don't find a place you want, crash in your car.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm the same way. And it's, the funny thing is, if you actually, the whole hotel business is the most hokey price system ever. You show up, you pay one price, you sit in your car right outside the door and call on the telephone, you get a different price. If you go to their website reservation, you get a third price. If you go to Priceline or one of these other things, you get a fourth price.
Yeah.
In the exact same fucking room. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I know. But, beyond the price, it's just more fun to do that, to do it.
Right. Absolutely. It's just, I try to get my wife, I say, honey, let's just get in the car and go north. And when we feel like we don't want to go north anymore, we'll look around for a place to stay. Oh, no, I want to know where we're going and blah, blah. She just couldn't bring herself to not know where we're going and how we're going to get there, when we're going to get there.
Right.
To me and you, that just destroys, that's not a road trip anymore.
No,
that's a job, to get there.
Yeah, I know. I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, road trips are just, I don't know if that's an American thing or not, but they're fun to just get in and go, and wherever you end up is where you end up.
I love them. Yeah. Even when I go from down from where I live in the winter in North Carolina back up to New York State where I live in the summer, I don't take 95. I'll find I'll go out to the Shenandoah, or and even if it takes me 2 more days, it's just a lot more fun.
Right. Oh yeah. I know what you mean. I usually take I'll take 95, but I'll get off 95 and take the little parallel state highway thing every once in a while, because like you say, it's just more fun.
You stop, you have breakfast at a local diner in some sort of town like Scranton or something like that. The people are much more friendlier. I just love it.
Oh yeah, you go to those little places off the highway. You're just another douchebag who's going to leave in 10 minutes, and who cares? You go to the little town, and they kind of want to know your story and why are you there instead of the little douchebag place on 95. They talk to you and all that kind of thing. Sure. I had a real good experience. I think it was in North Carolina when last time I went through with my Jeep. I met a bunch of really nice people, and they let me stay in their house, and we had a good time at the bar, and I learned a little about North Carolina, and they were really friendly and inviting. Really nice bunch of people.
The Grateful Dead had a saying, going where the wind blows, blooming like a red rose.
Yeah, that's a good expression. I like that. Yeah, I'm way too high strung for the Grateful Dead. I'm just waiting for the guitar riff or the drum solo that never happens. Way too high strung for that.
I've been a Deadhead since 1970. Matter of fact, I was out on leave from the military in 1972, and my parents were living in Denmark at the time. He was working for General Motors, my father. And so I got a flight out to Copenhagen, at the same time, the Dead was doing their Europe '72 album. So I went to that concert, and it was pretty remarkable because there was a lot of draft dodgers from Vietnam that was up in Sweden. They came down for it, but I remember the concert like it was yesterday.
Do you now, or did you then even care about those people, or is it more like, they do what they want, and I'm doing what I want?
That's exactly right. That's how I felt about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was good that they pardoned all those people. Just, if you're going to say that the draft's illegal in the first place, you should at least pardon the people, who avoided it, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I was never a fan of the draft system anyhow, because as a professional soldier, I never had confidence that these guys would back me up.
Right. Yeah, you don't want people in that profession that don't want to be there. Exactly. I mean, that's like, drafting firemen and hoping they run in the burning building to save your kid. It's not all that likely to happen. More like they're going to run in the other direction and say, fuck you, you forced me to be here and I don't want to be here, you can fucking do it. And, how many of those stories of draftees basically saying, fuck you, I'm not walking point, is that really true, or is that more exaggerated kind of movie nonsense?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I really don't know. First of all, you can't be drafted in the Marine Corps. So.
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I never saw that perspective.
I see. Huh. Yeah, I did not know that. I didn't know you couldn't be drafted into the Marine Corps. Huh. How about the Air Force?
Yeah. Yep. Air Force, Army, Navy, of course.
Okay. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I did not know that. And that's ever, right?
Right.
Obviously not today, but yeah. Huh, that's cool. Thank you. I did not know that. That is very cool. Yeah, that's a smart decision. That avoids all those stupid questions I was asking by simply not participating in the draft. That was, why were they, do you know why they were even allowed to do that? I mean, it seems to me that somebody could have, the Joint Chiefs could have said, no, you have to accept the draft. But I guess the answer is obvious as to why they didn't. But yeah, that's really cool. I'll probably Google that and look into the history of all that, just because it's interesting. You don't hear a smart shit the government does all that often.
Right.
I think the same thing probably applies with Navy submarines. You can't, that nobody's going to force somebody in the Navy to be on a submarine. You have to volunteer to go there.
I don't know.
They don't want the same kind of, I don't want to be here troubles stuck underwater where you can't go anywhere,
I don't know the answer to that question, but it seems reasonable.
Yeah, it's kind of an elite job that requires extra training and all that kind of thing compared to ships.
Yeah, 6 months under the water, but that would drive me nuts.
Oh yeah, they tried to get me to do it, and I right off the bat said, "Fucking forget it, dude. I'm joining the military to go get pussy around the fucking world, not sit under the ocean for 6 months. You're out of your fucking. You're talking to the wrong dude. I'm sorry, but forget it. That's just ridiculous. I'm fucking 17 years old looking for pussy. I'm not looking to observe whales underwater all year. Fuck yeah. Oh, but this, but that, but I just fucking forget it, dude. You scored so high here, blah, blah, blah. You get a little, brass medal and blah, blah. Forget it. It's like trying to get me to join the Marines. I wasn't trying to go fight anybody either. I was just trying to have a good time and sail around the world.
The only time I served on board a ship was when they transported me on the USS Kennedy with my squadron. And that was such a fucking, I mean, the bunks were 4 high. The cats went off 24/7. I was up on flight deck, and I got so tired that I fell asleep with a big bowl of chains on my head. It was nonstop action.
Yeah, they're interesting. I loved, there's an expression for the people who really like being on ships that underway is the only way, and other people like it when you're tied up to the dock and you get to go out every night. But I loved traveling around. I wouldn't have liked to be at sea for 6 months, but I did like getting out on the ocean for a week at a time and going somewhere new, and then going out for another week, going somewhere new. That was just fucking fantastic. I loved being in storms and refueling and all that shit that drove you crazy. I loved every second of that stuff. It was fucking fantastic for a young kid.
Yeah. I agree.
And one of the things that I could never quite figure out, that I was so different than virtually every single person on the ship except myself, is I would go to areas that it wasn't like a security concern I had no business in. It was just an area out of what I did. I would go to the computer room when I wasn't a computer guy. I would go to the boiler room, and I had no business going to the boiler room and the engine room. And people say, well, what are you doing here? I said, I'm just here to learn. I said, why shouldn't I be here? Maybe there'll be a fire here and I'll have to respond to it. I want to know what I'm looking at, what the staircase looks like, what you guys are about, and after a year or two of doing that, I knew everybody on the ship. I knew where they worked. I knew what they did. I could talk to people where other people have been with these people for a couple of years, never even talked to them, didn't know anything about them, Yeah. And I'm like, why do you guys go just directly from your job to your bunk? And why don't you ever go to a completely, why don't you go from the front of the ship to the back of the ship and talk with those people once in a while? Why are you always talking to the same people kind of thing? And, you go have dinner with them on the mess deck and you associate only with your own group. It just seemed weird to me. You have all these interesting people doing interesting things you know nothing about, and you're stuck on a ship in the ocean. Why wouldn't you do that? But everybody else, I guess they were too tired or just didn't have any interest. I don't know. I didn't push anybody for an answer because I was too busy just going around having fun and learning stuff. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. Well, what I thought was cool was when we as Marines would walk down the corridors, and the fucking Navy would just like make a hole, slam themselves against the wall. It was too fucking funny.
Yeah, one time me and my buddy noticed this box sitting way up in what they call the crow's nest. It's way up near the top of the ship. And you got to crawl up this fucking big ladder, and it's like, why bother, sort of thing. I said, well, let's go find out what's in the fucking box. Why wouldn't we want to know? So we crawl up there, and it turns out to be one of those seal magnaphone things. So we open up the box, we get it working and all that. And one of the officers noticed us up there and started yelling, get the fuck away from that. You're not supposed to, rah, rah, rah. So look, it's just a fucking box sitting here. Nobody else is messing with it. But we didn't actually get in any, captain's mast trouble or anything.
Right.
But, we knew we weren't supposed to open it up and fuck with it anyway. We're not that stupid. But it's just another example of how that box is sitting there. People look at it, but nobody but us, everybody but us, was too fucking lazy to climb up the ladder and open it up just out of curiosity to see what's inside.
Yeah, sometimes when you do that shit, you get court-martialed.
Right. Oh, I know. But there's nothing on it saying don't open the box. There was no lock on it or seal or anything like that. Just a box. It actually was labeled. We knew what it was before we opened it because it said so on the box. And we thought that was even more cool. Ooh, gee, a little satellite phone. Who can we call? You know, how can we get in trouble with this? You know. Luckily, we didn't get to the point of actually trying to. Who knows? We would have like called somebody, ended up, you know, with the Pentagon on the other end or something, really getting in trouble. You know.
Just like Steven Seagal in that movie.
Right, exactly. Who the fuck are you people? We're on the USS Lewis, sir. Well, what the fuck are you doing calling us? You know, next thing you know, the captain's getting in trouble. Then when you get the captain in trouble, you're really in trouble. You know.
Yeah. You Navy guys had too many liberties.
Oh, absolutely. We had way too much fun. I mean, it didn't even seem like a military to me. It seemed more like a fucking zoo than a military. Yeah, but the ship I was on was about as close to McHale's Navy as you could get. I'm telling you.
What kind of ship was it? A PT, a cruiser, or what?
I was a destroyer.
Okay.
Next size up. You know.
Yep.
Yeah, it was cool. I guess we were pretty good at our jobs. We were credited as having the most accurate Terrier missile system on the East Coast, which I guess is better than the people that didn't. But, you know, we fucked around a lot more than we worked, but when we had to work, we did what we were supposed to do out of our own concern for safety, if nothing else, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know how, I'm guessing when I talk to kids today, it's nothing like when I was in. But you go on the mess deck for lunch or dinner, the guys in the boiler room would have their dirty white T-shirts, and pretty much nobody's in the right uniform, and, you know, just on and on, little stupid shit like that they just don't tolerate anymore. You know, they just don't allow it to be a McHale's Navy anymore.
No. You know, I'm going to tell you a story. I served with a guy, this is back in the 70s, and he was as true blue Marine as you could get. And yet they caught him up with smoking marijuana. And he went up for a court martial. And even the CEO of my company came down to verify that this was a great Marine. Fuck no. Out.
Really?
Yeah, they changed everything back in the late 70s and early 80s.
Yeah, as I was getting out, they started to have Liberty cards they never had before. They started to, you know, make it really clear that things were going to change. And I'm just, you know, wiping the sweat off my forehead saying, wow, I'm glad I'm leaving now, because I would probably not have been able to follow all the rules, the new rules, and the tightening up of everything.
Well,
even remotely as successful as I was.
Richard, it's gotten so bad that a Marine has 8 rules of engagement before he can pull the trigger.
Right. Yeah, that's nuts in itself too. I mean, it's you know, and I just you know, I don't know what somebody in that situation does, you know, wait for somebody else to shoot at you when you know they're going to shoot at you because you have to. And it just puts, you know, I think the problem with that sort of thing is when the word gets out, less good people want to join. That's the major problem.
Yeah, what we've learned is that keep the fucking press out of our backyard.
Right.
I mean, even when we did the Iraqi war, we had embedded news people. And we should have learned that lesson from Vietnam, that when the ugliness of war is broadcast into your living room, you're going to get upset. And yet we still tried to do that until we learned that the media was just going to fucking criticize the shit out of us. So get them out of there.
Yeah, they tried to make a warm and fuzzy Life magazine instead of actual Life magazine, and it didn't work any better. You're right. Yeah, I remember them pictures in Life magazine from the Vietnam War. They were fucking graphic, dude. Oh my god.
Yes.
Yeah. Fuck me. You know that little girl, or not the little girl, but the photographer that took the picture of the little girl in Vietnam that was napalm
Yeah,
died
I know
last
that.
week.
I know that picture.
Yeah, it's pretty famous. And the photographer, I don't know, I think he was in his 80s or 90s or something. I saw a little deal died last week sometime.
But, you know, all those little pictures matter. For example, the kid that washed up dead on the shores of Greece as an immigrant. I mean, yeah, there's tragedies in war, but we're doing the best we can to work within those tragedies.
Right.
And still
Yeah,
find
the problem is the civilians look at it from a civilian point of view, and isn't that horrible? If that happened in my town, we want to stop that sort of thing. They have no conception that what they're looking at is not their town. It has nothing to do with normal life, and they associate it with the horrors of if that happened in my town, not the horrors of that's exactly what happens in a war. What else would you expect? You know, they just don't make that association.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've come so far from World War II with where Russians raped 6 million German women.
Right. Yeah. If I could wave my magic wand and be president, the first thing I would do to show American strength is say I'm bringing back carpet bombing, and if you don't like it, behave yourself. But I would say, look, this whole smart laser bomb, and we're going to try as hard as we can not to kill people. That's over, and you better fucking figure it out before we start carpet bombing you, because that's what's going to happen.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
The shoe shine guy and the guy selling the food to the enemy is just as guilty to me as the guy carrying the gun.
Absolutely. I mean,
they don't make any distinguishment when they lob mortars into the Marine base to only try, to kill the people with guns instead of the cook. Why should we do that?
Exactly.
Just because our carpet bombs are better than the other guys.
But by you and I talking about this, we're going to be perceived as people that don't give a shit about human life. I don't care.
Right. I care about the human lives of the good people who are trying to kill the bad people is what I care about. I really don't, they can put me in that category as long as they recognize the lives I don't care about are not worth caring about in the first place.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to go have a cigarette.
All right. Well, enjoy it. I enjoy cigarettes myself, so have a good time. I'll talk to you when you get back. So there's a lot of bipartisanship that I was referring to.
Rich, are you still there?
I am still here.
You know, going back to this thing with the military and clamping down on weed and that kind of stuff, I think it's very farcical that they did that. Yet they'll pump soldiers with all sorts of speed and benzodiazepines to give them, to make them go back for 6-7 tours.
Right. Yeah, it is a little hypocritical, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, and even the shots they give people in boot camp. Nobody asks, what's in that gun you're shooting in my arm. You can't ask. It doesn't matter. You're our property, and shut up, and here it is.
That's right. And yet, when they come back and they're finally done, the VA is taxed with all sorts of problems.
Mm-hmm. It is, and boy, I've been to a bunch of different VAs, and some are really substantially better than others. That is for sure.
I agree.
Oh my God.
You know what?
Yeah, if I had a problem that required, weekly or perhaps even bi-monthly regular VA care, I would move to where the best one for my problem was. I wouldn't be sticking around where I was unless I absolutely had to, because like I say, some are just so substantially better than others that I would move to where the best help for me was. I wouldn't expect the help to come to me if it wasn't there already.
You got to be your own advocate, that's for sure. And I'm lucky when I'm down here in North Carolina that in Durham, our VA is right across the street from Duke Medical, and they pull the doctors from there.
Wow, that's good.
But it's like you said, you got to be your own advocate. You got to push them, and when things don't go right, just go to the ER and push them more.
Yeah, I don't know if it's all that true or not, but my general attitude when I would hang out at the VA waiting for, antibiotics or whatever was, I always thought to myself, the people doing the most complaining just seemed obviously to have been really bad in the military as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Because their attitude just wasn't anything like the good people I was with in the military. They're whining about stupid shit like the coffee's not hot enough or something. And I'm thinking to myself, you get the coffee's free in the first fucking place. You just don't sound like anybody I served with that was really good at their job. You sound like one of these assholes that could never do anything right.
Well, when I see people like that, I think they might have some sort of mental deficiency. So I give them a break.
Right. Well, I would give them a break. I would never be rude or anything to them, but I just always thought to myself, they didn't seem like the successful people in the military. They seemed, I've seen those people in the military. They're a dime a dozen, complaining about everything, doing as little work as possible.
Right.
And they just seem like those same kind of people. They never seemed like a really squared away, hardworking person, didn't correlate with their complaints. They really never did.
I sort of agree with that to a certain extent. When I got out of the Corps, I was a master sergeant. And when I see people like that, I said, hey, how long do you serve? Oh, 4 years. I was a lance corporal or corporal. What the fuck? Be happy that you got fucking free medical.
Right, exactly. That's my attitude exactly. Is I look at it, I'm kind of astonished that for the few years I was in, I get a lifetime of prescription drug benefits and business loans and all this crazy shit for not really doing that much except wanting to join up on a ship to go fuck pussy around the world. It's like a pretty good deal. And I know there are other people that are war veterans that didn't have it so good, but there's a lot of people that do some complaining about shit they shouldn't be complaining about.
I agree.
it's an interesting. You know, when I went to the I don't know if it's actually in Burbank or not, but I brought this kid that had this big fucking ball of infection on his back to the VA, and he wasn't even signed up, so I got him signed up and actually did surgery on him that same day. But that fucking Burbank place was like a huge fucking college campus. There must have been 5,000 veterans on that complex, you know, walking around waiting to see doctors and all. It was fucking bizarre to me because I've only been at much, you know, I've been in some pretty big buildings, but I've never been on a huge campus of a VA. It trying to open up my eyes as to how many, you know, derelict, homeless kind of veterans there really are, because there was a shit pile of them just on that place alone on that one day.
Yeah, there are certain campuses or certain VA hospitals. I visited one up in north of Boston where they even had, you know, detox centers and rehabilitation centers and Section 8 centers. I mean, they really tried to work with the vets. But then on the other hand, you'll find other VA systems say, okay, get out, that's it.
Yeah, you're not, so that's not service connected, you know, get out of here.
Exactly right.
Yeah, you gotta, if you're a veteran and you really need the VA for your medical care, you kind of have to keep up on the rules. What I found over the years was rather than getting like less and less or something, every time I go, they say, oh, well, you're entitled to even more now. You can come for like regular checkups, or you can do this, or you can do that. And if you don't ask or nobody tells you, you wouldn't even know that kind of stuff.
Yeah. You know, I was sort of like I'm sort of like living off my my savings. I now have a part-time job, but I mean, I was living off my savings, and because of my income bracket, I was entitled to travel pay and no copays. And then all of a sudden, I get nailed for fucking copays. So I had to go and do what they call a means test. I mean, you know, you just gotta follow the rules, as you say.
Oh yeah, you're supposed to fill out that little financial form each year just so they can add or subtract from your bill. You know, that's for sure.
Right.
Yeah, I got that when I was in Alaska. That copay applied to me, and fuck, I was living down, you know, from Anchorage. It was like 300 miles. The only VA is in Anchorage. I always thought about those guys up in Barrow. You know, you live in Barrow to Anchorage, you get 38 cents a mile, and it's like 1,000 miles or something. You know, it's a pretty decent sized repayment for going. But fuck, I used to go and they give me like 75 or 80 bucks in cash, just because I drove my car up, which was, you know, I think if you included oil and maintenance, it probably wasn't anything extra. But in gasoline alone, you know, I'd profit like 35 or 40 bucks. You know?
Right. I know that if I didn't be eligible for no copays, then my meds would probably cost me maybe 150, 200 bucks a month.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of, I mean, I don't even live in America anymore, but I guess in a way I was kind of stupid by not going. They'd send me a letter every 6 months. Oh, it's time for a regular medical checkup. Just come on in. We'll do your blood. We'll do all that shit is free. But in one sense, I said, well, I don't need it in the first place. And in the other sense, I never really feel like I earned it. So I almost felt like a welfare case for going and getting what is essentially maybe $300 or $400 worth of free shit that maybe some veteran who did earn it would end up with a little better prosthetic if I just didn't show up. You know, no, I felt like
you can't think like that, Richard. Because
I know, but I just felt like, you know, it was. I guess I felt like it was just too generous, and I didn't feel like I wanted to take advantage. You know, I just couldn't really live with myself by, you know, here I am, fucking 40 years later. I wasn't even that good a sailor. and I'm still getting $300 worth of shit I don't even need. You know, it's like, why, you know, how am I going to complain, you know, about some guy getting food stamps he doesn't need if I'm doing the same thing? You know, that's kind of how I felt.
I never thought of that about that way. But then again,
But you're a professional soldier who actually earned it, so you shouldn't feel that way.
Yeah, I spent 20 years.
Right. Yeah, that's a whole different scenario than some kid who just wants to fuck around and join the Navy for a few years and have a good time. You know, 40 years of free medical service, at some point you have to say, wait a minute, maybe I should just take care of myself, you know? I mean, really, it's way too generous in my opinion, it really is. And I understand the homeless and the people that would otherwise be taking advantage of the tax system anyway that need help, you know, they should have a special veteran place to go. I really believe that. Mm-hmm. But for people in that middle ground, able-bodied people with jobs, you know, I really believe they should try and use their Blue Cross Blue Shield from work first. You know, and I think even now at the VA, they always ask me, you know, do you have, you know, insurance from somewhere else? Because the VA now will use your Blue Cross and Blue Shield first.
Yeah. You know? But they will not.
That was a good decision.
But they will not deny you access, even if you don't, though.
Right. Yeah. And they shouldn't do that either. But and of course, a lot of people, you know, a lot of people do think like me that are eligible for it that don't use it. And they say, just go to a regular doctor and leave the VA for the people that need it. You know, there's a lot of people with my attitude. But I kind of like the idea of giving veterans a choice of, if you want to go to a private doctor, the system will pay for it. If you want to be with other veterans, you know, we can do that. And then what you get, I think, is the people who really want to be around veterans, now instead of being around some veterans that may not want to be around other veterans that are just there for medical care, now you have a place where everybody wants to be around other veterans, and it makes it even more comfortable for the people that want that. You know?
Yeah, I sort of agree with what you said as well, especially with veterans who live in rural areas. I know when I lived up in the mountains, I cut my finger off with the tip of my finger off with a chainsaw, and I drove to the local hospital, and they nailed me for a $500 bill. So when I went to the follow-up with the VA, you know what the nurse said to me? Says, "You're a fucking Marine. Just wrap it and get here."
Right, yeah. Yeah, though a lot of times you go, I went one time, I fell through a floor and had a huge, you know, gash in my leg that needed a whole number of stitches. And I went to the VA, and the VA said, "I'm sorry, we don't do that here, but wait just a minute, let me fill out this form and we'll pay for it at the local hospital."
Yeah,
so it's a good thing, even though we're not going to help you fix it, it's a good thing that you came here instead first, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I basically did what the nurse told you to do. I wrapped it in a fucking towel, bleeding all over. My pants are all bloody, you know? Like, hey, I fell through a floor. Can I get some stitches? Well, no, but here's a form. Go to the hospital and have a nice day. Said, okay, fine, whatever.
Well, see, what I would have done if you went to the VA hospital, I just would have walked into the emergency room and pushed them to fix it.
Right. Well, this VA didn't even have an emergency room. It's what do they call it? Some kind of outpatient center or something.
Yeah, an outside clinic.
Yeah, something. But it was pretty, you know, it's kind of a meaningless little outpost more so than an actual VA.
Yeah. They're just there to give flu shots and shit.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, it was a real small place in Daytona Beach. And you know something weird is I got a bill or a notice or something one time in Montana from the Daytona Beach thing saying your appointment this and your appointment that I hadn't been to Florida in 5 fucking years. I don't know if somebody was using my name or how in the fuck that happened. And I was really too lazy to look into it. But that was like the weirdest letter I've ever got from a VA in Florida. I hadn't been in the state in 5 years, telling me, you know, something about an appointment I never made. It was just strange.
You know, sometimes shit like that can creep up on you. So, because the VA records are all computerized now. So if you ever went to another VA, they might say, "Oh, look this thing from Daytona, you got to take care of."
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It was just fucking weird. I just basically shit canned it and moved on, you know. But I did ask my dad, because I'm a junior. I said, "Did you go to the VA over there and do anything?" He said, "No, I've never even been there." He doesn't use the VA himself, but he was a Navy officer. So do you consider being in the military the good old days, or just a 20-year pain in the ass?
No, they were good old days, being that I came out alive.
I know a lot of people, like the people on my ship that I contact every once in a while for reunions or Christmas cards and that kind of thing. And there's a pretty high percentage of us that say, you know, I wish I just had my act together and been just slightly more mature and made a 20-year career out of it. I know a lot of people that say that.
But
whether it's true or not, I don't know.
But I did that. I stayed 20 years and I made it out as a master sergeant, what we call a top. But you know, when 9/11 happened, oh man, I was willing to jump in again.
And it's my understanding that that is harder in the Marine Corps than it would be in the Navy, for example. There's plenty of room for master sergeants, or what we would call a master chief, in the Navy, but there's not as much room to advance in the Marine Corps. Isn't that correct?
Well, if I stayed in another 10 years, I may have made it to sergeant major. But I mean, I was sort of fortunate. Most petty people with 20 years only get it as a gunny. But I made first of all, I made meritorious PFC out of boot camp, and then I was fast tracked after my first couple of years in Vietnam to Lance Corporal. So within time and grade and points, getting to gunny and then into master sergeant was really not a problem to do within 20 years.
Well, that's good. Yeah, I've just heard, like, see, you know, I go to like military things on YouTube every once in a while, and people, I guess maybe it's more Army, but people claim that it's more difficult to advance, you know, in their branch than in other branches. And when I was in the Navy, you know, all you needed was time in service and, you know, not get in any trouble, you know, pass your tests, and it was almost a guarantee. There was no, "Oh, I'm sorry, we don't have enough positions, you're going to have to wait." That was just never a concern for anybody that I knew of.
Well, it really wasn't a problem in the Marine Corps either. I mean,
Okay.
if you had time and grade, and you did your PFTs and your rifle scores and made points, and you were with the program to begin with, the fucking officers will fast track you.
Right. Okay. Well, I think actually the people that were making the complaint were in the Army, and they were trying to make it seem, you know, and the reason was some guy was basically an E4 with 6 years. And I said, "Well, you must have done something wrong, because your time in service, you should be better than an E4 after 6 years." And he's like, "Oh no, in the Army it's harder to advance, and it wasn't my fault, and this and that." And I'm not really sure if I should believe his story or not, but he made it sound like even though in, you know, in the Navy you'd be a E6 by then, or E5 at least,
E5,
but somehow he had done nothing wrong.
Yeah, E5 in 6 years for sure.
Yeah, for sure, exactly, for sure. I knew you know, E5s in 4 years. It got what we call frocked. I guess you call it fast tracked, but nonetheless, he was lagging behind and claimed it was just because of the arming and nothing else. And I didn't really believe that.
It's always some excuse.
Right. Yeah, that's how I felt. But I didn't want to argue with the guy. I said, okay, fine, whatever.
You know, you have official things like PFT scores and rifle range scores, that kind of shit. But they're also looking for leadership, and there's nothing on paper that they can say, well, he's a leader. They have to. You have to do it by performance.
Right. Yeah. Well, you must have had your quarterly or whatever little reports where you go talk to the officer and he basically rates you on your uniform and your behavior and this and that. And just like in civilian world, I mean, you had that, right?
Right, of course.
Yeah.
But even though here, let me tell you a little story about what leadership is all about. So I was in Okinawa, and I was coming back on base about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I see this black guy from my squadron. You know, the black guys and white guys sort of hung to themselves. We knew each other, but I see this black guy getting beaten up by a couple of Navy guys at the gate. So I jumped in there and I helped him out. Pretty soon, Shore Patrol took us to the brig. And after I got bailed out the next morning by the officer of the day, he told me to report to my sergeant major in my full uniforms. I said, okay, I'm going to have I was a E5 sergeant at the time. I said, okay, I'm going to have a stripe taken off me. I know that. So I reported to him at 7 o'clock in the morning, full Alpha uniforms. And my sergeant major was I remember, Sergeant Major Espinoza, a big guy. And he was sitting behind his desk, and I was like at ease position. He said, I understand you got into a fight, blah, 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 blah. And I said, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Curtis Hudson was being beaten up by Navy guys, so I came to his aid. So he got up from behind his desk, walked in front of me, like almost 5 inches. And I said, that's when he's gonna take my stripe. He extended his hand instead and said, that's the way to take care of your own.
Well, there you go.
And
that's what he should have said.
That's right. And that's how they determine leadership. Who is this little black baby crying?
I don't know. What are you talking about? What black baby? Oh, that's Armando's icon.
Oh, is it?
I have no idea what that's about. I think it's actually a little black kid at a Trump rally. That's what it is, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know. What is that, Armando, by the way? I was wondering myself.
I've got to go on Hangouts and see what he says.
Yeah, I'm looking in the video chat thing. What's your icon with a little black baby that's yelling and crying or whatever he's doing? Little black kid, not really a baby. Shotgun wanted to know, and I want to know too. What is that thing? Yeah, we see it. We're just wondering what it is. I thought it was like a kid at a Trump rally or something. Well, I know it's a GIF image. I'm not that stupid. This movie. Oh, it's a kid in the UFC. Okay. Well, there you go. That's what we were wondering.
How the hell are you talking to him? On what?
In the YouTube thing, you know, where they have the screen up and the text chat, the live chat and all that.
Yeah, okay.
It's a kid going nuts at UFC. So thank you, Armando. We appreciate that. The King appreciates your help, Armando. Thank you very much. And I see we have our crybaby back complaining about Armando Vargas. What a surprise. He's back in the room he hates for another 18 hours of complaining. Oh, how wonderful. Crybaby back complaining about Armando Vargas. What a surprise. He's back in the room he hates for another 18 hours of complaining. Oh, how wonderful. Crybaby back complaining about Armando Vargas. What a surprise. He's back in the room he hates for another 18 hours of complaining. Oh, how wonderful. Shotgun got some echo and left. I don't know why, but I guess that's what happened. Hey, buddy, were you here earlier, or did you see the video with Ronan? He kept coming in. He kept coming in yelling, "Stupid, stupid man," and I ejected him as soon as he said the word "stupid," and he got really fucking mad. He kept going, "Yeah, you stupid," and I'd eject him, and he'd come back, and Armando would let him back in, say, "Don't call Richard a stupid, stupid man," you know, and he'd come in, "You stupid," and I'd eject him. I didn't even let him get out the second stupid, and he got really fucking mad and went away crying, you know. How do you allow that going on? Rah, 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 rah. Like, fuck you, and act like an adult, you dipshit, you know. It was hilarious. He got all mad. Oh my god. Yeah, the reason he was so mad is because he got cut off before he could even get the stupid part out. You know, that's what was so funny, is the moment he came in, I knew he was going to do it, so I already had the button ready to eject him, and as soon as the first stupid came out, boom, he was gone, you know. It was funny, dude. You would have been cracking the fuck up if you were here, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it's not a lot to listen to. It's just funny that, you know, I got him so quickly, you know. Of course, he's whining to Armando. Armando, how are you going to let this go on? All right, well, don't call him a stupid, stupid man, and everything will be fine. So he comes back, you stupid, bang, you're gone. See ya. Oh, my. We should play a drinking game and see how long it takes before Lysurge gets timed out again. And the one who's closest doesn't have to drink. Now that's what we should play, the Lysurge timeout drinking game. Now that might be fun. I give him like 200 seconds after he's timed out before somebody will be smart enough to time him out again. And I'm guessing after 50 timeouts, he may learn to behave properly, much like after 50 ejections, Ronan Kanushi may learn to behave properly. So I think your channel's progressing quite well, Armando. I think that the two little children of the room that can't behave themselves may actually begin to learn as they get their regular spankings. I'm guessing that they will begin to act like maybe 8 or 9 year olds next week, maybe 10 or 11 the week after, and before you know it, we may cure them of their inability to socialize in a group setting. We can really, you might not bring them to Jesus, but you may actually be able to pat yourself on the back of being able to teach a couple of people how to behave properly in a group setting. That would be a fabulous accomplishment on your part, and doing, you know, that would be something Jesus would be proud of. He'd say, wow, that was a really great thing you did, Armando. So let's continue to, you know, help correct their very poor behavior with continued little spankings of their little childish butts. And maybe they will mature to the young teenage years of the rest of us normal people. We shall see. That, of course, assumes he doesn't take my advice and commit suicide live on the chat, which would be my first option for him. But you know, we may be able to bring him around to being able to chat in a group setting. That would be wonderful. It's fantastic. Well, I know, Shotgun. That's why I suggested he think every day about whether or not he should commit suicide to just end his misery, or whether he wants to spend 60 years being an internet troll, becoming more and more miserable. I agree. Suicide is the only answer for him. And if he wants to do just one thing good, he should kill himself live so we can laugh at him as he dies, at least bringing some good cheer to the world on his way out. That's what I would recommend for someone like Lyser, who is certainly an unusual case. But the king is here to help people, and that's the help that he really needs. The advice and help that will improve his what would be a short life. Well, you know, I could use a pussy salad now that you mention it. But unfortunately, I don't know there are girls that sleazy in my area. I have to get in the car and drive a few hours to find those girls. Maybe an hour and a half or so. Well, that is a fun fact, Armando. I might have to go kangaroo fucking in Australia just to experience that for myself. That sounds like fun. Imagine strapping yourself to a 3-vaginaed kangaroo and going hopping through the jungle of Australia or the desert or wherever the fuck they have over there. Hell, I'd even go strap myself to a 3-vaginaed kangaroo and go hop along the beach so everyone could see. They'd be on YouTube in no time. The king kangaroo fucking on the beaches of Brisbane. How's that sound? Sounds like fun to me. I'm sure they have cute little kangaroos that would enjoy having relations with the king, I'm guessing. Wouldn't be that hard to find a kangaroo that would fall in love with the king, just like his millions of fans around the world. Yeah, and they have a handy little pouch to put your cigarettes and beer in while you're hopping along the beach, too. That's a good point. They're full of care. Absolutely. I'm a sick weirdo. Come on. Am I the one that mentioned kangaroos have 3 vaginas, by the way? Richard didn't even know that. So don't be calling me the sick weirdo around here. I'm not the one that brought up the kangaroo vagina conversation, in case you forgot already. Okay? That would be someone else that I won't name by name specifically. Well, see, Donnie, now you're branching off into being sort of an innovative funny troll. That's very good. I appreciate that. That's very good. While riding kangaroos, there you go. I think kangaroo riding just in general would be fun. You know, bouncing along every 8 feet or so as they jump up in the air. I don't know why kangaroo riding isn't more popular. You know, if I had a 2 or 3-year-old, I'd strap him on the back of a kangaroo and slap it in the ass and send my kid for a fun ride through Australia. I don't know why more Australians don't do that. Imagine somebody would call it child abuse, is probably why. I like to watch little kids riding ostriches. That always looks like fun. Big kangaroos would be even more fun. Well, I don't know, full of care. What's it like when somebody types shit to themselves in a chat room? Isn't that kind of the same thing that you're complaining about, little Miss Hypocrite? So what fun animals do they have to ride in the Philippines, Crystal? They must have, I'm sure they have elephants and stuff like that, but do they have any unusual riding animals in the beautiful islands of the Philippines I'm unaware of? Maybe some tigers or something, I don't know. I'm sure they have some fun things to do that I'm not aware of. A carabo. There you go. Learn something new. That's why I love Armando's chat room. There's so much to learn. I will have to Google what a carabo is and see if I agree that it would be fun to ride. I'm glad that you didn't say the girls in Manila, because that just wouldn't be right. But I'm guessing that foreign tourists find the funnest animal to ride in Thailand to be the girls of Pattaya. But I could be wrong. I don't know. It seems like we have another chatter obsessed with the king that can't come up with anything of her own to talk about except being obsessed by the king. Wow. Yes, that too, I know. And I was going to say Cebu because I've met some girls online that were from Cebu that seemed like they were prostitutes. I mean, since they asked how much I was going to pay, it seemed like prostitution was the first thing that came to my mind. But you never know. Olongapo City, I see. I see. Well, Crystal, it sounds like my kind of place. You should sign up for the tourist board. You could be on the executive committee of the King's tourist board, if you'd like. Hoes are everywhere. That sounds fabulous. What could be better than that? I just don't know. Buddy, you're supposed to come to voice so that Full of Care doesn't have to listen to me the whole time. Beaches and bitches. Well, there you go. See, now it sounds even better. They probably have beer too. And as long as they have cigarettes, I'm in. You know, if I can smoke, drink, go swimming, and, you know, have sex with some fine young ladies of the evening, I'm there. That sounds fun. Dumbest fuck nut I've ever met. Yeah, I have to agree, buddy. I mean, it's old and tired now, but you're right. He is absolutely the dumbest fucknut on the internet at the moment. That's for sure. You know? Yeah, I know. And the girls complain about that shotgun. That's true. You know, the girls complain that the king, you know, won't stay with them. I know. I've heard it, believe me. They all want the king to stay with them the whole vacation instead of just one night, and accuse the king of being a bad butterfly. But I know. It's the way it is, though, you know. The king feels lucky he didn't get herpes the first time he fucked you. He's not rolling the dice a second time. He's just moving on to somebody else. You know, that's the way I look at it. Oh, okay. All right. Well, good enough, buddy. It's all good. King just tries to keep the people's cornerstone lively when he can. That's all. Just out here doing his public service work for Armando Vargas and the People's Cornerstone. Brought to you by, let's see, the Christian Shop on 23rd and 2nd. They will sell you Bibles, rosaries, and little round wafers you can use at your Catholic church. Yeah. Really, Armando? Come on. And where's my little Chinese girl? You promised to bring her on and said you were going to set her up, and I haven't seen hide nor hair of her. What's the matter with you? I think Ming was her name, wasn't it? If I remember correctly. And you can tell her, by the way, that I remembered her name all this time, that she was a fabulous young lady. I know she's married and a Christian, and that's okay. Well, I would point out, Armando, that I'm not sure the people that you're talking to in here are all that real either. I don't think that Lysurge or Ronan Kanushi behave the way they do in real life as they behave in here. Or they're like toothless with black eyes every day, but which could be a possibility. I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I'd love to see Ronan Kanushi, you know, after a week of going to the bars and acting like this. I'd like to see what his face looked like, you know? That would be hilarious, you know? Be all bloodied and bruised up. He'd have stitches all over his face. And he'd be crying that his freedom of speech was violated through his wired up jaw, you know? Like, oh, when talking about freedom of speech, when I said they were stupid people at the bar. All fucking bandaged up and bloodied and crying. And oh my God. Well, thank you, Chris. Well, I appreciate that. You know, I'm just here to entertain the folks at home. That's my job. Dave, why don't you come in and chat? You can sing us a song. Dave sung a song earlier, in case you all missed it. Personally, I thought it sucked ass, but I'm not really a music critic, so you don't need to worry about my opinion. I don't like any song, so don't take it personally, Dave. Pretty much when I hear women singing, I just want to shove my dick in their mouth and shut them up. I really don't care to hear any singing. Well, that was one of the most embarrassing things about going to church, Armando. Every time the girls in the choir would start singing, I'd get an erection. So here I am standing in church with this big erection, you know, as the girls in the choir are singing, you know, and everyone's like, my sister or my mom would notice or something, and you know, I had to stop going to church because of that, you know. I mean, I'm sure you can understand. And I remember that one song, what was it? The blood of something. I don't know. It's like this really sad song about Jesus being all bloody, you know, and my sister looking over wondering why I have a big erection. Like, you know, why do you have an erection while they're singing about Jesus' blood and the cross and all this? And, you know, it's basically because I want to stick my dick in the mouth of the girls in the choir. That's why. Why the fuck do you think? What other reason would there be? Oh, there's power in the blood. That was the name of the song. There's power in the blood. I don't know how there's power in the blood. The blood came because the motherfucker's dead. Exactly where's the power? I don't know. But when the blood is running out of your fucking neck and you're dying, you're not getting any power. You're losing your power. I hate to tell you. So I don't know who the fuck it was that made that song, but they were probably drunk, is my guess. Probably some Catholic priest that was drunk at the time. There's power in the blood. There's power in the blood. And next thing you know, every church in America is singing it. Well, the fuck that up. You go crazy trying to figure this shit out, by the way. That's why the king generally sticks to just chatting about fun stuff, by the way. King is now trying to figure out when the fuck happened to his TV. Must be rainy season again, and the fucking satellite doesn't work anymore or something. Fucking ridiculous third world television shit is annoying. Oh, there it goes again. Finally. I didn't know better. I think that third world satellite transmission was different than the other kind of satellite transmission. Near as I can tell, the electromagnetic waves should operate the fucking same in this country as any other fucking country. Who knows? Maybe it's time for the king to look at some news we can use on his home page, see what's going on that we might not know about. I have seen the video of the 13-year-old boy getting patted down at the Dallas airport. That's a whole bunch of shit. Anybody who's been to an airport knows full fucking well there's a guy standing there at the scanner saying, everybody take your laptop out, everybody take your laptop out. Then when you get to the fucking scanner, the guy says, and you don't have a laptop or any electronics, do you? Everybody says no. So here this fucking douchebag kid didn't pay any attention at all, left his laptop in the bag, and then he's going to whine because he gets treated differently than the other 999,000% of people who are smart enough to take their fucking laptop out of the bag. It's like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't do what I'm supposed to. Why are you treating me differently? Maybe because you didn't do what you're supposed to, dumbass. What the fuck is wrong with these people? I'd have patted that guy down with a baseball bat to fucking fix his problem. He's whining because some TSA guy patted him down too many times. Oh, boo fucking who. Stop whining. Or the king kicks you in the ass and takes away your fucking privilege to be on a plane in the first place. Whiny little bastard. I'd put that fucker on the no-fly list and make him take the bus home. Fucking loser. His mom was ugly on top of that. I wouldn't even let her fly based on that alone. I'll be scaring the other passengers. Making her have 2 fucking extra drinks just so they can fucking look at her. Ridiculous. Why do they let ugly people in closed up areas like airplanes anyway? It's unfair to the rest of us. You know, back in the 1800s, they used to have laws not allowing ugly people walking around without bags on their head or something. I forget exactly how the law went, but you used to be able to be arrested for bothering people with your ugliness, and why shouldn't you be? I have a perfect right to enjoy my life free of these horrible visual assaults by these fat, ugly-ass Walmart shopping bitches with their fucking pants down, their ass crack the size of the Grand Canyon, fucking showing to my eyes. What the fuck is wrong with these people? They should all be arrested and put in some jail for fat, ugly people until they skinny up and get some surgery on their faces. Ridiculous. What this country's come to. Trump is going to straighten all that out. You'll see. He's going to make America great again, and Walmart's going to look like a porn shop when he's done with this country. Those fat, ugly Walmart shoppers are going to be exchanged by Trump making America great and filling Walmart with beautiful people. You'll see. It's going to be that great when he's done. You will see. Well, that's a good attitude, Crystal. That's my attitude too. Every day I come in here, I give Lysurge and Ronan Kanushi a brand new slate. And I hope that they have learned from the King's valuable advice from the day before. As you can imagine, I'm horribly disappointed every day, but that's okay. Like you say, every day is a new day. And I don't really know this Tex-Mex guy. How are you, Tex? I've seen you type a few times, but not too many. And I wouldn't worry about Crystal. You can imagine what kind of thick skin you would need to be married to a meanie like Buddy. I can just imagine what a wonderful person Crystal must have to be to put up with such a mean, outspoken man as Buddy. I can see why she spends most of her time with the children instead of with Buddy. I'm good, Tex-Mex. I'm really good. The King is fabulous every day. Every day is a fantastic day. I live in Thailand where I enjoy the sunny weather and the hot pussy, and life is fabulous. The world is moving right along in a direction the King approves of right now, which is certainly better than other times the King has been alive, quite honestly. So it's going to be a good decade, the King is predicting. And how are you, Tex? Are things good in Tex-Mex land? Another dysfunctional leaf on the tree of Armando. See? No, I'm the king of bringing joy and happiness to the internet, crypto, so you know. I'm the king of many things, quite honestly. Hi, Sean.
Where's that? I'm now live on my YouTube channel.
Anybody sitting Rob's in it? Okay.
Stop waiting it up.
Sorry. You think Bob will be in?
Well, tell all your drinking buddies we said hi, Sean.
They're all crazy. They're all crazy. Oh, look, he's a bartender. So, you have live on my YouTube channel. Haha. My daughter. You got your stove at night, don't you? Do with that. Look at that.
What are you doing? Oh, no, oh, I got this one. I'm not beginning with
You were now live.
I don't really want to. Give me a lot of camera.